One wild night. She slept with a 30-year-old uncle. One wild night, she was horrified to discover that she had slept with the wrong person, none other than the ruthless, cold-hearted, and power-hungry Master Mo of the Mo family. Everyone said she was doomed. Master Mo of the Mo family was notorious for his indifference to women. Having slept with him, the only thing left for her was to await her death. Chapter 1: Master Mo of the Mo family. Late at night, in a suite at the Yunxi Hotel, Shen Xi straddled the man, her soft voice laced with a unique huskiness, Mo Shao. But the man didn't respond. He merely leaned against the headboard, allowing her to continue as she pleased. Was he dissatisfied with her performance just now? Mo Shao. Shen Xi suppressed the coldness rising in her heart. She lifted her delicate wrist, only for it to be gripped tightly by his iron-like arm. The pressure was so intense it felt like he could crush her bones. Shen Xi's fair, delicate face tightened. Before she could speak, the room's lights suddenly flickered on, and she collided with a pair of pitch-black, deep phoenix eyes. The man had pale skin, his features were sharp, and his slanted eyes resembled a pitch-black night sky, impenetrable. Yet, beneath the surface, there was a glint of cold malice and cruelty. Shen Xi's eyes widened in shock, a cold shiver ran from her feet up her spine. "You're not Mo Xiyun." Shen Xi almost lost her voice. "Who are you?" "I'm someone you can't afford to offend." Shen Xi panicked. How could this be? She had clearly given the room card to Mo Xiyun, so when someone entered her room in the dark, she didn't think much of it. But now, the man in front of her exuded a strong, profound aura, his commanding presence and scornful gaze. It was clear he was someone she couldn't afford to provoke. The thought of what had just transpired and her current position made Shen Xi feel utterly humiliated. "Let go of me." Shen Xi quickly tried to withdraw, but her hands were held in a vice-like grip. No matter how much she struggled, the man remained unmoved. Shen Xi's face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of shame and anger. But she couldn't back down. She looked down at the man's face and said, "You're clearly not the man I was hoping for. Just consider this a good deed on my part. Let me go, and we'll call it even." The man let out a cold laugh. With his other hand, he grabbed her chin and pried open her mouth. "You think you can dream about my nephew and still enter my room and walk away scot-free?" Shen Xi felt as if her face was about to be deformed under his grip, her teeth aching severely. "What nephew? Which nephew? Don't try to act cute after taking advantage." She struggled and reached for his face, but the man tilted his head. Her sharp nails left a bloody scratch on his neck. He turned his head slowly, his gaze dark and menacing as he locked eyes with Shen Xi, his lips curling slightly as he spoke coldly, "Mo Xiyun." The man's skin was pale, and the long scratch on his neck looked like the blood-red veins running through high-quality Hechian jade, exuding a dangerous, ominous aura. Mo Xiyun. Mo Xiyun was his nephew. Shen Xi took a moment to process it, her wide eyes reflecting the man's unparalleled features, her shock palpable. So, this man was none other than the infamous Master Mo of the Mo family, Mo Xian, the most powerful figure in Nanjiang. It was as if cold water had been splashed on her face. Shen Xi's complexion turned pale in an instant. She had long known who could be offended and who couldn't, but this man, rumored to hold the power of life and death, was the pinnacle of authority in all of Nanjiang, someone no one could cross. Especially now, as the man's long, jade-like fingers slowly moved down, gripping her white neck. With a slight squeeze, she would be crushed, lifeless. Shen Xi could see the murderous intent in his eyes. No, she couldn't die here. On the brink of suffocation, Shen Xi quickly used her free hand to reach for the man's lower body. With a hard squeeze, the man's expression changed drastically, and he instantly loosened his grip on her. Shen Xi, her throat burning with pain, staggered toward the edge of the bed. But before she could even get off the bed, her ankle was grabbed, and she was forcefully thrown back onto the mattress. Chapter 2: Slept with someone. Cough, cough. Shen Xi felt a burning sensation in her chest, her vision filled with golden stars as she glanced at the man's dark, nearly purple face. This must be the Satan people spoke of, right? Mo Xian's face was twisted with fury as he used his legs to pin Shen Xi down. Such cruel actions. Are you trying to end the Mo family's bloodline? Shen Xi sneered, "Haven't you heard? The most vicious heart is that of a woman." He had just slept with her, and now he wanted to kill her? Who was really being cruel here? The villain strikes first. Woman. Mo Xian scoffed, one hand slowly caressing her pale, scarred thigh. Shen Xi trembled involuntarily, gritting her teeth. Mo Xiyan, what are you trying to do? Of course, it's tit for tat. You pervert, let go of me. Shen Xi swung her fists, but before she knew it, her arms were raised high above her head by him. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and her body trembled uncontrollably, a mix of shame and humiliation. Bastard, dog of a man. Mo Xiyan smiled coldly, watching her flushed face twisted in pain, but then suddenly pulled back. If you dare go near Mo Xiyan again, I'll make you wish you were dead. Shen Xi lay on the bed, feeling like hundreds of ants were crawling under her skin. That bastard. Her breath hadn't settled when she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Soon, she saw Mo Xiyan walk out of the bathroom, fully dressed. White shirt, black trousers, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, and a face that was cold and arrogantly indifferent. And she clenched her tongue, forcing herself to stay alert, staring back defiantly. You think I'll back off just because you tell me to? Wouldn't that make me look weak? The woman leaned against the bed, her body like fine jade, soft and fragrant, but at this moment, she resembled a ravaged, wilting flower, gorgeous yet destroyed. Mo Xiyan's eyes darkened, a hint of shadow passing through them. You can try. The Shen family has raised quite a daughter. Shen Xi lay there, a cold sweat breaking out all over her body. This man knew her identity, and his threat couldn't be clearer. If she dared to set her sights on Mo Xiyan again, Mo Xiyan would crush the Shen family like they were nothing, just as easily as crushing an ant. But wasn't she the one getting the short end of the stick? Shen Xi's cold gaze fell on the space between Mo Xiyan's legs, and she provocatively said, the Mo family's son isn't quite up to par. A loud slam of the door echoed, and only then did Shen Xi feel she could finally breathe again. For a moment, she had thought she was going to die. Shen Xi composed herself, feeling the ice in her heart, and tried to get up for a shower. But her legs were weak, and after taking only a few steps, she collapsed heavily to the floor. Dark, stormy eyes, a foul wind of blood and rage filled her mind. Damn bastard, may he end the Mo family's bloodline. After leaving the hotel, Mo Xiyan got into the black car parked downstairs. His handsome face was clouded with darkness. He glanced lazily at the front seat, where Lin Shi, feeling like a thorn in his side, immediately began apologizing. Third master, it's our fault. Yesterday, Lin Feng ran into the drunk fourth master in the elevator. Their room cards fell, and he accidentally picked up the wrong one. Sorry, third master. Lin Feng noticed the long bloody scratch on Mo Xiyan's neck, cold sweat beading on his back. Mo Xiyan's long, slanted eyes briefly glanced at the man in the front seat. Go take your punishment. Yes, third master. The two men in the front seat lowered their heads in response. Drive. Mo Xiyan lowered his eyelids, closing his eyes to rest. But the strange sensation below him made him uneasy, his expression darkening with frustration. That damned woman really wanted to destroy his entire bloodline. Check on the Shen family. Yes. Chapter 3, Captivating Attention. After leaving the hotel, Mo Xiyan got into the black car parked downstairs. His handsome face was clouded with a dark expression. He lazily lifted his eyelids, and Lin Shi, sitting in the front seat, immediately felt like he had a thorn in his back. He quickly began to apologize. Third master, it's our fault. Lin Feng ran into the drunk fourth master in the elevator yesterday. Their room cards fell, and he accidentally picked up the wrong one. Sorry, third master. Lin Feng noticed the long bloody scratch on Mo Xiyan's neck, sweat dripping down his back. Mo Xiyan's long, narrow eyes glanced at the man in the front seat. Go take your punishment. Yes, third master. The two men in the front seat lowered their heads in response. The black car slowly drove into the night, heading towards the most luxurious hotel in Nanjing. Meanwhile, Shen Xi had also finished her shower and was leaving the hotel. She hailed a cab, sitting in the car and watching the streets pass by, her gaze unfocused, as if her mind had wandered far away. The car passed by the Shen Corporation. The once bright, bold Shen Group sign had now faded to a dull gray, reflecting the company's current state and its future fate. The driver shook his head and sighed. The Shen family has been unlucky these past few years. Whatever they invest in seems to fail. Looks like their time is almost up. Shen Xi's face turned cold. The Shen Group had been the only dowry her grandfather had given her mother. From that moment on, the Fu family severed all ties with her mother. Her mother, Fu Wanqing, had become the greatest shame of the family after being pregnant before marriage. The company had once been an insignificant small business, but with Fu Wanqing's talents and business acumen, it flourished. The Shen family, through her success, had risen to prominence. After marriage, the Shen family's life improved, but Shen Fangting, her father, revealed his true nature, womanizing and squandering money without restraint. Later, when Shen Xi was 8 years old, Fu Wanqing had an accident, but it was reported that she was found in the car in disarray, which became a scandal that shocked the public. That tragic incident was a wound in Shen Xi's heart that she never wanted to revisit. After Fu Wanqing's death, the Shen group began its downhill spiral. The most laughable part was that 3 days after Fu Wanqing's death, Shen Fangting brought another woman and child into their house. Shen Xi returned home somewhat dejected, only to find her older sister already dressed and waiting for her in the living room. 11:11, let us go to the cocktail party tonight. Shen Xi nodded. The guests at tonight's party were either wealthy or influential. Every new connection she made meant another investment opportunity for the Shen family, which was their only chance of survival. Half an hour later, Shen Xi, looking dazzlingly beautiful, descended the stairs. She wore a black high-slit dress that was modest from the front but cleverly revealed a glimpse of her slender waist in the back. Her red lips were striking, and her starry eyes shimmered with a layer of mist, radiating sensuality and allure. At the moment Shen Xi and her sister, Shen Yu, appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, all eyes were on them. Shen Xi moved through the crowd, hoping to secure an investment to save the Shen family from its precarious situation. In one corner of the hall stood 2 men. On the left was a man with red lips and white teeth, his peach blossom eyes hiding 2 hooks that made him look both flirtatious and rough. On the right stood a man with a sharp nose, thin lips, and a face chiseled like a knife. His entire presence exuded a cold, unapproachable air of nobility and ruthlessness. However, the deep, unfathomable gaze in his eyes revealed a faint hint of mockery. Fu Hanya, cigarette between his lips, lazily surveyed the crowd, his voice carrying a touch of arrogance. The Shen sisters are quite interesting. The elder is a strong woman, and the younger one is a socialite. One is quiet, the other active. Together, they become a Nanjing legend. Mo Xian sneered dismissively, a socialite. Just another woman who digs for money. For money, the Shen family was willing to go to any lengths. He swirled the wine in his glass, his dark gaze falling on the woman in the middle of the crowd. She was lounging with a lazy grace, her every movement radiating brilliance. From the moment she entered the banquet hall, almost every man's eyes were on her, including Shen Yu, who couldn't steal attention away from her. The high slit of her dress revealed her glowing white thigh, exuding an irresistibly seductive allure. Mo Xian narrowed his eyes, his black pupils like an abyss. Chapter 4, The Third Master Requests Your Presence. In the banquet hall, Shen Xi, who had been smiling and chatting, couldn't shake the feeling that a domineering and burning gaze was fixed on her. She looked around, her charming eyes scanning the crowd, but found nothing. Was she being overly suspicious? Finally, her gaze landed on the 4th young master of the Mo family, Mo Xiyun, who had an air of confidence and charm. Her sister had brought her to this banquet, no doubt hoping to find new business opportunities, and without question, Mo Xiyun seemed like the best option. The Mo family was incredibly wealthy, and Mo Xiyun, with his playboy persona, was a prime target. A man like him would be the perfect partner to secure. If they could gain the Mo family's collaboration, it would be like boarding an aircraft carrier. Just the thought of it was exciting. Shen Xi raised her glass, ready to walk towards Mo Xiyun, but then the warning from Mo Xian echoed in her mind. Her throat tightened, and a chill spread from her feet upwards. Being targeted by the Mo family's power brokers was like placing herself in a frying pan, vulnerable to all sorts of torture. On one side, there was enormous profit, but on the other, enormous risk. Shen Xi's mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. She understood how much her sister worried day and night about the future of the Shen group. To protect the legacy left by their mother, Shen Xi steeled her heart. Fortune favored the bold. She would take the risk. Mo Xiyun, in his usual carefree way, let Shen Xi drink a few more glasses of alcohol, and soon enough, she was intoxicated, unable to tell east from west. Wangting nightclub. This was the largest money pit in the city, and a favorite place for young heirs and rich daughters of prominent families to indulge themselves. The stage was alive with energetic singing and dancing, while the crowd below reveled in excessive luxury. When Mo Shiyun and Shen Xi entered, a few whistles echoed from the crowd. Young Master Mo, why are you so late? We've been waiting for you for a long time. That's right, old rules, someone said, as 3 full glasses of golden liquid were placed in front of him. Mo Shiyun didn't change his expression, casually picked up the glasses, and drank them all in one go. Then, another set of 3 glasses was pushed in front of Shen Xi. Here, beautiful, these are yours. Shen Xi looked at Mo Shiyun, only to see his face, like a devil's, outshine any woman in the room, with a wicked grin on his lips. Exactly, don't break the rules. Drink up, he whispered in her ear, his voice low and lewd. It'll be easier to deal with you once you're drunk. This bastard. Shen Xi had known things wouldn't be so easy. She was furious inside, but still maintained her smile. You're really annoying, young Master Mo. Her voice was sweet and soft, as if it could melt, her actions not skipping a beat. Seeing her so lively, the crowd cheered and clapped. Mo Shiyun raised an eyebrow, a glint of amusement flickering in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. Shen Xi knew well that these scoundrels were up to no good, constantly forcing her to drink. But she had no choice. Mo Shiyun was known for his generosity within their circle. Any woman who followed him, as long as it was within his power, would find that he could have whatever he wanted from them. She wasn't greedy. She only hoped to help her sister overcome their struggles. Shen Xi drank quickly, and within a few glasses, she started to feel dizzy. Unaware of the increasingly oppressive atmosphere in the private room, or the cold, piercing gaze that was now trained on her, she continued to spiral into drunkenness. Drink, keep drinking. Give me more, I can handle it. Shen Xi was in a drunken frenzy, but the people around her fell silent. Uncle. Uncle. Mo Shiyun's voice trembled, unwilling to cause trouble in front of Mo Xian. After all, he was just a young master receiving dividends, while his little uncle was the true power behind the Mo family. The commercial king of Nanjing. Get out. Mo Xian spoke coldly to Mo Shiyun. After that, he turned his gaze back to Shen Xi, who had collapsed drunkenly in the private room. Very well, this woman had repeatedly tested his limits. Mo Xian, like an aloof god, coldly ordered, take her away. Chapter 5, A Deadly Struggle. Shen Xi felt a splitting headache, her whole body freezing as if she were submerged in icy water. She shakily opened her eyes, only to realize that she wasn't dreaming. She was lying in a bathtub with the shower head directly above her, pouring cold water over her. She was soaked through, her pale face devoid of color. She quickly reached up with trembling hands to turn off the faucet, then scrambled to crawl out of the tub. Awake so soon? Looks like you're not drunk enough to pass out. A deep, teasing voice came from the living room. Shen Xi's eyes snapped up, and she saw the man sitting casually in the middle of the sofa. Mo Xian, still in his white shirt, held a cigarette between his fingers. The red flame flickered as he inhaled, his dark eyes deeper than ever, as if the alcohol had intensified his dangerous aura. The air around him felt suffocating. Shen Xi immediately understood. She had hoped to feign sleep to avoid this man, but he had been ruthless enough to wake her in such a cold, cruel way. Mo Xian, I swear, even as a ghost, I won't let you off. She glared at him with wide, fiery eyes, her pale face twisted in fury. Her lips pressed tightly together, and her long eyelashes quivered, but the rage in her gaze was overwhelming. She wanted to skin him alive. Mo Xian chuckled coldly, still thinking about unfinished business between us. To hell with unfinished business. Shen Xi was seething. Mo Xian lifted his hand, tapping the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray with a smooth, languid motion. His movements were so graceful, they seemed effortless, especially his long, bony fingers that were so mesmerizingly attractive, it made her want to look away. Shen Xi was a fan of good looks, particularly hands, but right now, she wanted to gouge out her eyes. Or, what was there to look at in this scoundrel of a man? Mo Shiyun and I are both adults. We have the right to make friends. I hope Third Master Mo won't interfere, she retorted coldly. Looks like you're still determined to go against me. You didn't take my words seriously, did you? Mo Xian sneered, his black eyes filled with a touch of malice. He extinguished the cigarette with a single motion, and the flame faded to ashes. This was his warning. Shen Xi understood she had crossed a line tonight. She had only hoped for a stroke of luck, maybe even turning the tide in her favor. But she had never expected it would come to this. Do you live in the ocean? Why are you so nosy? She couldn't hold back her frustration. What was even worse was the air conditioning was set to freezing cold. Her already soaked clothes clung to her body, the chill seeping deep into her bones. Shen Xi's teeth chattered, her face pale with a hint of blue, but it was also flushed with an unnatural redness. Mo Xian stared at her, his brow furrowing slightly, before he let out a mocking laugh. Greed never ends, huh? The Shen family's appetite is so big. Is one Wang Dafu not enough? Now you want to swallow the Mo family too? You're talking nonsense. Thinking of Wang Dafu made Shen Xi's stomach churn in disgust. But when she looked at the man in front of her, who exuded an air of supreme power, she forced a seductive smile, her voice wild and defiant. So what? Third Master Mo is already in my grasp. What S1 Mo Xiyun? I can handle him too. Mo Xian's face darkened suddenly, and before Shen Xi could even react, he was right in front of her. He gripped her delicate, fragile neck with one hand, squeezing with an almost terrifying force. Shen Xi's mind went blank, her forehead covered in cold sweat as she realized just how deeply she had angered Mo Xian. He would crush her like an ant. Her breath became labored, her eyes reddening with fury. She could feel his grip tightening, waiting for her to beg for mercy, but Shen Xi had no intention of pleading. She knew this situation couldn't end well, but she would never beg this man for mercy. Her eyes rolled back, but as her vision blurred, Mo Xian loosened his grip just slightly, only to hear her gag and vomit all over him. Shen Xi's stomach, already in spasms from disgust, churned violently. With the air rushing back into her lungs, her body couldn't hold back anymore, and she vomited everything. Looking at the dark, disgusted expression on Mo Xian's face, and the slight grimace of his clenched teeth, she felt a surge of satisfaction. Even though she looked like a wreck, she now wore a smile of triumph, holding onto his shirt, her eyes shining with a sly, victorious glint. You don't let me off easy, so I won't let you have it easy either. We'll go down together. Before Mo Xian could react, she rolled her eyes and passed out completely. Is it really a fish dies, net breaks, mutual destruction situation? Mo Xian's deep profile was fractured by the shifting light, his usually unreadable eyes flickering with a hint of amusement as he was almost amused to the point of anger. Ling Feng walked in, immediately sensing the sour, rancid air. His frown deepened as he saw Mo Xian in a disheveled state, the pain in his back resurfacing again. Third Master. Mo Xian's eyes twitched sharply. Don't just stand there, get her off me. Yes. Ling Feng, resisting the urge to pinch his nose, tried to pry Shen Xi's fingers open. However, her grip was deathly tight, and her fingertips had turned pale, refusing to let go. Ling Feng was shocked. If Miss Shen died, it looked like she was dragging his master straight to hell with her. What nonsense about going to hell? Mo Xian narrowed his eyes at Ling Feng struggling to forcefully pry Shen Xi's fingers off. His voice turned icy. Bring Song Yu to me. As Ling Feng reached the door, Mo Xian seemed to think of something and added, wait, bring Song Li too. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment but quickly responded, understood. After Ling Feng left, the suite fell into silence once again. Mo Xian gazed at the unconscious woman on the floor who seemed intent on dragging him down with her, his face cold. He lifted her from the floor and carried her to the next room. Unable to bear the foul stench, Mo Xian unceremoniously tossed her into the bathtub this time, with warm water. He then proceeded to take a shower and change his clothes. When he returned to the bathroom, he found Shen Xi with her eyes tightly shut, her face flushed red. Her body had sunk into the water, floating like someone who had nearly drowned. He quickly pulled her out, only to realize her skin was scalding hot to the touch. Frowning, Mo Xian watched as Shen Xi clung to him desperately, like someone grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. She was pressing herself tightly against his body, her skin exposed, while he was still dressed in only a thin shirt. Mo Xian had intended to lay her on the bed, but he hadn't expected her to hold on so tightly. The moment he let go of her, she pulled him down onto the bed with her, causing him to land heavily on top of her. The sensation beneath him was soft and strange, his body tensing. Shen Xi's body was burning hot, yet she seemed to be writhing beneath him with no clear purpose, biting down hard as she twisted in anger. Mo Xian's eyes darkened, his aura turning dangerous. He seized her hands to stop her from moving. Just then, Shen Xi suddenly opened her lips and bit down fiercely on his chest. Right on a spot he couldn't even speak of. Mo Xian winced in pain, trying to push her away. But she clung to him with all her might, as if trying to tear a piece of flesh from him. His face darkened instantly, the veins on his neck tightening. He grasped her waist and squeezed until she cried out in pain. She finally loosened her grip, but the very next moment, she aimed a deadly kick at him, her voice cold and harsh. "Get off, you ugly bastard." Mo Xian, having been struck both above and below, and called an ugly bastard to boot, was consumed by a murderous rage, his eyes darkening with a terrifying fury. However, he didn't act immediately. Shen Xi, who had been so defiant and unruly moments before, now seemed to have drained all her strength. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, her lips pouting in unconscious distress. She looked so fragile, her previously fierce expression now replaced by something pitiable and helpless. Anyone who saw her would undoubtedly feel a deep sense of sympathy. Chapter 6: Trouble at the Shen family. A knock came at the door, snapping Mo Xian back to his senses. His dark pupils were as deep as if they were filled with ink. There were no women's clothes in the room, so Mo Xian hastily grabbed one of his own shirts and threw it on Shen Xi. He opened the door to let Song Li in, her presence surrounded by an oppressive aura. Song Li had a cold and refined temperament, always exuding a calm and graceful air. But when she saw Mo Xian, a flash of intense, almost uncontrollable desire crossed her eyes. "Brother Yang, did you call me this late because you're feeling unwell?" Mo Xian's face darkened. "It's not me. Look at her." Only then did Song Li notice the woman lying on the large bed, even in her unconscious state, still looking beautiful enough to make anyone's heart race. She lay there like a fragile crystal doll, so stunning it made Song Li's heart ache. Her fingers tightened at her sides, and she heard Mo Xian's impatient voice, "What are you still standing there for?" Song Li quickly composed herself and approached Shen Xi to check her condition. Up close, she noticed that not only was Shen Xi beautiful, but her skin was flawless, almost delicate enough to break with a touch. Most notably, she was wearing Mo Xian's shirt. And beneath it, her body was covered in numerous bruises, clear to see. Song Li struggled to suppress her emotions and spoke in her usual cold tone, "There's nothing serious, just a chill. She's running a fever. I'll give her an 4, and once the fever goes down, she'll be fine." "All right." Shen Xi's hands were pale and slender, her fingers delicate and rounded, with a soft, almost translucent pink hue. It was a beauty that could drive anyone mad with envy. Song Li carefully administered the 4, and soon the dark red blood flowed through the needle. Shen Xi groaned lightly, furrowing her brow in discomfort. Mo Xian also frowned, but seeing Song Li's composed demeanor as she applied the bandage, he didn't comment. Song Li turned to leave but noticed faint bloodstains on Mo Xian's shirt. Her face shifted with shock. "Brother Yang, you're hurt. Let me check it." Before she could touch him, Mo Xian stopped her hand. "No need. You stay here tonight and take care of her." Song Li's fingers trembled slightly, but she bit her lip and suppressed her feelings. She then spoke lightly, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. I'll make sure she'll be up and about by tomorrow." Mo Xian gave her one last, deep look at the woman lying on the bed, then turned and left. After he left, Song Li stood by the bed, her gaze dark as she stared at the woman on the bed, drenched in sweat but still delicate and fragile, like a rose battered by rain. How could he let a woman onto his bed and treat her this violently? The provocative marks on Shen Xi's body made Song Li's eyes sting with bitterness, and she couldn't help but shed a few tears. When Shen Xi woke up, it was already the following evening. She felt as if she had spent the night in a bizarre dream. In the dream, there was a hot spring, but beneath it was a water ghost that devoured people. After a fierce battle for survival, she managed to escape its grasp, only to encounter a beautiful snake woman, her eyes cold and her tongue flicking out venomously. The sunset light filtered through the window, casting an ethereal glow over her body, giving everything an almost unreal sense of peacefulness. But her throat felt as if it was covered in blisters. Even swallowing was a painful effort. She pursed her dry lips and struggled to sit up, wanting to drink some water when a soft voice rang out behind her. "You're awake. Drink some water." A fair hand appeared with a transparent glass of water. "Thank you." Shen Xi hurriedly took the glass and drank a few sips before turning to look at the girl standing across from her. She had black, flowing hair and delicate features. While her beauty wasn't dazzling, the clarity and liveliness in her eyes added a unique charm. Shen Xi looked around the unfamiliar room, uncertain whether the events with Mo Xian the night before had been a dream or reality. Song Li seemed to think she was looking for Mo Xian. After taking the empty glass, she casually said, "You had a fever last night. Brother Yang handed you over to me." Brother Yang? Hearing the term, Shen Xi immediately realized that her ordeal with Mo Xian had not been a dream. He had indeed shoved her into the cold bath and violated her. And then he had turned on the air conditioning, making her sick. She clenched her teeth in rage. Song Li noticed Shen Xi's cold response and a trace of disdain appeared on her face. She turned to pack her things, grabbing her medical kit and sneering, "Since you're fine now, I'll be leaving." Shen Xi snapped back to attention, sensing the hostility from Song Li. Her expression immediately turned cold. "Go ahead." Without looking back, Song Li left. Shen Xi noticed a swollen, dark bruise on the back of her hand. For some reason, the woman in her dream, the beautiful snake, seemed to resemble Song Li's face in an odd way. So, Mo Xian, he was the water ghost, wasn't he? Birds of a feather. She picked up her phone and saw dozens of missed calls. Most were from Yiqing Wan, but her sister Shen Yu had also called several times, and even Shen Fangting had called. Her heart sank with an uneasy premonition. Could something have happened at home? She quickly called Shen Yu, but after several rings, no one answered. She tried calling again, but the result was the same. Finally, Yiqing Wan called. Shen Xi quickly answered, "Hello, Huan. Thank God. Thank heavens. Shi, you finally answered." Yiqing Wan's voice was raspy, filled with both exhaustion and relief. "I was about to call the police." Shen Xi cut her off. Huan, I'm fine. Tell me, did something happen to the Shen family?" Yiqing Wan's voice rose slightly. "You already know." Shen Xi's heart sank, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the phone. "Tell me quickly. What happened?" Yiqing Wan got straight to the point. "I don't know how it happened, but this morning, rumors started circulating that the Shen family offended the Mo family. People got scared and started cutting ties with us to avoid offending them. They were also trying to curry favor with the Mo family." Shen Xi's mind immediately conjured Mo Xian's handsome yet imposing face. So it was him? He could destroy the Shen family so easily with just a word. As she thought of her sister Shen Yu's situation, her heart sank into a frozen abyss. Shi. Are you listening?" Yiqing Wan's voice pulled Shen Xi from her thoughts. She answered in a hoarse voice, "I understand, Huan. I'll hang up now." After hanging up, Shen Xi dialed another number. When the call connected, she was greeted by blaring music on the other end. What time was it, and they were already partying? "Hey, feeling lonely?" The man's voice oozed with lewdness, making Shen Xi scoff in response. "Yes, little brother, I'm lonely, empty, and cold." "Then come over. I promise to make you feel like heaven." The man's flirtatious tone only made the women around him giggle, leaning even closer to him. Chapter 7 Buy one get one free. If it were any other time, Shen Xi would definitely continue to tease him, but now she obviously didn't feel like it anymore, and she changed her expression to a serious one. "Sister doesn't have time to play with you today, so do me a favor. Okay, call me brother and I'll give you my life. Shen Xi and Lu Fang grew up together, but Shen Xi was born half an hour earlier than him. She always dominated him and asked him to call her sister whenever he saw her. Lu Fang naturally didn't accept it and always took the opportunity he took advantage of her and forced her to call him brother. Naturally, Shen Xi was unwilling to let him have his wish, so the two of them kept going back and forth, taking advantage of each other. But now, brother Fang. Lu Fang got goosebumps all over his body when he heard the charming voice of his brother from the other end of the phone. He couldn't believe it and said, "Shen Xi, have you been bewitched?" Shen Xi lost his patience. "Stop talking so much nonsense. Believe it or not, I will beat your dog head off next time." Lu Fang was a servile person, but now he felt relaxed all over. "This is the 1111 sister I know, tell me what's going on." While waiting, Shen Xi asked someone to deliver clothes. Then he tidied himself up. His originally gloomy face now looked radiant and his almond-shaped eyes were sparkling. There was also news coming back from Lu Fang. "It is a positioning." Shen Xi was quite satisfied with his efficiency. She took a screenshot and sent it to Lu Fang. "Thank you, Fang. This is a little gift from your sister." Please take good care of your little brother tilde tilde tilde. Lu Fang took out his phone and casually clicked on the picture sent by Shen Xi. When he saw it, his face changed. This screenshot was an order for sea dog pills that Shen Xi placed for him on a certain group. It had been delivered and was about to be delivered. Here we are tilde 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 tilde. Also asked him to take good care of his little brother tilde tilde tilde. This woman. Lu Fang gritted his teeth in anger. Shen Xi. I won't let you die if you keep on doing this. When Shen Xi arrived at the imperial court, the streets were already brightly lit, and this city that never sleeps began its colorful nightlife again. On their way here, she had thought it through clearly. Every grievance has its perpetrator, and all the problems were with that bastard Mo Xian. She could only start with him. Just when she was getting off the car, she suddenly felt a pain in her stomach, her vision went dark, and she almost fell down. She shook her head, steadied herself, and then walked into the imperial court in high heels and elegant steps. After searching the scene with a hazy and blurred gaze, he easily found the man sitting in the middle of the booth. He had 2 buttons of his white shirt unbuttoned, revealing his sexy Adam's apple. No one knew what others said to him, but he nodded slightly in response. His noble and profound temperament made him stand out from the crowd and attract attention. Shen Xi curled her lips, then raised her red lips and walked towards the main seat with a dazzling smile. But before he got close, he was blocked by 2 arms on the left and right. Lin Feng and Lin Yuan were like 2 door gods, blocking Shen Xi and making it impossible for him to move. Shen Xi snorted and looked towards Mo Xian through the gap. The man didn't seem to notice what was happening here. He was watching the girls twisting and turning on the stage with a smile on his face. Bar. Shen Xi raised his head, and after scanning the handsome faces of Lin Feng and Lin Yuan with his cold and beautiful eyes, he smiled at them faintly. I have something to ask the third master. The 2 of them felt a chill in their backs for some reason. Why did they feel that Miss Shen's smile was a little creepy? Lin Feng glanced at Mo Xian and confirmed his thoughts. I'm sorry, Miss Shen, the third master is not seeing anyone now. Shen Xi raised her eyebrows and took 2 steps forward. Her slim and graceful figure seemed to touch Lin Feng and Lin Yuan's arms, scaring them so much that they hurriedly took 2 steps back. Promising. Shen Xi smiled seductively and raised her voice to attract the man's attention. Third master, I have something to tell you. These words finally attracted the attention of the group of people, and they turned to look at her. Fu Hanya chuckled, his beautiful peach blossom eyes full of teasing. Third master, I'm looking for you. Mo Xian crossed his legs, holding his 10 bony fingers together. When he saw Shen Xi's bright face, when she saw his face, she felt a dull pain in her chest. Her eyes darkened as she said, I don't know him. Shen Xi also expected that it would not be so easy to get close. Lin Feng and Lin Yuan immediately stepped forward towards Shen Xi again. Miss Shen, I'm sorry. Shen Xi was not afraid. She slowly stroked her flat belly with her slender 5 fingers and cried softly, Third master is so ruthless. I am carrying his flesh and blood in my belly. It seems that the child can only be with me and call others Daddy. Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Fu Hanya was drinking a glass of wine, and at this moment, he splashed the wine all over Mu Yanqing's head and face, earning Mu Yanqing's disgusted look. Ahem, Fu Hanya took the tissue handed over by the beautiful woman. I'm just a little excited. Shen Xian smiled and said, Why are you so excited, Mr. Fu? Do you want my child to call you dad? This woman really dares to say that. Fu Hanya narrowed his beautiful peach blossom eyes and laughed. This is great, buy 1 get 1 free, it's a big profit. Come, sit next to brother. When it comes to shamelessness, Shen Xi admits defeat. Lin Feng and Lin Yuan were petrified on the spot, staring at Shen Xi's flat belly in disbelief. Young master? Taking advantage of this gap, Shen Xi squeezed directly to the position between Mo Xian and Song Li as if no one was around, and successfully made Song Li's eyes red with anger. Fu Hanya smiled, Sister, Dad is here. You bastard. Take advantage of her. Dad, you bastard. Shen Xi rolled his eyes but didn't get angry yet, but Song Li on the side couldn't help it anymore. Miss Chen, don't talk nonsense, you are not pregnant at all. Song Li's face was distorted as he watched Shen Xi clinging to Mo Xian's arm like a spider spirit in the Pansy cave. Mo Xian's deep gaze also fell on Shen Xi's flat belly, and he said in a light tone, Are you pregnant? Shen Xi's eyes turned and met Mo Xian's obscure eyes. She pouted her red lips and said softly, "Does the third master have no confidence in himself?" Fu Hanya was sitting close by and couldn't help but chuckle when he heard that. I don't know when Mo Xian provoked such an interesting thing. It has dug a pit for Mo Xian to jump into. Mo Xian pulled the corner of his lips, raised his hand and pulled Shen Xi into his arms. His slightly cool fingertips gently stroked her tender pink lips, and his hot breath sprinkled on Shen Xi's sensitive ears. "I want to give you so much. I give birth to children." Shen Xi's body was greatly stimulated, and his whole body was stiff, but when he met Song Li's eyes that wanted to tear him apart, and looked at the curious eyes of the people around him, he simply raised his two slender white arms and hugged Mo Xian. Yang's neck, a pair of moist almond eyes looked into the depths of Mo Xian's dark pupils. Yes, third master is as handsome as Panan, tall, mighty, handsome and elegant, a beast in human clothing. Oops! Shen Xi almost bit off his tongue. How could he accidentally say what was in his heart? Chapter 8 Brother Yang. Mo Xian's meaningful gaze fell on Shen Xi's chattering mouth. He listened to her sweet words pouring out like they were free. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with tiny starlight, but there was no sincerity in them. A beast in human clothing. No, I said it wrong. Well dressed, well dressed. Shen Xi felt the power from his waist, his dark and moist eyes turned, and he hugged Mo Xian's neck. His voice became more gentle. So the women in the world are probably they all want to give birth to a baby for the third master. Including you. Shen Xi also gave it his all, that's natural. Look, we are both so good looking. The children we give birth to will be amazing. Mo Xian let go of her waist and stroked her delicate lips with his thumb. Shen Xi pursed her lips and moved closer to Mo Xian. Third master tilde. Mo Xian's eyes darkened. She pushed it back to its original position and sneered, "You dare to think so? What's wrong with thinking about it? It doesn't cost money." But seeing Mo Xian's expression, did Shen Xi agree to let her stay? Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she heard a sarcastic remark from the side, "I didn't expect Miss Shen to be so shameless." Shen Xi blinked his big, moist eyes innocently, his face full of sincerity, compared with Miss Song's thin and mean face. "My face that is so delicate and full of collagen is indeed quite thick." Yu Song Li didn't expect Shen Xi to be so shameless and stubborn. With red eyes, he looked at Mo Xian and shouted aggrievedly, "Brother Yang! Brother Yang!" Shen Xi was not willing to be outdone, and did the same thing, burrowing into Mo Xian's arms like a nimble snake. The call of "brother" made the bones of all the men present melt. Fu Hanya stood up with great interest, a smile on his face. "Sister 1111, why don't you call me Brother Yi, or Father Yi?" "Yi, Daddy." Shen Xi smiled with curved eyebrows, but Fu Hanya's face froze when he called out, and everyone burst into laughter. "Sister 1111. Fu Hanya still wanted to fight again. Mo Xian frowned and glared at Fu Hanya, who was eager to create chaos. He pushed Shen Xi a little further away from him and said in a deep voice with a hint of warning, "Behave yourself." "Oh." Shen Xi dragged out the ending tone, with a soft whisper of ambiguity in it, and then changed the subject. "Brother Yang, your baby said she is hungry." Mo Xian's narrow eyes showed a hint of a narrow smile. "My baby." Shen Xi nodded vigorously and said with a double meaning, "Well, your baby is hungry. It's better not to have face or anything like that." Mo Xian looked at Shen Xi's charming eyes filled with flickering stars. He was obviously full of bad intentions, but for no reason, he softened his heart. He raised his hand, called the waiter, and ordered a few words. Shen Xi listened and looked at him with a higher opinion. "I thought this bastard could only torture her in various ways." Song Li was pulled to sit beside his brother Song Yu, and Shen Xi's side temporarily became quiet. The men around were all smoking, and the smell of the smoky air made her throat hurt, as if she was coughing up blood. Although Mo Xian also had a faint smell of tobacco, he had a clean and clear smell that belonged to him. Shen Xi couldn't help but and moved a little closer to him. Her body had not recovered yet and her mind had been tense for such a long time. Now that she relaxed, she felt pain all over her body and fatigue came over her. She wanted to close her eyes and rest for a while. Mo Xian only felt that the little thing beside him kept leaning against him, the waves of fragrance kept stimulating his senses, and the temperature from his hand was getting hotter and hotter, making his heart flutter. He frowned slightly and glanced sideways, only to find that Shen Xi had her head lowered, with her soft hair falling down, covering her bright and beautiful face. She was a little too quiet. Mo Xian raised his hand and pinched her chin, frowning slightly. Shen Xi seemed to sense something, and pursed her red lips slightly, pushing his hand away with some difficulty. "Mo Xian, you hurt me." Her soft white hand covered his broad palm, and in an instant, the scorching heat was transmitted. Mo Xian raised his right hand and covered her forehead. His deep black eyes sank, and Shen Xi was somewhat greedy for the coolness of his palm. Like an insatiable cat, she rubbed against him again, feeling a little fragile in her discomfort, and a pair of soft and boneless hands took the opportunity to wrap around his waist. "Mo Xian, it hurts." Mo Xian paused, his heart suddenly felt like being grabbed by a hand and gently squeezed. His dim eyes fell on Shen Xi's dark head. Seeing Shen Xi throwing herself at Mo Xian so shamelessly, Song Li was so angry that she stood up and pulled her. "Shen Xi, how can you be so mean? Get out of here." Shen Xi felt pain in her arm and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Mo Xian was quick to hug her. His cold eyes passed over Song Li. "Let go." Song Li tightly grasped Shen Xi's arm, annoyed and sour. "Brother Yang, she is just pretending, don't be fooled." Mo Xian's eyes turned colder, and he said in a deep voice, "Let go." Song Li's heart trembled, but jealousy made her lose her mind. "Brother Yang, wake up, don't be fooled by this fickle woman, she is not pregnant at all, she just wants to use this to get close to you." Song Yu rushed over, pulled Song Li's hand away, and scolded, "Song Li, this is the third master's own business, it is not our turn to interfere, go back." "Brother," Song Li was unwilling to accept it, his voice was a little sharp, "look at her, she is just pretending." Song Yu looked down at Shen Xi. Her lips, which had been rosy just now, were now pale. Even her heavy makeup couldn't hide her pale face. She frowned, and beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. "She's not pretending, she's really sick. Go back." Song Li had never been scolded so harshly by Song Yu. The coldness in Song Yu's eyes woke her up. She let go of his hand in a daze, with a look of tears on her face. Song Yu felt bad seeing her like this, and sighed softly. His sister's thoughts were all written on her face. Cold. Shen Xi curled up in Mo Xian's arms, whispering softly. Mo Xian frowned, picked up the suit jacket he had put aside with his long hands, wrapped it around Shen Xi, put his left hand through her knees, and picked her up by the waist. "Song Yu, come with me, Lin Yuan, go drive." "Yes." Song Yu glanced at Song Li and followed without delay. Mo Xian carried the person to the hospital. Shen Xi lay on the bed, her long eyelashes trembling, her teeth chattering, and she kept muttering, "It's cold, it hurts." Mo Xian couldn't help but feel impatient when he saw this. He reached out and loosened the buttons of his shirt again, and looked at Song Yu, who was checking Shen Xi. "How is it?" "It looks like the fainting was caused by a cold and physical exhaustion. He also has severe chronic gastroenteritis and needs to be treated well." Song Yu's eyes fell on the dark and tall back of Shen Xi's hand. His sister. Mo Xian also noticed it. Her skin was originally fair, and such a big lump was really an eyesore. Chapter 9 At Friends. Song Yu, as soon as Mo Xian opened his mouth, Song Yu interrupted him. "Don't worry, third master, I will take care of it." Mo Xian said nothing more. He waved his hand and Song Yu nodded and left. "I'm outside. If you need anything, just let me know." After Song Yu left, the ward became quiet, and Shen Xi's murmurs and sobs became clearer. She kept shouting in pain, waving her hands wildly in the air. Seeing that the needle was about to break, Mo Xian stepped forward silently and held down her moving hands. He then remembered that she had called Mo Xian softly before. "I felt pain, so I relaxed a little." Mo Xian sneered, wondering when he had such patience. Shen Xi seemed to sense something, tears suddenly rolled out of his eyes, and he held Mo Xian's hand. "Ace, it hurts so much." Mo Xian's expression froze. Hearing her calling, "Ace, Ace," over and over again, he felt as if a huge stone was blocking his heart and he pulled his hand back. Shen Xi's tears fell even more violently. "Ace. I'm sorry, please don't leave." What followed was the sound of a door slamming loudly. The next morning, Shen Xi was awakened by his rumbling stomach. As soon as she opened her eyes, she heard a clear voice coming from the side. "You're awake, how do you feel?" Shen Xi glanced sideways and saw a man with a handsome appearance and gentle temperament, just like the morning sunshine, not hot but warm. "Who are you?" "I'm Song Yu, you can call me Dr. Song," Song Yu explained. "I'm also Song Li's brother." Oh, Shen Xi suddenly realized, no wonder he looked familiar, he had seen him last night. "I feel much better, thank you Dr. Song, you stayed here with me all night. This is my job. You must be hungry." Have some porridge to warm your stomach first. Song Yu opened the thermos bucket next to him, and a rich fragrance spread out, which made Shen Xi's appetite move. Swallowed. Song Yu poured her a bowl and said, "Drink slowly." "Thank you." The porridge was thick but not greasy, fragrant and sweet. Shen Xi drank 2 bowls before he felt alive again. Sensing the smile in Song Yu's eyes, she felt a little embarrassed. "Sorry, I made fun of you. I'm so hungry." "It's okay, but you have chronic gastritis, so you still need to pay more attention to your diet. You need to eat light food these days." Song Yu gently explained the precautions. Shen Xi listened carefully. "Okay, thank you Dr. Song, I'll remember it all. And I want to apologize to you on behalf of my sister. She was spoiled by me. Don't take it to heart." Song Yu said sincerely. Shen Xi's dark and moist eyes turned and looked at Song Yu with a smile. "Dr. Song wants to apologize, it's not impossible." After Song Yu left the ward, Chen Xi took another nap, then took out his mobile phone, slowly opened the WeChat business card that Song Yu had obtained and started adding friends. TSK. Mo Xian is a very boring person. His avatar is all black and he doesn't have a nickname. It's just 3 big characters, Mo Xian. Okay. Shen Xi looked at his cartoon WeChat avatar and felt dissatisfied. He selected a photo with a good angle from the album, then clicked to add a friend and added a note. "Third Master, to thank you for saving my life, I will be with you tonight. Please have dinner tilde." Then she waited and waited, but after a long time, no one came through. Could it be that you were busy and didn't see it? Almost losing patience, Shen Xi sent another friend request, but this time there were only 2 words, "Sen Yi tilde." However, after sending it out for a long time, it still fell into oblivion. Doesn't this person look at his cell phone? Shen Xi was depressed. After waiting for half an hour, there was still no response from the other party. Shen Xi was still determined and sent another request. This time it was 3 words, "Brother Yang tilde." The symbols at the end are like her long and delicate ending sounds, and just thinking about it brings up a vivid picture. But this bastard. Shen Xi thought about it and finally comforted himself that he must be busy and didn't notice it. Well, let's give it a try. The phone rang 3 times before being picked up. In an instant, Shen Xi used all his strength. "Brother Yang, your baby said that he missed you so much. It feels like a long time since we last saw each other. The baby hasn't seen you for 3 years tilde." Lin Feng on the other end of the phone shuddered all over, his hand loosened, and he almost dropped Mo Xian's phone to the ground. Chen Xi was still pinching his nose and trying hard. "How about we have dinner together tonight tilde." "Miss Chen, Miss Chen." Lin Feng stuttered, with goosebumps all over his body. Chen Xi was startled. "Little stutterer, you are not Mo Xian." Then when he thought about how he had acted so hard but acted the wrong person, Chen Xi wanted to hit his head against the wall and die. "Why didn't you remind me?" Lin Feng felt wronged. "Miss Chen, you didn't give me a chance to speak. Where is Mo Xian?" So he really didn't see all those messages she sent. "Boss Missouri is in a meeting." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the tightly closed door of the conference room opened. Mo Xian was wearing a well-fitting black suit, but the suit was double-breasted, and he looked more gentle and reserved in his calmness. With a noble temperament, he was the first to come out of the meeting room. Lin Feng stepped forward and handed the phone to Mo Xian. "Mr. Mo, Miss Shen's call." Shen Xi was overjoyed. "Mo Xian is out. Give him the phone number." However, what awaited her was a phone call that was hung up. Shen Xi held the phone in confusion. Could it be that the little stutterer hung up on him accidentally? She called again, and the other end said, "Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service area." What's not to understand? She was blocked. Damn, this moody dog. She was apparently well behaved yesterday, but today she was banished to the cold palace. Although Chen Xi was annoyed by Mo Xian's moodiness, he could only swallow his anger and go through the discharge procedures first. But I didn't expect to bump into someone at the hospital gate. Shen Xi was almost knocked down. Just as he was about to get angry, his soft white hands were grabbed by a pair of fat big hands. 1111, it's you. I hope your brother-in-law didn't hurt you. Chen Xi raised his head and looked at Wang Dafu's fleshy face, his yellow and black teeth, and his foul breath so close to him that he felt like vomiting in the morning. What made her most unbearable was Wang Dafu's naked, fiery gaze filled with undisguised lust, and he was holding her hand and stroking it back and forth. Shen Xi had a cold face, pulled his hand out forcefully, and distanced himself from Wang Dafu. "Mr. Wang, what a coincidence, meeting you here." Wang Dafu's greedy eyes lingered on Shen Xi's slender figure. Although she was wearing a white shirt and jeans, her waist was so thin that it could not be grasped, and her legs were long and straight. Even with her cold and angry face, she was still charming and pretty. It is much more interesting than her sister Shen Yu's aloof and cold appearance, which makes people unable to take their eyes away. Chapter 10, Vicious Plot. 11:11. This shows that we are destined to be together. Your brother-in-law will take you wherever you want to go. Wang Dafu walked closer to Shen Xi again and stretched out his hand to grab Shen Xi, but Shen Xi avoided him. Shen Xi had a look of disgust on her face. How could such a disgusting and despicable guy have the nerve to call himself her brother-in-law? Even if she tried her best, she would never let her sister marry such a scumbag. "Sorry, Mr. Wang, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Shen Xi quickened his pace and left. Wang Dafu wanted to chase after him, but he was fat and couldn't walk fast. He was out of breath and could only watch Shen Xi leave without looking back. How abominable! There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Wang Dafu's eyes, but his heart was hooked by this enchantress again. He walked towards the car unwillingly. At this time, a woman's voice came from behind. "Mr. Wang, please stay." He turned around and saw a girl with delicate makeup standing there. Although she looked a little dull compared to Shen Xi, the thorny rose, she was still pretty when viewed alone. Wang Dafu narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Chen Yang chuckled, "I am Shen Yu and Shen Xi's sister and brother-in-law. We have met each other." Compared to Shen Xi's unruly nature, Wang Dafu naturally prefers this kind of charming girl. Hearing her call him brother-in-law, his heart can't help but be a little moved. The daughters of the Shen family are all beautiful and pretty. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chen Yang suppressed the contempt in her eyes and smiled. "Brother-in-law, let's go to another place to talk." "Okay, get in the car." Before getting into the car, Chen Yang looked in the direction where Shen Xi disappeared, her eyes full of malice. "Shen Xi, I won't let you have an easy time." After leaving the hospital, Shen Xi went to Shen Group. The impact this time was quite significant. The already struggling Shen Group was now even more panicked, and many people had already quietly found their next employer. Shen Xi frowned and just arrived at the door of Shen Yu's office. He heard Shen Fangting's furious voice coming from inside. "You have to marry even if you don't want to. I have already negotiated the betrothal gift with the Wang family. You will marry into the Wang family at the end of this month. Go." "I won't marry." Shen Yu's voice was cold, as if it had been washed by the gurgling snow water from the snowy mountains. "If you have nothing else, please go back. I have a meeting to attend." Shen Fangting was furious. "Shen Yu. Marriage is always decided by parents and matchmakers. If I say marry, you must marry." Shen Yu finally raised her head from the documents, her cold eyes full of sarcasm and ridicule. "Boss Shen, you can get married, I'm not stopping you." Shen Fangting was not angry at all. He slammed the table and stood up, pointing his finger at Shen Yu. "Shen Yu, you dare to talk back? Don't forget what you swore when you took this position. I am the biggest shareholder. If you don't marry me, get out of the company immediately." Shen Yu frowned, but the office door was pushed open from the outside. Shen Xi's cold eyes fell on Shen Fangting like a knife. "If you want to leave, you should leave. Don't forget who founded this company. It's ours. My mother worked so hard to build this company, and who supported it? My sister. The fact that Shen's company can survive to this day has nothing to do with you, a useless person who can only sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. You bastard, why did I give birth to a bastard like you?" Shen Fangting was furious. He looked around and grabbed the pen holder on Shen Yu's desk and threw it at Shen Xi. The pen holder was hard and had sharp edges. Although Shen Xi dodged to the side, the sharp corner still scraped her forehead, leaving a wound. "When I touched it, it was warm blood." Shen Xi never thought that Shen Fangting would be so angry and humiliated that he would attack her. Was he trying to kill her? The hatred in his eyes suddenly deepened. Shen Yu suddenly stood up and pulled Shen Xi aside. 11:11, let your sister see. It's okay." As she said it, warm liquid dripped down her eyelashes. Shen Yu immediately picked up the tissue on the table and pressed it on her head. "Don't talk, stop the bleeding first." Shen Xi nodded, and Shen Yu turned around, with a terrifying coldness all over her body, a layer of blood in her eyes, and an icy tone. "Boss Shen, intentional injury will lead to legal liability. Yu Chen Fangting met Chen Yu's eyes and suddenly felt a little scared, because she looked too much like Fu Wanqing. With her red eyes, she looked like an evil ghost that came to the door in the middle of the night to lock the soul. He took 2 steps back a little scared and looked at Shen Xi, who was pressing his forehead. The tissue in Shen Xi's hand was almost stained, which was shocking. And her eyes were as calm and serene as an ancient well, as if there was a man-eating beast hiding in them. He swallowed nervously and said in a timid tone, You just wait. Then he fled in panic. Chen Xi pursed her lips, and Chen Yu went to the bathroom and wrung out a towel. Let sister see it quickly. It's really nothing. Chen Xi put down his hand, suppressing the chill in his body. It's just a minor skin injury, it's nothing serious. Shen Yu heaved a sigh of relief after checking. Fortunately the wound is not deep, but you can't touch water or eat anything with soy sauce in the next few days. What if it leaves a scar? Just stay, it doesn't matter. Shen Xi smiled slightly. Nonsense, such a beautiful face, like a perfect work of art, how can it leave scars? Shen Yu asked the assistant to bring in the medicine box, and after carefully treating Shen Xi, she said, Why do you have to irritate him? This is not good for you. Who asked them to go too far? They actually dared to trade Shen Yu's marriage. Shen Yu was open-minded. Family marriages are like this. If it's not him, it will be someone else. It can't be a despicable pervert like Wang Dafu. The coldness in Shen Xi's eyes gathered again. A scumbag like that should be castrated. Shen Yu was shocked and looked at Shen Xi worriedly. Did he bully you? Shen Xi didn't expect her sister to be so sensitive, but she was smart, so she just said, Don't worry, I didn't let him take advantage of me. I will protect myself, and I won't let you marry him. Shen Yu smiled gently. Her smile was like the melting winter snow and the spring breeze blowing on her face. She touched Shen Xi's little face with eyes full of tenderness, and the phone on the table rang. She went over to pick it up and said politely, President Zhang. Soon, Shen Yu's expression changed. President Zhang, we have already negotiated this loan, why is it not possible now? After a while, Shen Yu put down the phone helplessly. Okay, I understand. Sister, is there a problem with the company's funds? Shen Xi is also very smart and can guess the general situation in just a few words. Shen Yu sighed. Our company has no dealings with the Mo Group, and I don't know where we offended them. She looked at the time and comforted Shen Xi, but it's okay, sister can handle it, you go home first bar. Good. Chen Xi understood Shen Yu's temper, so he didn't stay any longer and turned away. Deep down, she was determined to find that man. But the WeChat messages weren't accepted and the phone calls were blocked. What else could she do? Of course, the only option is to go straight in and kill him. Chapter 11 Beauty Saves Handsome Guy. Chen Xi, wearing sunglasses on his nose, stood in the central area of CBD where every inch of land is valuable. He was still deeply shocked by the imposing and glittering Mo's building in front of him. Occupying the most expensive land in Nanjiang and bearing the reputation of being the #1 building in Nanjiang, the Mo's building actually makes people look up to it. And that man was born to stand at the top of this power. Shen Xi suddenly hesitated. At this time, she saw a black Bentley driving over, and a man suddenly rushed out from the side, knocked her to the side, and then stood in the middle of the road with his arms open and eyes closed, waiting for the wheels to run over him. This is a scam. Shen Xi was so nervous that his breathing almost stopped. But there was a sharp brake sound, and the car finally stopped steadily at the man's knees. The man's knees were shaking violently and his trouser legs were rubbing against the front of the car. The seat belt pulled Mo Xian's body in the back seat, and the documents in his hands were scattered all over the car. Lin Feng apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Mo, it's Jian Kuan. Mo Xian raised his head, his deep phoenix eyes fell on the man who was blocking their way ahead. The man opened his tightly closed eyes, and his body shook like a sieve. Seeing Mo Xian sitting in the car, he ran to the back door with shaking legs and knelt down, slapping himself and crying bitterly. Boss Missouri, I was wrong, Boss Missouri, please give me another chance, I can't go to jail. Mr. Mo, I beg you to give me another chance. The man's head banged against the ground, and soon, bloodstains appeared on the ground. Lin Feng got out of the car and tried to pull the man away, but the man just knelt on the ground and refused to get up. His loud shouting attracted passers-by to look over here. Finally, the back door opened. Chen Xi saw a pair of black leather shoes stepping out of the car first, followed by straight black trouser legs and a tall body. When he was completely exposed outside the car, it was like the scorching sun dispelling the haze in the sky, and the whole scene was instantly filled with elegance. The most important thing is that he is wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses today. With his perfect inverted triangle figure and a breath of abstinence, he is definitely a beast in human clothing. Even Shen Xi's gaze lingered on his face, which was both restrained and lustful, and it was difficult to move away. The girls around him couldn't help but shout how handsome he was, and some even took out their cell phones to take pictures without hesitation. TSK, it attracts bees and butterflies. The man kneeling on the ground saw Mo Xian coming down, and he kowtowed his head even harder, dong 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 like beating a drum, but it couldn't hit Mo Xian's eyes. He ignored the man's pleas, glanced past him, and opened his legs. The man burst into tears and rushed over to hug Mo Xian's legs, but before he could touch them, his hand was stepped on by Mo Xian. On the ground. The man suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. He wanted to pull out, but couldn't. Mo Xian maintained a dignified and indifferent face, ignored the man's shouting, and walked inside. Everyone around heard the sound of the man's finger bones breaking and gradually quieted down. Lin Feng and Lin Yuan dragged the man away. Shen Xi tightened his fingers at his sides, his eyes following Mo Xian's tall back as he entered the Mo's building, his heart filled with anxiety. This is the legendary Mr. Mo Xian who is high above everyone and feared by everyone. Mo Xian returned to the office with a cold face. The entire office area was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. What happened downstairs has spread upstairs. No one dared to bring bad luck to Mo Xian. Until Assistant Chen Yi knocked on the door and came in. Boss Missouri, everything has been arranged. Mo Xian stood in front of the huge French window, one hand in his trouser pocket, his slender back bathed in the sun, his handsome face was hazy and his expression was unclear. Let's go to the meeting. Yes. Chen Shishou watched a few good shows downstairs. They were all the daughters of Nanjiang's rich and famous ladies who wanted to come and ask for an audience with the most powerful man in Nanjiang, but without exception, they were all blocked by the front desk. She didn't go forward and make herself look bad. But as their waiting went from morning to afternoon, and then to evening, she couldn't help but become impatient. Feeling thirsty and hungry, Shen Xi touched his flat belly and walked towards the convenience store next to him. After a while, a delicious hamburger was brought out. When I took a bite, the aroma of meat filled the air. It was so satisfying. But when she was about to go back to the old place to wait, she saw the man whose palm was stepped on by Mo Xian in the morning driving a van into the underground garage with a ferocious face. Shen Xi's heart skipped a beat and an inexplicable thought flashed through his mind. Could this person be going to seek revenge on Mo Xian? If this is true, then she can be a beautiful woman saving the handsome guy. She quickly stuffed the burger into her mouth and followed quietly. Underground garage. Shen Xi found a pillar to hide behind, and saw several men in black getting out of the car, each holding a 1-meter-long knife with a cold and sharp look in their hands. Jian Kuan gave a few instructions with a ruthless look on his face, and the man in black with a knife hid nearby. So many people. Shen Xi was startled and hurriedly took out her cell phone, trying to tip off Mo Xian, but she couldn't contact him. Then I saw the elevator door on the underground floor opened, and the noble and indifferent man stepped out of the elevator. What's even worse is that he didn't even have anyone with him. Isn't this just seeking death? And those men in black hiding in the dark had already rushed towards Mo Xian with knives in hand. Shen Xi was so anxious that he could only shout, "Mo Xian, be careful." The urgent voice echoed in the underground garage. Mo Xian dodged the big knife coming from behind with a flash of his body, and with a sideways kick, he kicked the man in black on the left out. But 2 hands were no match for 4 punches. Shen Xi was so anxious that he could only shout, right, be careful to the right." Jian Kuan saw that the 7 people he brought were no match for Mo Xian, and saw Shen Xi who kept reminding him. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he reached out to Shen Xi from behind. Shen Xi was paying attention to Mo Xian's situation and didn't pay attention to what was behind her. When she found out, Jian Kuan's cold knife was already against her slender neck. Shen Xi's scream caused Mo Xian to turn around. Jian Kuan's hand was injured, but the knife was very long. If Shen Xi dared to move, she would be killed instantly. She didn't dare to move. She was very upset. She was taken advantage of by someone. Mo Xian's eyes flashed, and his deep gaze fell on Jian Kuan. Seeing this, Jian Kuan sneered as if he had grasped some powerful handle. "Mo Xian, stop right there. Otherwise I will kill this woman." Shen Xi felt a pain in his neck and almost burst into tears. Seeing Mo Xian walking towards him, Shen Xi shouted anxiously, "Mo Xian, don't move. I don't want to die yet." Chapter 12. Kill if you want. He had just been through a fierce battle, but at this moment, he was still as elegant as if he had just retreated from a banquet. He adjusted the diamond cufflinks on his cuffs and said in his usual cold voice, "Kill me if you want. What does it have to do with me?" Shen Xi's eyes suddenly widened. This damn man, she was in danger because of him, but he was so ruthless and ignored her life and death. Jian Kuan had not expected that Mo Xian would have such an attitude, and he was approaching him step by step. He held Shen Xi hostage and retreated repeatedly, the sharp blade cutting Shen Xi's delicate and tender flesh inch by inch, and bright red blood flowed down his body. The blade stayed on her snow-white neck, shocking. "Mo Xian, you bastard!" Shen Xi gritted his teeth, looked around, suddenly raised his foot, and stepped hard on Jian Kuan's instep. She was wearing pointed high heels and she used a lot of force when she stepped down. Jian Kuan felt pain and his hand trembled. Shen Xi thought he was going to die here, but suddenly a small stone flew out from the side and hit Jian Kuan's back of the hand hard. His hand felt pain and the long sword fell to the ground. Mo Xian stretched out his arms and pulled Shen Xi into his arms. Shen Xi covered his bleeding neck and watched several men in suits rushing out from the side. They subdued Jian Kuan to the ground, and also controlled all the men in black who wanted to escape. Chen Yi stepped forward, took off the mask of a man in black, found a tattoo on the back of his neck, and looked up at Mo Xian. "Boss Missouri, this is Boss Hong's man." Mo Xian's eyes were dark, and his tone was indifferent. Since Boss Hong doesn't know how to discipline people, Chen Yi, discipline him and send him back. For some reason, when Shen Xi heard the word discipline, his body subconsciously shrank. "Yes." Chen Yi responded, then Jian Kuan. Chen Yi's eyes fell on Jian Kuan. The man who had just been shouting suddenly knelt down again when he heard this. Third master, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, give me another opportunity, Master San." Mo Xian said in a deep voice, "Chen Yi, take good care of Mr. Jiang." Chen Yi took the order and immediately ordered, "Drag everyone away." In less than a minute, the area was cleared as if nothing had happened. Chen Xi is not stupid, there is nothing he doesn't understand at this moment. This was clearly a plan that had been planned for Jian Kuan to come to her, and she foolishly almost lost her life. When she thought of the coldness of the knife rubbing across her neck, she suddenly felt a pain in her neck. She reached out and touched it, and suddenly his face turned pale and he cried out, "Third master, there is so much blood. Will I die?" When he lowered his head, he saw that the blood on her neck was still flowing, dripping onto her white shirt, like winter sweets blooming in the snow. A bit dazzling. He frowned, and Shen Xi raised his wet eyes and looked at him. "Third master, it really hurts." Mo Xian snorted indifferently, "You are courting death, who can you blame?" He pushed her away and was about to leave. Shen Xi resisted the urge to spit out sweet words and hurriedly grabbed the man's arm. "Third master, I am your man in life and your ghost in death, Mo Xian stared coldly at her little hand that was clinging to his arm. "Let go." Mo Xian at this moment was the same as when he dealt with Jian Kuan in the morning. His cold eyes seemed to chill Shen Xi's heart. She smiled a little stiffly, and pursed her red lips and muttered, "I still look at they are sneaking around and I am afraid they will harm you. It would be fine if you don't appreciate it, but why are you being so fierce?" The light in his eyes dimmed, like the falling stars in the sky. This time, Shen Xi was the first to let go of Mo Xian's arm, covered his neck, pursed his lips and turned around. "You bastard, it hurts so much, but you don't know how to be gentle with women at all." She was really in pain, so much so that she was about to cry. Mo Xian looked at the two bright red handprints on his sleeves, then at Shen Xi's shaking shoulders, and walked forward and stuffed the man into the car. "What are you doing, robber?" Shen Xi was dizzy from the fall. Just as she sat up, a towel was thrown on her head. "Hold her down." Shen Xi slowly came to his senses. "Third master, are you going to send me to the hospital?" "Don't want to go." Chen Xi shook her head repeatedly. Yes, of course I have to go. It would be a pity to leave a scar on such a beautiful neck of mine." Heh. Mo Xian's smile had an inexplicable meaning, which made Shen Xi unsure. "Third master, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just think the bowl-sized scar suits you very well." Shen Xi didn't react at first, but after thinking about it, he shuddered in his heart, but he was unwilling to suffer any loss. "Third master, you are completely conquered by my beauty. If you want my beautiful head, You don't have to go through so much trouble. Yes, if you give me a call, I promise I will be there whenever you call me. Mo Xian glanced at the pale but righteous woman in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sneer. You really know how to flatter yourself. Now you don't want to seduce Mo Shiyun anymore. I listen to Third Master. If Third Master tells me to stay away from him, then I will definitely stay away from him. Besides, with Third Master as my role model, how can I still be interested in a piece of rubble like Mo Shiyun? Woolen cloth. Mo Xian sneered again. You speak better than you sing. Why don't you go find your brother Ace? Ace? Shen Xi raised one eyebrow high. What did he mean? How do you know Ace? When did she let the cat out of the bag? Was it last night? She was in a daze due to fever last night and really didn't remember mentioning Ace's name. In an instant, countless question marks flashed through Shen Xi's mind, but when the words came to his mouth, he was surprised. Brother Ace. Third Master, what are you talking about? Ace is a dog I raised when I was a child. I lived for many years, and then died. I was very sad and kept hoping it would not go away. When they arrived at the hospital, Mo Xian's car braked beautifully and stopped in front of the door. Mo Xian got out of the car with big steps. Shen Xi resisted the urge to curse and reminded the fast-walking figure in front of him, Mo Xian, I'm a patient. Song Li was wearing a white coat, with her long black hair tied into a braid hanging down at her side. She had just passed the hall with the medical records when she saw the handsome man. She couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, Brother Yang. Mo Xian is tall and has long legs, outstanding facial features and extraordinary temperament. No matter where he goes, he is the most eye-catching presence. When he saw Song Li, he didn't have much emotion, just nodded lightly. However, Shen Xi, who followed behind, had pale lips and was very dissatisfied. Mo Xian, it's great that you have long legs. Don't you know that I have lost too much blood? The smile on Song Li's face froze slightly, and he looked at Shen Xi with an ambiguous expression. Miss Shen is injured. Chapter 13, Ecstasy. Shen Xi glanced at Song Li calmly. You are talking nonsense, Mo Xian. If I die, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. After Shen Xi gritted his teeth and said this, he felt his eyes go dark, his body swayed, and he fell softly to the ground. Fortunately, Mo Xian reached out and hugged her sliding body. Song Li tightened her fingertips inside her white coat, and then she squatted in front of Shen Xi. Brother Yang, leave her to me. She reached out to help Shen Xi, but before her hand touched him, Mo Xian gently picked him up and said, no need. He went straight to the director's office. Song Li's fingertips were cut by the sharp pen tip, but she seemed unaware. Her colleague's words were particularly harsh. Song Li, who is that man? He's so handsome. And that woman is so beautiful too, she must be a celebrity. That man is quite nervous about women. They must be boyfriend and girlfriend. No. Song Li clenched his fists and stared coldly at the female colleagues around him. That woman is from the entertainment industry. The female colleagues around me all showed expressions of surprise after hearing this. In the director's office, Shen Xi stroked the thick gauze on his neck, looking worried. Doctor, I hope this won't leave a scar. Director Zhang is over 70 years old, with a head of white hair, but he is energetic. After hearing her words, he sighed and said, such a deep wound will definitely leave a scar. Shen Xi uttered an and his already pale face turned even paler. No way, the price is so high, Mo Xian, if I can't get married, you will be responsible. Mo Xian sneered, you really dare to think so? Shen Xi wanted to say something, but when she met his teasing and deep gaze, she pursed her lips and snorted, you are so old, I still don't like you. Director Zhang couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Okay, little girl, the teasing I just did won't leave a scar. Really? Shen Xi's face lit up with joy, and his pale face immediately regained some redness. Director Zhang prescribed medicine for her and told her to pay attention to the precautions. Shen Xi was relieved. Thank you, doctor. Mo Xian exchanged a few more pleasantries with Director Zhang, then took Shen Xi downstairs to get the medicine. Shen Xi took the medicine and turned around to see Mo Xian walking out. Chen Yi was already waiting at the door in his car. Mo Xian had already gotten into the car, and Chen Xi hurriedly followed him in from the other side of the car. The car door closed, and Mo Xian stared at her coldly. Get out. Shen Xi shook his head. I have something to tell you, and I'll leave after I finish it. I have nothing to say to you, get out of the car. Mo Xian's tone was so cold that it made people tremble. Shen Xi shrank back. I just want to tell you, I promise not to have any ideas about Mo Xiyun. You can let the Shen family go. Mo Xian stared at her, as if he was considering her words. Shen Xi was afraid that he didn't believe it, so he quickly raised 3 fingers again. I promise, I will avoid Mo Xisha when I see him in the future, and I will never say anything more to him. One word. Her moist pupils were sparkling, but the gauze on her neck was really an eyesore. Mo Xian looked away and said, Get out of the car. Chen Xi's eyes moved, and suddenly he pulled up his broad palm that was placed aside, hooked his little finger, and then put it on his thumb. If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Put a stamp on it, and you are not allowed to regret it. Childish. Mo Xian pulled his hand back angrily, his face still as cold as ice. Shen Xi was not annoyed. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he got out of the car happily. Before leaving, he waved to Mo Xian, Third Master, take care. Inside the car, Mo Xian stared at his little finger, which seemed to still retain a slight warmth left by Shen Xi, and hummed. After Chen Xi returned home, he slept in his room for a whole day and night. I took medicine on time and diligently for the injury on my neck, for fear of leaving a scar. During this time, Yi Qinghuan asked her out for a drink, but she declined. So on the 3rd day, she went to the hospital to change the bandage. She removed the thick gauze and replaced it with a thin one to stick on her neck. In the past few days, Shen Xi also inquired with Shen Yu, and found that Mo Xian still kept his word, and the several interrupted projects of Shen's company were in progress again. She curled the corners of her lips and hummed a little tune, but when she turned around, she saw the woman standing not far behind her. Shen Xi was in a good mood. Dr. Song, what a coincidence. Unfortunately, Miss Shen, I was waiting for you on purpose. Song Li was wearing a white coat, but her long hair was braided into a fishbone braid behind her, leaving a strand of slightly curly hair on each ear, and her beautiful face was full of vitality. The facial features are a pleasing sight in this dull and dreary hospital. Shen Xi raised his eyebrows. Wait for me. I wonder what Dr. Song can do for you. Song Li's cold eyes fell on Shen Xi. This woman's good figure is really enviable, but she also looks like she doesn't know how to restrain herself. Her eyes fell on Shen Xi's flat belly. Miss Shen, you are not pregnant. Girls should still respect themselves and not throw themselves at men whenever they see one. Shen Xi couldn't help laughing, with a sneer on his lips. Dr. Song, you are not interested in Shen Fangting, are you? Song Li was a little puzzled. Who is Chen Fangting? Shen Xi was surprised. Shen Fangting is my father. Song Li came to her senses and realized that she had been fooled by Shen Xi. She was so angry that her face turned red. Shen Xi, stop talking nonsense. Shen Xi looked at Song Li's expression and the surprise on her face deepened. Don't you like my dad and want to be my stepmother? Otherwise, why do you care about me so much? Song Li didn't expect Shen Xi to be so difficult to deal with. His eyes immediately turned red with anger. Shen Xi, you know your reputation well. Brother Yang is not someone you can covet. If you are smart, you should stay away from him. Shen Xi curved her red lips, looking at Song Li with arrogance and insolence, stepping on the cat steps, approaching Song Li step by step, and chuckled in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I can't have any desire. Can you? He said. I made him feel like he was in heaven. Song Li's eyes suddenly widened, looking at Shen Xi's face so close to her. She raised her hand angrily. Shen Xi, you have no shame. But before his hand fell, it was grabbed by Shen Xi. Shen Xi looked thin, but he was quite strong. He tightly grasped Song Li's wrist and smiled like a poppy. I am shameless. Your brother Yang Shi couldn't stop calling me daddy in bed. Look at the marks on my body. They have just faded away. Song Li's eyes widened, her face was spitting fire. She wanted to tear off Shen Xi's arrogant and bright face. Shen Xi, you are a scumbag. Shen Xi picked her ears, suddenly pushed Song Li forward, and stood there in her high heels, like a queen with full aura, and snorted at Song Li. I am better than you. Who do you think you are? Who gave you the nerve to show off to me? Chapter 14 Miss Me. Song Li had never been treated like this before, especially after hearing Shen Xi's humiliation. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but when she stood up, Shen Xi had already walked away in a cool manner, and she was so angry that she could only stomp her feet on the spot. Behind the pillar on the other side, there was a tall figure who heard every word of the conversation between the two people. His dark and narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Was he in ecstasy? Dad? Shen Xi left the hospital, his good mood ruined. It's all Mo Xian's fault, that bastard. Thinking that he had blocked me and his WeChat message was not accepted, I held my breath. Now I couldn't curse him even if I wanted to. So he took out his phone again and sent a friend request to Mo Xian, with the note, "Third master, I miss you tilde 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 tilde." Shen Xi didn't expect that his friend request would be approved, so he planned to add him later. Unexpectedly, he suddenly found that his friend request had been approved. WeChat prompts that Mo Xian has accepted your friend request and you can chat now. Shen Xi was still a little confused when he saw the message from Mo Xian, "Miss me." Did Mo Xian take the wrong medicine today? Or did she add the wrong friend? But this avatar and this name are correct no matter how you look at them, and Lin Feng and Lin Yuan don't dare to approve her friend request. So, this is Mo Xian himself. Just seeing the 3 words, "miss me," made her face feel a little hot for no reason, and then she thought of the anger she had suffered from Song Li, and she had a seductive thought, "Yes, I miss you so much that I can't eat or sleep." Tilde 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 Mo Xian, "Okay, I'll let Lin Feng pick you up in the evening." Shen Xi sat up straight suddenly. However, Mo Xian on the other end just looked at him dead and didn't reply. What does Mo Xian mean by letting Lin Feng take her over? What are a man and a woman doing alone in the middle of the night? Shen Xi couldn't help but get angry, but no matter how many messages she sent, they all fell on deaf ears. Damn it, what a big hole has she dug for herself. Shen Xi returned home with a depressed look on his face and saw a strange car parked in the yard in front of the door. When she entered the room, she heard Ji Rulan calling her, 1111 is back, hurry up and wash your hands and have dinner. Shen Xi changed his shoes at the entrance. When he entered the living room, he saw the man sitting on the sofa grinning at him, and immediately frowned. Seeing Shen Xi standing there, Shen Fangting scolded, "What are you doing standing there? Hurry up and call someone." Shen Xi called out coldly, "Boss Wang." As soon as Wang Dafu saw Shen Xi, his eyes were glued to her. Although Shen Xi was barefaced today, her clean and cool appearance could arouse a man's desire to conquer her. He licked his lower lip. With lust in his eyes. Shen Xi felt uncomfortable being stared at. "I'll go upstairs and change my clothes." She returned to the room and smelled a faint scent of essential oil. Upon closer inspection, I saw that the humidifier in the room was turned on. She frowned. Thinking of the look in Wang Dafu's eyes on her, Shen Xi opened the closet and selected loose long-sleeved trousers from it, which just covered her slim figure. When I went downstairs, everyone was already seated, but I didn't see my sister Shen Yu. Shen Xi thought this was a good thing, as it would prevent his sister from losing her appetite due to seeing Wang Dafu. Ji Rulan invited her to sit down. "Come, 1111, sit down quickly, it's time to eat." There is only one seat left next to Wang Dafu. Shen Xi glanced at Chen Yang, who was sitting opposite him with a smile on her face, and Ji Rulan, who was diligently serving the dishes. He had no idea what the mother and daughter were up to. Suddenly, a piece of greasy sweet and sour pork ribs was placed in her bowl. 1111, don't just eat vegetables, eat some meat. As Wang Dafu spoke, saliva actually flew out of his mouth and splashed onto Shen Xi's face. Shen Xi chuckled twice, "Mr. Wang, you're too polite. I'm trying to lose weight recently, so I just need to eat vegetables." "What? You still need to lose weight with your figure?" "No need to lose weight. If you lose more weight, it will be uncomfortable to hold you." Hearing this, Shen Xi's brows furrowed. Wang Dafu also realized that he had said something wrong and quickly made amends. "What I meant is that you have a good figure and don't need to lose weight." Shen Xi glanced at the gloating Chen Yang opposite him and smiled slightly. "Then Mr. Wang, do you think my sister Chen Yang's figure is just what you like?" Chen Yang was originally stuffing a piece of braised pork into her mouth, but when she saw Wang Dafu looking at her, she suddenly felt like there was something stuck in her throat. The braised pork was too greasy, so she quickly put it down. Chen Yang was indeed fatter than Shen Xi, especially her waist and abdomen, which were one size bigger than Shen Xi's. She was also very confident about her figure, but being stared at by Wang Dafu, she suddenly felt a little creepy. He glared at Shen Xi angrily, then smiled slightly. "What are you talking about, sister? My figure is called baby fat, and your figure is hot and sexy. My brother-in-law is well informed and must understand." Upon hearing this, Wang Dafu turned his gaze back to Shen Xi. It was a pity that Shen Xi was wearing loose clothes at the moment and nothing could be seen. However, this face was something that people could never get tired of looking at. Ji Rulin smiled and raised the wine glass and said, Yaya can't come back today because of something, so let's toast to Dafu together. We will be a family from now on. Shen Xi curved her red lips and smiled, Auntie Lan is right. At first glance, Mr. Wang and Auntie Lan really look like a couple. It doesn't seem a bit inappropriate to say that you are family. Ji Rulin's smile froze. She didn't expect that this little bitch would dare to say such outrageous words. She immediately looked at Chen Fangting on the side with grievance. As expected, Shen Fangting put down the wine glass heavily in his hand. Shen Xi, listen to what nonsense you are saying. Dafu is your brother-in-law. Drink and apologize. Shen Xi sneered in his heart, but smiled at Shen Fangting. Then, I congratulate Dad for having a son older than me. After saying that, he picked up the red wine glass at hand and drank it all. Then stood up and said, Sorry, I'm full, enjoy your meal. After saying that, she went upstairs by herself. Har har. She didn't believe that Shen Fangting couldn't see what Wang Dafu was thinking, but he had to call him home. Listening to the laughter coming from downstairs, Shen Xi felt nauseous. I don't know if it's because I drank too quickly, but now I feel a little dizzy. She lay down on the bed, wanting to rest for a while, but she felt hotter and hotter, her mouth was dry, and her body felt as if hundreds of ants were gnawing at her. She felt very uncomfortable. She sat up and prepared to change her long-sleeved clothes, but just as she unbuttoned the button, she heard the sound of the doorknob turning outside the door. She was startled to find that the door was already open. Wang Dafu, with a red face, was standing at the door, like a mountain, blocking the light leaking in from the corridor. He drank a lot of wine, and there was undisguised desire in his eyes. Shen Xi's breathing became rapid, and coupled with the strange feeling coming from his body, he understood everything in an instant. She was drugged. Chapter 15 I feel so uncomfortable. As soon as Wang Dafu saw Shen Xi, his whole body was on fire. He locked the door and rushed towards Shen Xi. 1111, I'm here. Shen Xi dodged and hid on the other side of the bed. Her fingertips dug into the tender flesh of her palm, and she tried hard to stay awake. Wang Dafu looked at Shen Xi's pretty face under the light and her graceful figure looming under her shirt, and he laughed lustfully. 1111, don't run away, come here and let your brother-in-law kiss you, I like you. I like it very much. When Shen Xi heard Wang Dafu's words, she felt sick and almost vomited. What she didn't expect was that Shen Fangting would team up with Ji Rulin and her daughter to treat her like this. She was his biological daughter. This beast is worse than a pig or a dog. Although Wang Dafu is as stupid as a pig, the room is so big. Shen Xi knows that if he can enter this room, even if she screams and breaks her throat, people outside will not be able to save her, and they may even guard the door. Beware of her running out. In just such a flash, she was caught by Wang Dafu. Wang Dafu hugged her and threw her on the bed. Shen Xi screamed, let me go, let me go. Wang Dafu drank wine and took medicine. He was in high spirits at the moment. Shen Xi's feet were on him, as if they were tickling him, which aroused his interest. With a little force, he tore Shen Xi's legs apart. She's shirt. The skin like gelatin was exposed before Wang Dafu's eyes, and he was so excited that he almost couldn't breathe. Shen Xi continued to scream and cry. She really felt desperate and scared. Dad, please save me, Dad, Dad. Shen Fangting outside was a little moved when he heard Shen Xi's shouts. This idea was proposed by Ji Rulin. Although he didn't agree with it, Wang Dafu also revealed his thoughts in that regard. He definitely wanted to marry someone. My daughter was given to Wang Dafu, so I agreed. Just now. Ji Rulin and Shenyang both saw his wavering thoughts. Ji Rulin gave Shenyang a hint and asked her to guard the door. Then she took Shen Fangting's arm and said, Fangting, we have reached this point. Now don't be soft-hearted, Dafu will sign a contract with us tomorrow, and our Shen family will soon be able to regain its former glory. With Dafu as our backer, you don't have to look at Yaya's face anymore. When Shen Fangting heard this, he let go of the uneasiness in his heart. In addition, he couldn't hear Shen Xi's shouting here. All he could think about was restoring his former glory, so he nodded, just keep an eye on it, I'll go out. Play mahjong. Okay. After seeing off Shen Fangting, Ji Rulin returned to the door of the room and asked Shenyang, how was it? Shenyang looked at Ji Rulin with joy. Wang Dafu took so many medicines and was in high spirits. Shen Xi screamed so loudly. He must have been very happy. That's good, don't be afraid that you won't be able to deal with this dead girl. This is a strategy that kills two birds with one stone. It can satisfy Wang Dafu and destroy Shen Xi. When Shen Yang thinks about Shen Xi being abused by Wang Dafu, Shen Yang feels extremely happy. Shen Xi, I asked you to steal my boyfriend. At this moment, Wang Dafu's scream suddenly came from inside. The sound sounded eerie. Ji Rulan and Shen Yang looked at each other and heard Wang Dafu's cry for help coming from inside. Open the door quickly. Shen Yang was a little worried. Is something going to happen? Ji Rulan had already taken out the key and opened the door. When the door opened, she saw Wang Dafu lying in a pool of blood, and Shen Xi, holding a sharp knife, with disheveled hair and red eyes, like an evil ghost crawling out of hell, viciously stare at them. Neither Ji Rulan nor Shen Yang expected this to happen. Wang Dafu covered his lower body and shouted in pain, "Why are you still standing there? Call me an ambulance." Shen Xi was barefoot and disheveled. The sharp scissors cut her palms without knowing it. Step by step, she walked toward the door with blood on her eyes. Shen Yang shivered and stepped back. Shen Xi, you dare to kill someone, are you crazy? Shen Xi couldn't help but pick up the scissors and slashed at Shen Yang's face. Seeing this, Ji Rulan quickly pulled Shen Yang aside and said with the same trembling tone, "Shen Xi, what are you doing?" Shen Xi forcefully inserted the scissors into the door on one side, with endless hatred in his eyes. Ji Rulan, Shen Yang, Shen Xi, swear here that I will not avenge this revenge, and I will not be a human being. Ji Rulan and Shen Yang were really scared. They hugged each other tremblingly and watched Shen Xi leave without stopping them. Shen Xi staggered away from the front door of Shen's house. She didn't even wear any shoes, and her steps were bloody, but she didn't dare to stop. The desire that had just been suppressed by the pain surged through her body. It was like there was a ferocious little beast inside her that wanted to gushing out. And out. Lin Feng was driving the car, and Mo Xian was sitting in the back seat, holding a mobile phone in his hand. He saw a series of question marks sent by Shen Xi on it, and thinking about the look of shock and disbelief on the woman's face at that time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Meaning. Suddenly, Lin Feng braked suddenly. "Third master, we hit someone, it seems to be Miss Shen." Mo Xian looked stern, opened the door and got out of the car, walked to the front of the car, and saw Shen Xi huddled together in pain with disheveled clothes, not to mention the bloodstains all over his body, which were so dazzling in the dark. "Shen Xi." Mo Xian knelt down and helped Shen Xi up. Shen Xi trembled all over and his eyes wandered. After seeing the person clearly, he tightly grasped Mo Xian's arm with his 10 fingers. Mo Xian. Her lip had been bitten by her and was dripping with blood. The wound on her neck was also split open. There was a deep scratch on her hand. The blood flowed non-stop. Her whole body was miserable. Mo Xian only felt that his heart was being squeezed hard, and his usually silent heart was filled with anger that he had never felt before. He took off his suit jacket, wrapped Shen Xi, and picked her up. "Lin Feng, go to the hospital." "Yes." In the car. Shen Xi's whole body was hot, her eyes were blurred, and she was crawling back and forth in Mo Xian's arms uncomfortably. Mo Xian's eyes were dark, and he pressed Shen Xi's body. "It's already like this, and you're still not honest." Shen Xi's voice was soft, and she was pleading softly, "Mo Xian, I feel so uncomfortable. My body feels so empty and I want something to fill it. Don't move." Mo Xian pressed her head. "Just go to the hospital and you'll be fine." "But I feel uncomfortable, I want you." Shen Xi didn't know what was wrong with herself to be able to say such words. However, when she said it, she felt that it was right, and the desire rolling in her body called her. "Looking at the raised Adam's apple of the man in front of me, I couldn't help but kiss him." Mo Xian was startled suddenly and wanted to push her away, but she was so glued to him that he couldn't push her away at all. However, the place she kissed seemed to be on fire. Shen Xi's desire had overtaken her reason. She pulled the hem of Mo Xian's shirt out of his pants with her little hands. She stretched her hands from underneath and roamed over his strong abdominal muscles. Mo Xian firmly held down her little hand that was stirring up trouble. His deep black eyes contained a bottomless darkness. When his hands rose and fell, the woman in his arms let out a muffled groan, as if she had lost her life, and completely softened. "Come down." Chapter 16, shattered into thousands of pieces. Song Yu had been ordered to wait at the hospital, but she was still shocked when she saw Shen Xi's miserable look. Mo Xian's shirt had been stuffed back into place, but it was stained with blood. His noble face was cold and solemn, and his pair of dark and narrow phoenix eyes were like cold autumn water, cold and ruthless, making people's hearts tremble at the sight. After Song Yu checked Shen Xi, she called the nurse to take care of her, and then faced Mo Xian's cold face. Third master, the medicine is very powerful and has great staying power. Fortunately, you delivered it in time. It's nothing serious, except for the injury on the hand, everything else is just abrasions, so the problem is not that big. Mo Xian's eyes were as dark as ink, as if they contained a violent storm. Lin Feng came back and reported to Mo Xian, third master, Wang Dafu and the Shen family wanted to use force on Miss Shen. As a result, Miss Shen injured her lower body and is now sent to the emergency room. An emergency call suddenly came over the radio. Dr. Song, please come to the emergency room as soon as possible. Song Yu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, looking at Mo Xian's stern face, a little scared. Well, the doctor is kind-hearted, I'd better go and have a look. Mo Xian entered the ward. Shen Xi was lying on the bed, his pale face almost blending into the sheets. The wound on her neck has been re-bandaged, the wound on her hand has also been bandaged, and all the large and small scratches on her body have been treated. She is obviously such a lively, charming, cunning and evil woman, but at this moment she is like a lost woman. The vital rag doll lies on the bed. Seeing it for no reason makes people's hearts tense. Shen Xi suddenly moved on the bed. No, get out of here, don't touch me. Mo Xian stepped forward quickly and held her hands down. It's okay, Shen Xi, be good. He comforted her with a low voice. I wonder if Shen Xi, who was in a coma, heard it. A string of hot tears suddenly rolled out of the corners of his closed eyes. Mo Xian, save me. The tears fell on the back of Mo Xian's white hand, leaving a warm touch. Mo Xian frowned, and the deep gaze that fell on Shen Xi's pale face was so intense that it seemed like ink could drip from it. In the second half of the night, Shen Xi still had a fever, and she fell asleep again after struggling until dawn. When I woke up again, it was already dusk. Seeing her waking up, Yi Qingwan burst into tears of excitement. 11, you finally woke up, you scared me to death. Shen Xi stared blankly at the snow-white ceiling above her head, but the pain in her body brought her memories back bit by bit, and her originally distracted eyes suddenly condensed with deep hatred. Yi Qingwan was startled by her expression and hurriedly comforted her. 11, don't be afraid, it's okay. Their hatred in Shen Xi's heart was like raging flames, and she wished she could tear Shen Fangting and Ji Rulan into pieces, but she couldn't do it now. After calming down, she smiled at Yi Qingwan. Why are you crying? I'm not crying anymore. Not dead. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qingwan hit her. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Shen Xi nodded. Yi Qingwan shook her bed slightly and put another bowl of porridge in his hand. I'll feed you. Shen Xi opened her mouth obediently, but the porridge was hot. As soon as it entered her mouth, she frowned in pain. After taking 2 mouthfuls, she couldn't eat any more. Huan, why are you here? It's Sister Yu who asked me to take care of you. Yi Qingwan tucked Shen Xi's quilt, with deep hatred in his eyes. I also just found out about what happened in the Shen family. 11, don't worry, Sister Yu will definitely let those people go. She also knew Shen Yu's temper, and knew that she would definitely not spare Ji Rulan and her daughter lightly, so she turned to look at the scenery outside the window. It was a scorching day, but she felt the chill emanating from her bones. Shen family. A crisp and powerful slap hit Ji Rulan's face hard, causing Ji Rulan to stumble. Shen Yang quickly went to help her and said angrily to Shen Yu, Sister, how can you hit someone? Immediately afterwards, there were 2 more pop sounds, but these 2 blows landed on Shen Yang's face. In an instant, her fair face was swollen like a pig's head. Shen Yang let out a sharp scream and stared at Shen Yu in disbelief. Sister, why do you hit me? Why? Why am I Shen Yu? Why am I Shen Xi's sister? Shen Yu's cold eyes were filled with chills. Don't call me eldest sister. My mother only gave birth to me and Shen Xi. How can you not worthy? Shen Yang covered her face and clenched her fingers tightly, her eyes filled with jealousy. Last night, she finally let that little bitch Shen Xi run away. Ji Rulan was furious when she saw that Shen Yu was so cruel and hit Shen Yang again. However, Shen Yu's eyes were cold but condescending, which made people dare not act presumptuously and could only suppress all the annoyance in their hearts. Yeah, we are also doing it for your own good. Since Wang Dafu has fallen in love with 11, we thought we might as well just be a favor. Smooth favor. Har. Shen Yu sneered, her sharp gaze passing over Shen Yang who was full of unwillingness. Okay, if I want to do a smooth favor, I will let Shen Yang marry her later, so that I can save your smooth favor. What? Shen Yang turned pale when she heard this. Ji Rulan also looked at Shen Yu. No, yeah, this can't be done. Ji Rulan wanted to pull Shen Yu away, but Shen Yu gave her another slap with her backhand. With a lot of force, she knocked Ji Rulan to the ground, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Don't touch me, dirty. After saying that, she straightened her back and left the Shen family. Outside the door, Shen Fangting stood there with a stern look on his face. When he saw Shen Yu's cold expression, he said dissatisfiedly, Yeah, what's that look in your eyes? I'm your father, do you still want to hit me? Shen Yu's face was frosty. Dad? Are you worthy? From now on, Shen Xi and I will not have you as our father. Shen Fangting walked into their house with a cold face. Ji Rulan and Shen Yang covered their faces and cried to him. He was upset by the crying. It doesn't end, it depends on the good things you have done. Ji Rulan cried even louder. If it weren't for the Shen family, for you, would I be willing to do such a dehumanizing thing? Look at my hands under the moonlight, how can I still have the dignity to live? Ji Rulan Shen Fangting said, What are you crying about? You might as well think about how to solve this problem. Wang Dafu is still lying in the hospital. If he turns around and pursues the case, the Shen family will not be able to stop him. When Ji Rulan heard this, she even forgot to cry. How about we go to the hospital? When Shen Yang heard this, she took 2 steps back and said, Mom, I won't go. You and Dad can go. She was afraid that Shen Yu would really marry her to Wang Dafu. Ji Rulan also thought of this and hated Shen Yu so much that she actually didn't want to go out to meet people, but in this situation, if they didn't go, Wang Dafu would definitely not let them off lightly. Chapter 17 People Can Be Humane. After Shen Yu left Shen's house, she went to the hospital to see Shen Xi. Seeing Shen Xi looking out the window with a pale face, looking so fragile and bruised, I felt very distressed. 11:11, Sister bought your favorite glutinous rice chicken and lotus root cake, try it quickly. Shen Xi came back to her senses, smiled slightly at Shen Yu, and pulled the corners of her pale lips, and a trace of blood seeped out. Sister, you are here, you have worked so hard to go all the way to buy it. Looking at her current appearance, Shen Yu felt that she had just beaten Ji Rulan and Shen Yang mother and daughter lightly. She gently stroked Shen Xi's face. Does it still hurt? Shen Xi smiled. It doesn't hurt anymore. Then eat something quickly, it's still hot. Shen Yu opened the glutinous rice chicken, and the sweet and fresh fragrance of rice dumpling leaves wafted out. Shen Xi looked at the fragrant glutinous rice chicken, and couldn't help but think of the scene when Fu Wanqing took her to eat glutinous rice chicken for the first time. At that time, Fu Wanqing was busier than Shen Yu, and he was also very strict with her. Not only playing music, chess, calligraphy and painting, but even riding and shooting required excellence, but he would spend half a day every week to eat, drink and have fun with her, and he would be gentle. She used a tissue to wipe the corners of her greasy mouth, so she was both afraid and in love with Fu Wanqing. She didn't believe that such a dignified, beautiful and ladylike mother would do anything to have sex with others. Through the fog of time, Shen Xi's eyes were a little misty, but Shen Yu's cell phone rang. After looking at the caller ID above, Shen Yu immediately stood up nervously, but did not avoid Shen Xi. She just walked to the window to answer the call. What? Seriously? Okay, I understand. Shen Yu glanced at Shen Xi on the hospital bed. I'll come over as soon as possible. Although Shen Yu tried her best to hide her emotions, Shen Xi still saw something strange from her trembling fingers. She immediately sat up straight. Sister, something happened to the stars. Yes, she had a heart attack and fainted. The doctor said the situation is very dangerous. Shen Yu said with a trembling voice and her eyes were red. Shen Yu has a 3-year-old daughter who was born abroad before she came back to take over the Shen family. Shen Xi also accidentally learned about Shen Xing's existence from the video of her and her child. Shen Xing was born prematurely and was not in good health after birth. She also had congenital heart disease, so Shen Yu had left her abroad to be cared for. As for who the father of the child was, Shen Yu did not tell her, and Shen Xi had no way of knowing. But Shen Yu still cares about this daughter. Shen Xi has seen this 3-year-old girl from the video. She is pink and tender, like a cute little bun, with a small voice, and when she laughs she would reveal her 2 deep dimples and call her aunt sweetly. Now that something happened to her, Shen Xi was no less anxious than Shen Yu, and immediately urged, Sister, please leave quickly, she can't delay, I'm fine here, I can handle it. 11:11. Go quickly, the stars need you. Shen Xi's urgent reminder calmed Shen Yu down, and he nodded at her. 11:11, don't be impulsive, wait until the stars stabilize, and wait until sister comes back to deal with anything. I know, leave quickly. Watching Shen Yu leave in a hurry, Shen Xi's heart was high and she prayed silently, Mom, you must keep the stars safe. In the inpatient apartment on different floors of the same building. Suddenly, a man roared angrily, get out, you quacks. The medicine in the tray was scattered all over the floor. Everything within reach was smashed to the ground. The nurse left the ward with a look of grief and anger on her face. The patients and their families in the nearby wards looked over and asked, what's going on? Someone sneered, he took drugs, failed to do the dirty thing, and got hurt down there by a woman. The doctor said he won't be able to have sex anymore, so he's throwing a tantrum inside. Several men present cried out and shrank their lower bodies. Quack, I want to be transferred to another hospital. I want to be transferred to another hospital. Wang Dafu lay on the hospital bed, gasping for breath. His 70-year-old mother fell to the side and wailed, my son, I don't have a grandson yet. This woman who killed 1,000 swords, give me my son, give me my grandson. When Wang Dafu, who was already angry, heard this, he gritted his teeth and roared, Shen Fangting, Shen Xi, I'm not done with your Shen family. Song Li came to this floor to get a case. He happened to pass by here and heard Shen Xi's name coming from inside. He couldn't help but stop and listen for a while, and soon understood the whole story. There was deep disdain in her cold eyes, but she raised her eyebrows when she saw the old lady beating her chest and stamping her feet, wanting to eat Shen Xi alive. There were also Shen Fangting who had just sneaked here and Ji Rulan who was wrapped like a pig's head. They originally wanted to go in for a visit, but when they heard this, they were frightened and walked away. Ji Rulan, here, Wang Dafu has hurt his roots. He is not going to let us go. Shen Fangting didn't expect the trouble to be so serious at the moment. Looking at Ji Rulan, he suddenly became angry, it's not your bad idea. Ji Rulan was very unhappy when she heard Shen Fangting's complaints, Fangting, I'm not doing this for the Shen family. Wang Dafu will definitely pursue it. Now we should think about how to appease him and resolve this matter. The Shen family is their foundation. If there is no Shen family, how can they survive? Shen Fangting was full of anger, what else can I do now? That is the foundation of a man, and no amount of money can buy it. The calculation in Ji Rulan's eyes flashed, and she whispered a few words into Shen Fangting's ear. After hearing this, Shen Fangting showed a somewhat hesitant expression, this. Do you want Mr. Shen to die with Shen Xi? Ji Rulan touched her swollen face and felt itchy with hatred. Shen Yu and Shen Xi, I am not done with you. In the second half of the night, Shen Xi looked at the ceiling quietly, like a beast dormant in the darkness. She had already heard about Wang Dafu's injury, and there was an inexplicable joy in her chest, but she also knew that he would not let her go easily. After flipping over and over for a while, she picked up her phone again, opened WeChat, and looked at the dark profile picture on it. Their conversation still stopped at him saying he would pick her up in the evening, but she was full of questions. Thinking about the situation at that time, she couldn't help but curl her lips. He still kept his word and really came to pick her up in the evening. If he hadn't appeared in time, she didn't dare to think about what would happen next. Then she thought about all the hands and feet she did to him in the car. Her moist tongue slid across his raised Adam's apple, and her delicate hands slid over his smooth abdominal muscles. The strong feel seemed to still be left on her fingertips. Shen Xi's cold eyebrows softened. Chapter 18 Too Poor Technology. Looking at the time displayed on her phone, she hesitated for a while and then sent a message, Third Master, are you asleep? It was already past 2 o'clock in the night, and Shen Xi actually didn't expect him to reply. But she didn't expect that the next second, she would see a new message on her phone. Mo Xian, still not sleeping? Shen Xi pursed her lips and looked forward to Ari. Well, Third Master, I just had a nightmare and couldn't sleep. At this time, Mo Xian was standing in front of the window wearing navy blue silk pajamas. The mountains were undulating in the distance, and only a bright moon hung quietly in the sky. He looked at the messages sent on his mobile phone and thought of the woman in his arms last night. He looked restless, and then remembered the way she held his hand on the hospital bed, crying and begging him to save her. Dark light flashed through his dark phoenix eyes, and his Adam's apple moved slightly. Third Master. Asleep? He didn't reply to the message for a long time, and Shen Xi couldn't help but send another message. The deep night always carries a certain kind of sultry ambiguity. Mo Xian narrowed his long eyes and was not ready to reply. Shen Xi's message arrived again, but the night is long and I can't sleep alone tilde tilde tilde. Mo Xian lay on the bed, holding his mobile phone. It was not difficult to imagine that Shen Xi's mouth was curled up at the moment, full of evil, like a cunning little fox, with those eyes that were as clear as if they had been washed by the mountain stream. It's clear and not annoying. He rubbed his brows. Tell me what you want to do. Shen Xi raised her eyes, somewhat surprised by Mo Xian's directness. She thought he was going to pretend to be dumbfounded with her until the end. Staring at his message, a dark storm suddenly gathered in her playful eyes, like an endless dark abyss. What did she want to do? She wanted all those people to die. But she can't do it yet. Mo Xian thought that Shen Xi would ask him to deal with Wang Dafu, but what she sent was, I didn't want to do anything, I just missed the third master tilde tilde tilde. I want to thank the third master for saving me again last night. Mo Xian couldn't help but reveal a silent sneer. Okay, how can I thank you? Shen Xi, what do you think, third master, of pledging yourself to me? Mo Xian, do you want to be my woman? Shen Xi admitted readily and generously, what do you think of the third master? Mo Xian ling her, not very good. Then he made another stab, his technique was too poor. Shen Xi stared at the phone angrily, wishing he could go through the phone and strangle Mo Xian. It doesn't matter, as long as the third master is good at it. Mo Xian, the kind that makes you want to call daddy? Shen Xi looked at the message sent by Mo Xian, and then remembered the last conversation between her and Song Li in the hospital. Could it be that this bitch had heard everything at that time? How can she behave? Mo Xian saw that Shen Xi had written, deleted, and written over there, but did not send a message in the end. He knew that she must be very angry. Thinking of this, her frowning eyebrows relaxed a lot, and she quickly fell asleep. After sleeping late last night, Mo Xian woke up a little late this morning. By the time he changed his clothes and went downstairs, it was already 9 o'clock. Chen Yi stood waiting for him in the restaurant downstairs, seemingly impatiently. Mo Xian adjusted the black stone cuffs on his wrists. Is something wrong? Yes, news came from the hospital that Miss Shen was taken away by the police. Mo Xian's expression condensed. When did it happen? An hour ago. An hour ago, it was 8 o'clock, which meant that the police arrived at the hospital early in the morning to pick up people, and their actions were really faster. Chen Yi couldn't guess what Mo Xian was thinking from his face. Then what do I need to do? How did she react? Mo Xian narrowed his dark eyes as he thought of the woman's repeated attempts last night. Chen Yi shook his head. Miss Shen didn't react at all and was taken away calmly. Very calm. This was not like her style. After taking a few sips of the black coffee in his hand, he put down the cup and said, Go to the company. Chen Yi was a little surprised, but did not show any emotion. Yes. Inside the police station. Shen Xi sat behind the interrogation table, opposite two police officers, a man and a woman. The policewoman flipped through the confessions brought in from outside, and then looked at Shen Xi's hurried and uneasy face. She frowned, but she was still businesslike. Miss Shen, Wang Dafu has accused you of intentional injury. Do you plead guilty? Hearing this, Shen Xi burst into tears before saying anything. Officer, this is not true. Male policeman, then tell me what happened again. Shen Xi told the story with tears in her eyes, trembling when she got to the sad point. The policewoman couldn't bear to see it, but she couldn't get too personal. Can someone help you prove it? Shen Xi's face was full of hope. My parents and my sister were all at home at the time. They can prove that Wang Dafu sneaked into my room and forced the girl to fuck me. The male policeman looked serious. You still want your parents to help you perjury? They have already admitted that you wanted to seduce Wang Dafu, asked them to cooperate with you, drugged him, and took him to your room, and then it happened again. Incident of murder. Two police officers, do you think my conditions require me to seduce a man like that? Shen Xi spread his injured hand. If I really seduce him, he has already come to my room, why should I hurt him? It doesn't make sense. Shen Xi had put away her tears, her eyes were clear and even a little aggressive. Wang Dafu said it was because he wanted to marry your sister, so he wouldn't be seduced. You had a grudge, so you took action. The male police officer said after reading Wang Dafu's confession. Oh. This is the solution Ji Rulan came up with. Wang Dafu called the police, and they were brought to the police station for questioning. They first admitted that Wang Dafu forced Shen Xi, but he was hesitant and full of loopholes. Then under the police's interrogation, they chose to tell their truth. This puts everything on Shen Xi, confirming Shen Xi's accusation of failed seduction and intentional harm. Not only did they clear up their relationship, but they could also please Wang Dafu so that he would not hold them accountable. What a kill two birds! The policeman stared at Shen Xi. What else do you have to say? At this time, Shen Fangting and Ji Rulan came outside the interrogation room. Ji Rulan cried to Shen Xi, 1111, admit it, it doesn't matter, even if you go to jail, you will always be your parents' child, and the door of the Shen family will always be open to you. Shen Fangting said with a cold face, you have done such a despicable thing and still refuse to admit it. The Shen family has been completely embarrassed by you. Fangting, don't say that. 1111 may just love Dafu too much. Ji Rulan cried with a look of mourning. Shen Xi, who was sitting inside, sighed faintly, Aunt Lan, save your energy first. He thought she was going to say a few words of comfort, but unexpectedly she raised the corner of her mouth, and her eyes and eyebrows were filled with sarcasm. I'll be back later. There are times when you cry. The brisk tone made Ji Rulan startled outside, and she howled again, my child. Suddenly, a rather humorless joke rang out from the side, who is mourning at the police station at noon. Chapter 19. The evidence is conclusive. As Ji Rulan stood, she saw a monster-like man walking in the backlight. He had red lips and white teeth, a male-female look, and the beautiful peach blossom eyes on his face were full of arrogance, but it did not make people feel feminine, but with an innate sense of dissoluteness and arrogance. This person is Lu Fang, with a smile on his face and no harshness at all, but when he speaks with all his heart. Mrs. Shen, has she been subjected to domestic violence? Do you need to introduce a lawyer to you? Ji Rulan came back to her senses and hurriedly raised her hand to pull the scarf and wrap it around her face. When she looked at Lu Fang, she could only be angry and dare not speak. In Nanjiang, a place full of wealthy families, the Lu family is truly a wealthy family among wealthy families. Lu Fang is the youngest son of the Lu family. He has two older brothers. One is in politics and the other is in business. Both have made great achievements, so the old man has no requirements for him. He has been raised to be arrogant and domineering. He is not good at anything and puts food, drink and fun first. Famous playboy personality. Even when Shen Fangting saw him, he didn't dare to confront him head-on. He said hello dryly, Master Lu, what a coincidence. If nothing happens, we'll leave first. No, Mr. Shen, I've already come. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave in such a hurry? I have a video here, why don't we watch it together? Lu Fang casually glanced at Shen Fangting and Ji Rulan, who were watching. Everyone was shocked. Young Master Lu, you are busy, so we won't disturb you. Shen Fangting's eyes were a bit shrinking and flattering. Lu Fang smiled playfully, handed the USB flash drive in his hand to the policeman behind him, and then introduced himself. I am Shen Xi's lawyer, Lu Fang. This is my business card. The video inside can prove my client's identity. Innocence, oh, and also, my client called the police an hour ago and lost the sky-high price blood jade bracelet, and the suspect will be sent here soon. The male police officer and the female police officer looked at each other, really suffocated by Lu Fang's aura. Wait a minute, let's take a look first. The male policeman took the USB flash drive and inserted it into the computer. After a while, Shen Xi's room appeared on the screen. Ji Rulan sneaked into the room, turned on the humidifier, and added something to it. Leave after turning on the humidifier. Later, Shen Xi went back to the room, lay on the bed, and pulled on his clothes a little sultrily. At this time, the closed door was opened, and Wang Dafu staggered in and threw himself at Shen Xi. The scene that follows can be described as thrilling. The video ends with Wang Dafu lying in a pool of blood. Lu Fang stood up straight, his expression cold. On behalf of my client, I formally filed a charge of rape against Wang Dafu, and these two committed perjury and obstructed the administration of justice. Shen Fangting and Ji Rulan's backs were dripping with cold sweat, especially Ji Rulan's eyes widened in disbelief. How come there is this video? No, this video is fake, it's fake. The policewoman blocked her way with a fierce look in her eyes. Sure enough, there are such parents in the world who are worse than pigs and dogs and betray their daughters. What a beast! She immediately made a backhand to control Ji Rulan, but Ji Rulan pushed her away. Ji Rulan wanted to run away, but the policewoman moved faster and swept her to the ground with a long leg. Lu Fang smiled coolly from the side. Congratulations, Mrs. Shen, you have been charged with assaulting a police officer again. No, I didn't. Fang Ting, please save me quickly, Fang Ting. Before Ji Rulin finished howling, there was a roar outside. What are you doing? I said I didn't steal anything. Let me go, do you know who I am? I can sue you. Shen Yang was forced into the police station. When she saw Shen Fangting and Ji Rulin, she immediately shouted, Dad, Mom, are you here to save me? Let them let me go. Yang Ji Rulin was heartbroken. Mom. Lu Fang smiled and clapped. Congratulations, Mr. Shen, the family is reunited. Shen Fangting looked at Lu Fang in disbelief. Master Lu, is there some misunderstanding? Why did you arrest Yang? This matter has nothing to do with her. Lu Fang chuckled. I didn't say this matter had anything to do with her. She was arrested for theft. What? Theft? It's impossible for Yang to steal anything. Shen Fangting immediately denied it. Lu Fang's eyes flashed coldly behind his glasses, and he said coldly, the evidence is conclusive, and you dare to deny that according to Article 264 of the criminal law, if the amount of public or private finance is stolen, the amount is huge, or there are other particularly serious circumstances, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 10 years or life imprisonment, and shall also be fined or have property confiscated. Everyone knows that Mr. Lu is a bohemian playboy, but they don't know that he is also an outstanding graduate of the University of Political Science and Law. Ji Rulin was frightened by his loud look, and asked tremblingly, what did Yang steal? Blood jade bracelet, the blood jade bracelet my mother left for me. Shen Xi, who was still detained in the interrogation room, suddenly walked out of the interrogation room with a plain face but a compelling aura. You're talking nonsense. I didn't steal anything at all. Shen Yang shook her head vigorously and glared at Shen Xi angrily. What evidence do you have to prove that I stole your things? Evidence, officer, this is the evidence. Lu Fang pointed to another video on the screen and said, just play it. In the video, Shen Yang quietly sneaked into Shen Xi's bedroom, rummaged through it, and finally came to in front of the dressing table. The jewelry box was opened. Although her back was turned to the surveillance camera, she could clearly see her picking up something and hiding it in her bag. The video ends abruptly here. Shen Yang's face turned red with anger. Shen Xi, you bitch, you are deliberately trying to frame me. I didn't even get your bracelet. You wronged me. Shen Xi looked distressed. Yang, this is the only thing my mother left me. If you really want it, you can tell me why you stole it. I didn't, Shen Xi, you wronged me. Shen Yang argued forcefully. I beg you, please give me back that bracelet. Shen Xi cried extremely sadly. Shen Yang struggled hard. I didn't, Shen Xi, you deliberately wronged me. You wronged me. Lu Fang hugged the crying Shen Xi, his eyes sharp. Miss Shen, the evidence is conclusive, how dare you deny it? No, what I took was not a bracelet at all. Officer, believe me, I didn't take any bracelet. This is not evidence. This does not prove that I stole the bracelet. Shen Yang was quick to think, but he still had some sense after calming down. Although the video captured her taking something, it does not prove that what she took was the bracelet, so it is indeed not a death certificate. However, at this moment, two more policemen walked in from outside. One of them held a transparent evidence bag in his hand. Inside the bag was a broken blood jade bracelet, with every section covered in red blood. Chapter 20, Men Mislead People. Shen Xi stood there in shock, and the police handed the evidence bag to her. Miss Shen, look to see if this is your blood jade bracelet. Shen Xi looked over and over in disbelief. Yes, officer, this, where did you find this, how could it be like this, my bracelet? She was heartbroken and looked like she might faint at any time. The policeman looked at Shen Yang. It's in the trash can in Miss Shen's bedroom. At this moment, Shen Xi's sad eyes were full of hatred. Shen Yang, why did you do this? This is me, the only thing my mother left me. Why did you destroy it? Why? Shen Yang shook her head repeatedly. It's not me, I didn't do this. Shen Xi, you are so slanderous. Ms. Shen, facts speak louder than words. I formally file an arrest application on behalf of my client. Lu Fang looked at the policeman aside. The policeman nodded and detained Shen Yang directly. Before Shen Xi left the police station, he looked at Shen Fangting and Ji Rulin, who were detained together. His dark eyes were cold and arrogant. Mr. Shen, Mrs. Shen, cherish the happy time of family reunion. Ji Rulin and Shen Yang both had blood-red eyes and wanted to rush up and eat Shen Xi. Shen Xi, you must die a good death. Shen Xi smiled brightly. It doesn't matter. Before that, I will personally send you on your way. The sun was shining outside, and Shen Xi stood at the door of the police station with squinted eyes, feeling as if he was in isolation. Lu Fang suddenly put his hands on her shoulders and put his arms around her neck. "How's it going, Sister 1111? Was your brother's performance great just now?" Shen Xi was in a good mood. She came back to her senses and smiled sweetly at him. "Fine, fine, little brother is so powerful today." But in the blink of an eye, Shen Xi pinched Lu Fang's ears. "Is it you who called me Sister 1111? Try calling her again. Call me sister, no matter how big or small." "Wow, Shen Xi, you are a woman who burns bridges when crossing rivers. Let go, let go." Shen Xi refused to let go, and naturally Lu Fang also refused to let go, so the two of them hugged each other and hurt each other there. But from other people's perspective, it looks like a couple having fun, with handsome men and beautiful women standing together, which is particularly eye-catching. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back. After Shen Xi and Lu Fang had enough trouble, they let go, but immediately felt a sharp gaze falling on themselves. Turning around, he saw the black car parked at the door. She was very familiar with that license plate. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but raise high. Lu Fang rubbed the painful ear she pinched. "Let's go, treat me to a meal. Come to a place like this early in the morning to get rid of bad luck." Shen Xi pushed his hand away. "Sister, I have something to do today, so I won't play with you anymore." After Chen Xi gave him a sweet kiss, he flew towards Mo Xian's car like a butterfly. After opening the car door, I saw the man sitting in the back seat. I couldn't help but pounce on him. "Third Master, are you here specifically to pick me up?" "No, I'm just passing by." Chen Xi chuckled softly, and touched Mo Xian's tall nose with his thin white fingers. His voice was soft and soft. "Third Master, if you lie to others, your nose will become longer." Mo Xian pushed her body away. "Get down." "No, I like to sit on Third Master. Third Master's legs are very strong." Shen Xi put his arms around Mo Xian's neck. "I'm very happy that Third Master came to pick me up. Lin Yuan in front, this is what I can do. Do you listen?" "Really? Didn't I disturb your good things?" Shen Xi answered fluently. "What did the Third Master say? How can that bastard Lu Fang compete with the Third Master? Look, I twisted his ears just now and my fingers turned red." Mo Xian's deep eyes reflected Shen Xi's arrogant and bright face, which was originally infinitely ambiguous and charming. Mo Xian suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed the wound on her hand. Shen Xi was in pain and screamed, "Mo Xian, what are you doing? Let go. Does it hurt?" "Of course it hurts." Seeing that her originally blushing face was now pale, Mo Xian let go of her hand. "Pain will help you remember." Shen Xi's eyes were red. "Mo Xian, what do you mean? You are such a bully." "Am I bullying you?" Mo Xian is not as evil and arrogant as Fu Hanya, nor is he as romantic and passionate as Lu Fang, but he also has a ruthless spirit coming from his bones, especially when he faces. When Shen Xi smiled, Shen Xi felt that he was somehow bad, but couldn't help but sink in. "Didn't you come to my door and want to be bullied by me?" "Third Master, has anyone ever said that your lip shape is very beautiful?" Shen Xi stared at Mo Xian's two thin lips. They looked ruthless and cold, but the lip shape was so good that people couldn't help but want to outline it carefully. Depict. Male lust is misleading. Shen Xi put her arms around Mo Xian's neck and pressed against him gently. Her kiss was raw and without any technique, licking and biting, but it was tempting to continue. "Well." Shen Xi felt that her face was about to burn, and she wanted to retreat, but her head was held down from behind, and the light kiss that was originally haphazard turned into a ruthless plunder. He forcefully pried open her teeth, and with the violent storm, he conquered the city along their way. Shen Xi's mind went blank for a moment. Her eyes were wide open, but her body seemed to have been enchanted, unable to move at all, even limp. If he hadn't held her up, she would have sat on the ground long ago. Shen Xi couldn't help being ravaged like this, and was so frightened that he accidentally touched the wound and cried out in pain, his eyes filled with tears. "Mo Xian, you hurt me. This man is a dog." He bit her lip. Shen Xi's breath was unstable, his chest was rising and falling, and his eyes were wet as if covered with a layer of mist. He was less cold than usual and a little more glamorous, which was very attractive. Mo Xian's eyes were as dark as the deep sea, as if containing a storm that had been dormant for a long time. His voice was so low that she almost collapsed. "No more fun. No more playing, no need for him to rush him now." Shen Xi climbed down from him and sat on the seat closest to the car door. "You didn't need to look to know that your lips must be swollen and red now, so you glared at him fiercely. You are dressed like a beast. Mo Xian stretched out his long arms and brought Shen Xi into his arms. His cold eyes squinted at her. Say it again. The two of them were so close, and his breath invaded her facial features domineeringly. Shen Xi stared at Mo Xian's moist lips, and suddenly kissed her again, but this time he ran away after kissing, and then pitifully she looked at him. Third master, I'm hungry. There was a gurgling sound coming from my stomach in unison. Lin Yuan, go to their hotel. Lin Yuan in front. He thought they had forgotten his existence. Chapter 21. Are you a pig? Mo Xian took Shen Xi to the famous Sky restaurant in Nanjiang. This place only accepts reservations, and even at noon, it was still packed. But as soon as Mo Xian appeared, the manager personally welcomed him in. The third master is here, please come over here. Judging from the attentiveness of the manager, you can tell that Mo Xian is a regular visitor here, but the environment here is really quiet and elegant. There are green plants surrounding you along the way. Each table forms a relatively private space, and there is a piano in the restaurant. Live violin performance. They came to a seat by the window and sat down, overlooking most of the Nanjiang River. Shen Xi couldn't help but booed. As a human being, you still have to look at the third master. This place is really nice. If you come at night, it will be even more beautiful. At that time, you can overlook the entire brightly lit night scene. How spectacular it is. Mo Xian crossed his legs and half leaned on the sofa casually and lazily. I'll bring you here next time. Shen Xi raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his lips curved upward unconsciously. Really, third master, you are so kind. Mo Xian looked at her with a smile as bright as a flower, and a pair of dark pupils that were as cunning as glass beads. He knew that she was deliberately trying to flatter her, but it worked for her. I'm not hungry, let's order food. The manager put the menu in front of her. Shen Xi flipped through it with her left hand, and then started to name the dishes. Just halfway through reporting, a slightly surprising greeting suddenly came from beside me. Brother Yang, you come here to eat too. The sound is clear and crisp, like an oriole emerging from the valley, which is quite beautiful. Shen Xi raised his head and saw the beautiful girl standing in front of him. She had fair skin, exquisite facial features, chestnut curly hair, and a high-waisted short skirt that showed her exquisite figure to the fullest. She had a sense of arrogance and glamour in her body. She is a little princess who has been held in the palm of her hand and raised carefully since childhood. Shen Xi recognized her, Mu Mianmian, the apple of the Mu family's eye, and a new star in the entertainment industry who was in the limelight recently. Seeing that he just nodded lightly in response, Mu Mianmian pouted dissatisfiedly and looked at Shen Xi opposite him. Shen Xi just handed the menu to the manager with a smile. That's it, hurry up. Okay. Shen Xi met Mu Mianmian's fiery gaze, but there was a faint smile on her lips. She didn't seem to have offended Miss Mu. Was she so hostile? Third master, why don't you introduce me? Shen Xi looked back at Mo Xian with amusement in his eyes. Mu Mianmian. Before Mo Xian could speak, Mu Mianmian introduced himself. After Mu Mianmian waited for a long time, she saw Shen Xi nodded and had no other reaction. He turned to admiring the scenery outside and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Shouldn't he introduce himself as a courtesy? This shows that she is not taken seriously. She looked at Mo Xian aggrievedly, and Mo Xian was only enjoying the scenery outside the window, as if he had forgotten her existence. Brother Yang. Mu Mianmian's eyes were red, her usually arrogant little face was full of grievances, but Mo Xian ignored her, so she pulled up a chair and sat down, then glared at Shen Xi angrily. You have it's not polite, I've already introduced myself, but you don't know how to introduce yourself. Shen Xi chuckled. Mu Mianmian was even more annoyed. Why are you laughing? Miss Mu, actually you don't need to introduce me to know your name. Shen Xi met Mu Mianmian's cannibalistic eyes, but he was calm, showing no timidity or shrinkage at all. His aura was even better than that of Mu Mianmian. Mu Mianmian snorted coldly and raised her chin arrogantly. It's good to know. Shen Xi nodded again and turned to look out the window. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely cold. Normally, Mu Mianmian was so popular that the people around her couldn't even curry favor with her, so why did she need to open her mouth to adjust the atmosphere? She was like a superfluous person standing here, but Shen Xi was so indifferent. Mu Mianmian was unwilling to leave. She couldn't take a breath up or down, so she could only turn her head and look at Momo on the side. Sai Yang, Brother Yang, next week is my birthday party, you will come. At this time, Mu Mianmian's eyes no longer had the anger towards Shen Xi, but only tenderness. Anyone could see her affection for Mo Xian. It depends on the situation. Mo Xian answered ambiguously. Brother Yang. The food is served. One dish after another came out in an orderly manner, and the table was soon filled. Mu Mian looked at the food on the table, and the calories in her mind were popping up one after another. Then when she saw Shen Xi picking up the fork and eating the food without caring, her eyes widened. Are you a pig? Eat so much. A qualified and self-disciplined female star, she even counts the calories when she drinks coffee. Shen Xi was fighting with the top Australian snowflake steak in front of him and grinned. Miss Mu may not know that I am not born fat. Grab the bamboo shoots. Mu Mian could only stare. Shen Xi injured her right hand and couldn't cut it with her left hand. When she was about to pick up the whole steak with a fork and bite it, Mo Xian reached out and took away the entire plate in front of her. Holding the fork in his left hand and the knife in his right hand, he raised and lowered the knife with both hands. Even the action of cutting steak was executed smoothly by Mo Xian, like a pleasing art performance. After a while, the cut steak was placed in front of Shen Xi. TSK. Shen Xi smiled, picked up a piece with a fork, put it in his mouth, and nodded. It tastes good, third master, you can eat it too. She used her own fork to fork another piece and handed it to Mo Xian, with a smile on her lips and her watery eyes looking like they were filled with a layer of mist. Mu Mian couldn't bear it anymore. Stop being sentimental. How could Brother Yang eat? While speaking, Mo Xian had already opened his mouth and ate the steak handed over by Shen Xi. Mu Mian's voice stopped suddenly. Is it delicious, third master? Shen Xi smiled so softly that it looked like water dripping from his eyes. Mo Xian curled his lips and said in a charming manner, not bad. Mu Mian's eyes turned red with anger, as if she would cry in the next second. This foie gras is not bad, you can try it. Mo Xian cut a small piece of foie gras on hand and brought it to Shen Xi's mouth. Shen Xi had a smile on his face. Seeing that Mo Xian was so unconscionable, he ate even more happily. Well, it's really delicious. I also want to eat that lobster. Good. And that and that. Whatever Shen Xi wanted to eat, Mo Xi's banquet was brought to her mouth. In the deep phoenix eyes, there was a doting that Mu Mian had never seen before. She had never been so wronged before. Tears were already rolling in her eyes and would roll down at any time. Miss Mu, don't you want to eat something? Shen Xi asked with a sideways smile. When Mu Mian was stimulated, she slammed the table and stood up. Shen Xi didn't expect her to react so strongly and looked at her in surprise. Chapter 22 Raising Troops to Investigate Crimes. Mu Mian's tears fell glisteningly, and she stared at Shen Xi aggrievedly and arrogantly. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman cry? This Mu Mian is much more real than Song Li's White Lotus, and it is indeed beautiful. Shen Xi nodded. It is indeed beautiful. At the end, he added, but it's still not as beautiful as me. Mu Mian felt a little better after hearing the first sentence, but she suddenly had a heart attack when she heard the second sentence. But what can she do? It was too rude to lift the table, and her vocabulary of curse words is not that rich. From then on, you can see from her delicate little face how rich her inner life is. Shen Xi felt that he didn't hate her that much anymore. Miss Mu, you really don't want to eat something? I won't eat. I'm so angry. I will definitely be rude to you next time I see you, and you, Brother Yang, how can you do such a thing? What a blind eye. Mu Mian stamped her feet angrily, grabbed her bag and ran out. Shen Xi looked at the direction in which she disappeared, then looked at Mo Xian, and raised his eyebrows. You don't want to chase her? Mo Xian slowly put down his fork, and his playful gaze fell on Shen Xi's face, satisfied. You're a duplicitous little thing. How can I not? However, Shen Xi still gave up as soon as he could. But is it really okay if you don't pursue her? Miss Mu looks very sad. This is not what you want to see. Okay, I am indeed a little happy, just a little bit. Shen Xi gestured with his left hand to make sure that he was really only a little happy. Mo Xian looked at her eyes as dark and moist as glass, and couldn't help but sneer. At this time, Lin Yuan came to his ear and whispered a few words. I think I came here because of something important. Shen Xi was very reasonable. I'll just go back by myself. If you have anything to do, just leave first. Mo Xian stood up and told Lin Yuan, send Miss Shen back to their hospital. Yes. Hey, I'm not going back to their hospital. I want to go home. Don't worry, third master, I will be good. Mo Xian finally agreed and asked Lin Yuan to send her back. Shen Xi stood at the entrance and looked at this place where he had lived for more than 20 years. It was so familiar yet strange. A woman with gentle eyebrows came out of the kitchen. "Second miss, you are back, come in quickly." Today's Shen family, Shen Fangting, Ji Rulan and Shen Yang have both entered the detention center. Shen Yu has gone abroad, and they are a little too quiet. Shen Xi smiled and let the woman help her to the sofa. "Sister-in-law Song, thank you." "What did the second miss say?" "That's what I should do. Without madam, I wouldn't be where I am now." Sister-in-law Song looked at the large and small injuries on Shen Xi's body, with deep distress on her face. "Those are really beasts, they hurt you so deeply." Shen Xi's dark eyes flashed with bloodlust. "It doesn't matter, sister-in-law Song, it's time to pay back what they owe me. I'll go up and rest for a while." "Good." After Shen Xi returned to the room, he went to the bedside table and opened the secret box inside. A transparent blood jade bracelet was lying inside. She held it in her hand and played with it. The blood-soaked bracelet looked extremely charming, just like the smile on her lips at this moment, which revealed astonishing beauty. This is the bracelet that Fu Wanqing left for her, and Shenyang drilled it in by herself. She left Shenyang's handle in the jewelry box, and Shenyang would naturally take it away secretly. Then she asked Mrs. Song to wrap a broken blood jade bracelet in paper towels and throw it into the trash can in Shenyang's room. Then the video was used to call the police. The evidence was conclusive, both the person and the stolen goods were seized, and Shenyang could not defend himself. It was a pity that the broken jade bracelet was actually priceless. Of course, compared with the table in front of her, it was still a little inferior, but it was difficult to identify the broken bracelet. This time, she would definitely let Ji Rulan have a good meeting with Shenyang and her daughter. After putting the bracelet away again, Shen Xi's mobile phone received an email. Shen Xi took one look and slapped her forehead. Too many things happened recently, and she even forgot to submit the manuscript. I quickly ran over and turned on my computer and pulled out a half-drawn design draft. My right hand was injured, and my left hand is not very flexible in drawing, so it was very laborious and cumbersome to draw. I had to revise it, and by the time it was all done, it was already late at night. After sending it, she yawned and just rubbed her sore shoulders when she received a reply from the other side asking her if she had encountered any trouble recently. Shen Xi replied with one hand, "It's okay. Thank you for the bracelet. Just deduct the money from my account." Then she lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, she was woken up by Mrs. Song's knock on the door. She grabbed the phone on the pillow and looked at it. It was only 8 o'clock. She had slept for less than 4 hours. She woke up with a strong breath. She asked, "What's the matter?" "Second miss, their husband is back. The old lady and the eldest aunt are also here. Please go downstairs." Shen Xi sat up straight, his eyes flashed with a cold light as sharp as a blade. "Is Shen Fangting back so soon?" It was a bit unexpected. Old Mrs. Shen on the sofa had an angry look on her face, and her already high cheekbones looked even more sharp and mean at the moment. The middle-aged woman sitting next to her, dressed in jewels, was the old lady's eldest daughter, Shen Xi's eldest aunt, Shen Xi. Shen Xi, despite her nice name, she is not kind-hearted at all. As for Shen Fangting, he stayed in the detention center for one night. His clothes were wrinkled, his hair was unkempt, and there was stubble on his face. He looked quite embarrassed. He stared at Shen Xi as if he was looking at an enemy. Same. Chen Shisher went downstairs and yawned as he walked. "Grandma, you are back from your trip. Did you have a good time?" "What a good thing." Old Mrs. Shen was full of anger as soon as she opened her mouth. "Look at the good things you have done. Where is Shen Yu? Tell her to get out of here too." Shen Xi had a smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. "My sister has gone abroad, Grandma, please take it easy. At such an old age, a cerebral hemorrhage will not be good if you are not careful. You little beast. How dare you curse me and see if I don't beat you to death." Old Mrs. Shen picked up the cane and called to Shen Xi. Shen Xi dodged to avoid it. Old Mrs. Shen's crutch hit a vase from a RU kill nearby. With a bang, their vase was smashed to pieces. The old lady's distressed face was distorted, and she almost couldn't breathe. "This little beast, his wings are really stiff. Not only did he dare to contradict me, but he also dared to send his father and sister to prison. Beast. What did Grandma say? Isn't Dad just standing here?" Shen Xi glanced at Shen Fangting indifferently. Shen Fangting had a sloppy beard and was furious. If your aunt hadn't taken all the charges, do you think I could still be standing here? Go to the police station to withdraw the case immediately, and give me your Aunt Lan and your sister. Let it go. Chapter 23 Being Beaten. The arrest was made by the police. There is irrefutable evidence. If you want to release me, go to the police. Shen Xi pursed her lips, with a lazy posture and unruly eyes. If there is nothing else, just go up and sleep. Stop. Shen Fangting gritted his teeth and stared at her, breathing heavily. After a while, he lowered his posture and said, "What do you want before you withdraw the lawsuit?" Now it is not only Ji Rulan and Shen Yang's problem, but also Wang Dafu's problem. If Shen Xi refuses to withdraw the lawsuit, then Wang Dafu will remain in custody, and the consequences are definitely not something Shen Fangting can afford. Shen Xi also grasped this point, so he wanted to take a piece of meat from them this time. It's not impossible for me to withdraw the lawsuit. First of all, Shen Yang broke the jade bracelet my mother left for me. She will definitely have to pay compensation. What? You said Shen Yang broke the blood jade bracelet your mother left for you? That's worth tens of millions. Shen Xi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood up. Shen Xi sighed and looked extremely sad. Yes, eldest aunt, I asked someone to appraise that bracelet a few days ago, and it has already reached 20 million. Upon hearing the figure of 20 million, Mrs. Shen Xi and others all looked sad, especially Shen Xi. She had always wanted that bracelet. This Yang is really too ignorant. Shen Xi pretended to close the corners of his eyes. That's the only thing my mother left me. In my heart, it's priceless. I don't want much, so let Shen Yang pay me 50 million for this matter. I won't pursue it anymore. What did you say? 50 million. Shen Fangting glared at Shen Xi. You're such a big deal. Dad, don't you know that jade will appreciate in value? It is worth 20 million now, and it may be worth hundreds of millions in a few years. What's more, this bracelet means a lot to me. If Shen Yang doesn't agree, then I can only stay in jail. Shen Xi's eyes were red with grievance. Where did Yang get so much money? Shen Fangting was so angry that he almost fainted. Shen Xi smiled lightly. If you don't have money, just use her shares to pay off the debt. 5% of Shen's shares, according to the current valuation, are actually not worth 50 million. Shen Fangting was startled and looked at Shen Xi with a slight twinkle in his eyes. He secretly passed it on to Shen Yang. He didn't expect Shen Xi to know about it. But if you don't agree now. Okay, I promise, I will withdraw the lawsuit immediately. Dad, don't worry, that was just the first request, I have another request. Don't push yourself too far. Mrs. Shen scolded her with a cold face. Shen Xi shrugged. Forget it if you don't agree, don't delay my sleep. You tell me, what else do you want to do? Shen Fangting slapped his thigh in anger. Shen Xi raised her lips and smiled. It's very simple. I want to join the Shen family and take over my sister's position. How can this be done? How can you, a little girl who has never graduated from college and knows nothing, take over Shen Yu's position? Isn't this nonsense? Shen Xi was the first to stand up and object. She had been working in the Shen family's Jiji camp for so many years, and finally got the position of vice president. Now that Shen Yu is gone, she didn't expect that this girl Shen Xi would join the Shen family. Isn't this whimsical? Shen Xi is right, and I don't agree with it either. Old Mrs. Shen lowered her eyes with a look of displeasure on her face. What do you look like now? If you sit in Shen's seat and sit in Shen Yu's seat, who do you think will convince you? Yes, 1111, the position of general manager Yaya is not a child's play. Shen has other shareholders. Even if we agree, it will be useless if they don't agree. Shen Xi persuaded her earnestly. Shen Xi's eyes turned. You don't have to worry about this, aunt. I have my own way to convince the other shareholders of the board of directors. This matter is settled. Shen Xi went upstairs again. Shen Xi downstairs looked gloomy, while Mrs. Shen used her crutches hard. This little bitch really doesn't take us seriously now. Yes, brother, she is still your daughter no matter what. Now she is going to dominate you. You have to discipline her well. Shen Xi spoke to Shen Fangting, and Shen Fangting snorted. It's not that easy for her to get into the company. I won't let her get her wish. It wasn't until the 5th day, when Shen Xi's hand injury was almost healed, that she withdrew the complaint. But these 5 days were like years for Ji Rulan and Shen Yang. Their appearance showed that they had been severely beaten by society inside. Shen Xi squinted her eyes, a faint smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. and raised her eyebrows at Lu Fang on the side. Lu Fang handled this matter beautifully. It seemed that she would have to give him a few boxes of sea dog pills to reward him. That's it. In the past 5 days, Shen Yang had not had a good night's sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, someone would come up and kick and punch her. Her clothes were torn and her hair was unkempt and disheveled, with a heavy black stain. The circles under his eyes were blurry, like a crazy woman. But when she saw Shen Xi, her originally cloudy eyes suddenly sobered up, pouting at Shen Xi like a robe. "Shen Xi, I'll kill you." If Shen Xi takes away Shen Yang's shares, it is equivalent to killing her. So Shen Yang will not let her go. Shen Xi clicked her tongue, but before she could make a move, Lu Fang, who was next to him, raised his foot and kicked her out. "Where did you come from, this crazy woman? She crawled out of the smelly ditch, didn't she?" Shen Yang was already at the end of his strength, so he couldn't bear the kick and fell to the side with a muffled groan. Ji Rulan ran out distressledly. Yang. The two of them hadn't showered or changed clothes in 5 days, and the smell was really unbearable. Shen Xi took 2 steps back. She came today just to get Shen Yang to sign. Now that the words had been signed, she didn't want to stay here and talk nonsense with them. She passed by Shen Yang with an arrogant expression, as if she was just crawling on the ground. Of ants. Shen Yang's eyes were scarlet, her teeth were covered with blood foam, and the skin on her face was as tight as a cracked wall. "Shen Xi, don't be proud, I won't let you go. I'm not done with you. Okay, I'll wait and see." Lu Fang held the steering wheel with one hand and handed her the yellow-brown paper bag with the other. "What you want?" Shen Xi took it lazily. Lu Fang raised his eyebrows. "After such a beautiful battle, your stepmother and stepsister are so angry that they want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Why don't you look unhappy at all?" "No, I'm quite happy. I'm so happy." Especially when she saw Ji Rulan and Shen Yang just now, she felt extremely happy. She clicked on the screen a few times and took a screenshot to Lu Fang. "You're welcome. This is a gift from my sister." Chapter 24. The third master smiled. When Lu Fang saw that it was another order for sea dog pills, he slapped it with his palm. "Shen Xi, my brother is in great health. Isn't this just to reward you? I'm very satisfied with how well you took care of mother and daughter." Shen Xi lazily sat on the seat like a weak and boneless cat. Lu Fang raised his eyebrows. "I didn't. Didn't you find someone to do it yourself?" "Huh? It's not you. It doesn't make sense." If someone hadn't said hello to them in the detention center, Ji Rulan and her daughter wouldn't have lived in such misery. Shen Xi suddenly remembered the man with one hand covering the sky. Speaking of which, they hadn't contacted each other for 5 days. She didn't give him any information, and he never looked for her again. It was as if she had suddenly disappeared. Shen Xi suddenly missed him a little. Talk about Cao Cao arrives. Shen Xi's cell phone actually received a message from Mo Xian. "At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng will pick you up. By the way, you haven't forgotten the auction tonight, have you?" Lu Fang's voice brought Shen Xi's wandering thoughts back. "How could I forget? I'm still waiting for this stepping stone. Give me a look." Shen Xi finally regained some energy, and her beautiful eyes reflected a faint light. Then he replied to Mo Xian, "Third master, I can't do it today. I have an appointment with my little sister to have my hair done tonight. Tilder. Mo Xian, be the first." Shen Xi, "Yes, third master, I will go to see third master after you are finished. Okay. Tilder. Mo Xian looked at the last 3 words sent to him. A faint smile appeared on Centerlin's lips, and Lin Yuan's eyes widened when he looked in front of him. "Third master, are you laughing? 2 hours." When Lu Fang's patience as he flipped through the magazine and waited was about to run out, Shen Xi went downstairs. She wore a crescent white slim-fitting cheongsam that wrapped her hot and outstanding figure. Her long hair was tied up with a hoster, revealing her pretty palm-sized face and delicate chin. She wore light pink makeup, as if she didn't wear anything, but she was carefully the thin eyebrows depicted made her already beautiful apricot eyes even more charming. Wearing a string of jade bracelets on her wrist, she looked like a gentle and beautiful woman walking in the misty Jiangnan, so well behaved. The woman's attire is a bit charming on her body, she is really pure and lustful. Lu Fang stood downstairs and looked at her with a thoughtful look on his face. Shen Xi walked up to him swayingly and turned around slowly. "How is it?" There is also a vague fragrance coming from it, not coquettish, but just so faint that it makes people want to find out what it is after smelling it. Lu Fang rubbed his nose. 11. Although rabbits don't eat grass around their nests, but Huh. Shen Xi's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. What? Are you attracted to your sister's beauty? Yeah, you look like a goblin, how about we just make do with each other? Anyway, our old man is pushing hard. Bar. Shen Xi suppressed the charm on his face and kicked him directly. I think you are looking for death. Lu Fang lowered his eyes, and there was an undercurrent in his lustful eyes. When he raised his head again, his face no longer had the charming look, and he shook his head repeatedly. Mom is right, the more beautiful the woman, the more poisonous she is. Boys should also be protected outside. Be good to yourself. Shen Xi fastened the buckle around his neck and sneered, as arrogant as a queen, you dare to amuse my sister, believe it or not, my sister will poison you. Lu Fang sighed. It's not that he doesn't know Shen Xi's beauty, it's just that her beauty is too offensive, and they can be said to have grown up wearing the same pair of pants since they were young. If they are too familiar, it will be difficult to start. For example, now, I can only look at the ocean and sigh, don't worry, sister, brother will do his best to ensure that you won't be eaten by those hungry men. Get out. Tonight, there is a stone betting auction in a luxurious manor on the outskirts of Nanjiang. Betting on stones is all about luck. None of these jade stones have been cut, and complete stones of various sizes are placed in glass covers. You can use the tools you bring and the identification experts you bring to determine whether and how much green the stone can produce. Some people become rich overnight, while others lose everything. Shen Xi held Lu Fang's hand and entered. Although her dress today was very low-key, it still caused quite a stir. The bright crystal light above her head illuminated the gentle and generous smile on her lips. Lu Fang is a celebrity in the circle. He is in the same series as Mo Shiyun. He brings a different woman to every occasion. Everyone is not surprised, but they can't help but look at Shen Xi more. This figure is as attractive as Pan Jinlian. Shen Xi took Lu Fang's arm and pinched the flesh of his arm hard. Lu Fang felt pain. What are you doing such a heavy trick? Who told you to stand like this stupidly? Why don't you take me with you what I want? Shen Xi said with a smile that only the two of them could hear. This. Lu Fang looked at the labels on the stones, and finally led Shen Xi to a larger stone with an unpleasant number, 44. Such an unlucky number. Shen Xi frowned. That's good, no one will compete with you. Lu Fang rubbed his sore inner arm. I specially asked someone to do it, and you don't thank me. Okay, then I thank you. That's pretty much it. Lu Fang looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he lowered his voice and said, but there are risks in betting on stones, and it may not be 100% successful. You can't go all in on this. He stretched out his finger again. This is the bottom line. If someone competes with you for more than this price, just stop it. No matter how green it is, it's not worth the money. It was the highest cost price that Lu Fang came up with after careful calculation by someone. Shen Xi nodded, I understand. After her eyes explored all the rocks, large and small, she still felt that number 44 was the most pleasing to the eye. Maybe this is what is called eye contact. Lu Fang quietly took out a piece of paper and handed it to her. Here, these stones should be good, you can weigh them yourself. Shen Xi took one look at the number on it and remembered it, then took Lu Fang's hand. The two of them looked at all the stones without leaving a trace. The bigger the stone, the greater the cost, which Shen Xi could not afford. Affordable. There are a few small stones, priced at hundreds of thousands, that you can play with. The two of them have had a habit since they were young. When discussing things, they like to put their heads together, as if this can prevent others from eavesdropping. It was the same now. If Shen Xi wanted to speak, he would naturally stand on tiptoes and approach Lu Fang, and Lu Fang would squat down and listen. To others, they looked like an intimate couple. Chapter 25 Snapping the Gambling Stone. Song Li entered the room holding Mo Xian's arm, and immediately saw the two attractive men and women standing in front of the glass cabinet. The man was wearing a navy blue velvet suit, which was luxurious and low-key, and the woman was wearing a crescent white cheongsam, which was gentle and moving. As she spoke in a low voice, a strand of hair on the woman's head fell down disobediently. The man immediately reached out to help her put it away. Go back. The movements are intimate and natural, the result of long-standing habits. Brother Yang, that's Miss Shen. Song Li also wore a white floor-length evening gown today, with a tube-top style. She smiled slightly and had a charming aura. I almost didn't recognize the way she was dressed today. Next to her, I almost didn't recognize her. Is that her boyfriend? Oh. Mo Xian stood there, his whole body like an unsheathed sword. The cold air was raging around him. His deep and gloomy eyes fell on the woman who raised her head and smiled. Her eyes seemed to be filled with thousands of swords and shadows, murderous. Song Li was so horrified that she instantly fell silent. But looking at Mo Xian's aloof and indifferent expression, Song Li felt a little proud in her heart. Shen Xi is a woman who flirts with others and is slutty. She did it on purpose and wanted Mo Xian to see it clearly. Third Master, your presence here really brings glory to this humble abode. The owner of tonight's auction saw Mo Xian coming, so he brought his wife up to say hello. For a moment, there were crowds of people around Mo Xian, blocking her surroundings. Shen Xi turned around when she heard the noise, and saw only the figures on the 3 floors inside and 3 outside. They must have been some big shots. She didn't care. After getting the auction list with Lu Fang, they looked for someone. Sitting in the corner. Over there, Mo Xian only said a few words of greeting, and then his face darkened. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that he didn't want to talk more, and he didn't dare to get into trouble, so he quickly dispersed. Mo Xian's cold eyes wandered around the field, and he saw Shen Xi sitting in the corner, discussing with Lu Fang head to head. The live auction is about to begin. The lights have been turned on and the auction host has taken the stage. Brother Yan, let's go and sit down too. The auction is about to start. Song Li spoke in a low voice and tightened her fingers. She found that Mo Xian's eyes had been following Shen Xi closely, and her heart felt as if sulfuric acid had been poured on her. She was called here by Mo Xian today. She originally thought it was Mo Xian who finally saw her. She was so happy that she dressed up for a long time. Who would have thought that she would meet Shen Xi here? That woman, even though she only applied a little makeup, could still stand out from the crowd. It made people think that light makeup is always suitable, and she was compared with her. She wasn't willing to give in, but she didn't want Mo Xian to focus on her all the time. Mo Xian and Song Li sat down in the front row. The host announced that the auction has officially begun. The rough stones are auctioned according to serial numbers. Shoot down piece by piece. Not only did Lu Fang find someone to study it in advance, many other people also came with experts and teams, so whenever the numbers in Shen Xi's hand were taken, the bidding was always a bit stalemate. Shen Xi didn't speak a word and just sat there with a lack of interest. It wasn't until their host announced that the auction of number 44 rough stone would begin, Shen Xi's originally lazy body finally began to sit up straight as if it had muscles and bones, and his eyes burst out with determination to win. The starting price for the number 44 rough stone below is 10 million. The starting price was so high, and there was some murmuring in the front. Shen Xi directly raised the sign, 20 million. Everyone turned around and saw Shen Xi's beautiful jade-like face. When she smiled faintly, she had a stunning beauty, as if people were lost and wanted to hold all the treasures in the world in front of her. Someone in the first row shouted the price, 30 million. Shen Xi's expression did not change, 4,005. Someone in the middle raised the price, 45 million. Shen Xi spoke again, 50 million. The first row continued to bid, 60 million. Shen Xi frowned slightly. Is there anyone who is as optimistic about this rough stone as she is? 70 million. It was still within the acceptable range, so Shen Xi continued to bid. As a result, the other party directly shouted, 90 million. There is only a price difference of 10 million from her upper limit. I don't know who is in front of her. Do I have to fight her like this? Unfortunately, through so many jet black heads, Shen Xi could only see a shadowy back of the head. 91 million. Shen Xi's bidding speed slowed down. Someone in the middle also whispered, 10 million rough stones are called so high and are bitten so tightly. Is it really possible to get so much green? Yes, with such a high price, even if you get a whole piece of green and turn it into jewelry, you won't be able to make a lot of money. Unless it's an imperial green. Imperial green is a rare variety in a century. Now it's a rare opportunity. Let alone 100 million, even 200 million are worth it. The problem is that this rough stone definitely does not look like it can produce the imperial green variety. At this time, the first row gave another quote, 100 million. Shen Xi squeezed the sign in her hand, 100 million. This is already her limit. Lu Fang had always had a casual and lazy attitude, but now he sat upright. Seeing that Shen Xi was still raising a sign, he held down her hand and shook his head at her. She was angry and unwilling. She saw their host shouting from above, once 100 million, twice 100 million. Shen Xi raised the sign again without hesitation, 150 million. Lu Fang glared at her, but his tone was helpless and doting. Okay, as long as you are happy, it's only 50 million, I will buy it for you. Shen Xi didn't say anything when he heard the first row holding up another sign and reported 200 million directly. Oh! There was a sneer on Shen Xi's lips. This time, he did not raise the sign again and listened quietly to their host's announcement. 200 million once, 200 million twice, 200 million 3 times, deal done. Lu Fang looked at her in surprise. Why don't you scream? I'm ready to bleed you. Shen Xi snorted. I asked that person to bleed. Since he likes it so much, let him take it. If you have to spend 200 million to carry something that can be taken with 100 million, then I'll leave it to you. A stupid person with too much money takes advantage of him. Lu Fang also thought about it, and noticed the murderous anger in Shen Xi's eyes, and suddenly flinched. The most poisonous woman has a heart. Look, this is not in vain. Okay, don't be angry. There are still a few pieces down there that are of good quality. Besides, those 200 million may still be wasted. Lu Fang pointed to the next few numbers and said. Shen Xi nodded. She thought the same thing. She just hoped that the number 44 rough stone was really dead, and a piece of scrap would be found, and the person who was taken advantage of would be angry to death. But what happened next really made Shen Xi very unhappy. Chapter 26, Being Tricked Instead. Because no matter what she shoots, there is always someone ahead of her to grab it. At first she thought it was just a coincidence, but after being robbed again and again, even a fool figured something was wrong. Lu Fang frowned, stretched out his hand to summon a bodyguard in black from behind, whispered a few words, and the bodyguard took the order and left. When Shen Xi saw that all the numbers on the paper had been taken away by the person in front of him, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He simply crumpled the paper into a ball and listened to their host announcing that the number 100 rough stone would be auctioned later, with the starting price being 500,000. She was so angry that she directly offered 2 million. Sure enough, the man in front immediately followed, 5 million. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was to make Shen Xi so angry that he vomited blood and ascended to heaven, 7 million. Shen Xi gritted his teeth. 8 million. The other party insisted. Shen Xi sneered, 10 million. She just wanted to trick the man in front of her again, and it was best if he asked for 20 million. As a result, the man in front did not hold up the sign again, but heard the host announce, okay, once for 10 million, twice for 10 million, 3 times for 10 million. Congratulations to the lady behind for taking the number 100 rough stone. Shen Xi sat there, a little confused. He stretched out his hand and pinched Lu Fang's leg hard. Lu Fang was in pain and slapped her hand away. Shen Xi. Why are you pinching me? Let me see if I'm dreaming. You didn't dream, you just used 10 million to make a scrap. Lu Fang rubbed his pinched leg and ruthlessly stabbed Shen Xi in the heart. Shen Xi is so angry that he wants to bite. She obviously wanted to trick that person, but ended up being tricked instead. It's really disgusting, madam. Lu Fang called the bodyguard in black over and came back. He whispered a few words beside Lu Fang. Lu Fang raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect it was him. But Shen Xi next to him was about to burst out of anger. The pearls on the beautiful handbag were almost crushed by her. Lu Fang felt that it was better not to tell Shen Xi who the person in front of her was, otherwise according to her character, she would have to tear him apart when she turned around. Okay, don't be angry. It's only 10 million. Brother will pay for it. Look, the pearl necklace below goes well with your outfit today. Brother will buy it for you. Okay, don't be angry. Lu Fang came closer. He looked at Shen Xi and pointed to the last few treasures on the auction list. The first one was a pearl necklace said to be left over from Princess Qing dynasty, which was priceless. Each of the round, plump and nearly transparent pearls is truly a supreme treasure. As soon as they were taken out and placed in the display cabinet, they immediately attracted the attention of all the ladies in the audience. Song Li was no exception. She couldn't help but grab Mo Xian's sleeve and said, Brother Yang, look, what a beautiful pearl necklace. Mo Xian lazily raised his eyelids and glanced at the stage. The pearl necklace lay quietly in the box. The light from above shone down on it, making it shine brightly and colorfully, just like some alluring fairy, so charming and beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. Do you like it? Mo Xian asked lightly. Song Li secretly glanced at Mo Xian and found that his eyes were deep and far-reaching, his eyebrows were straight, his lips were thin, and his angular profile was flawless. Just sitting there, he was incomparably dazzling and noble, even more attractive than the pearl necklace on the stage. She stared at him with her eyes wide open. Mo Xian didn't get a response for a long time. When he turned around, Song Li's unabashedly obsessed eyes ran straight into his unfathomable eyes. He saw Song Li grabbing his sleeves and frowned slightly. Frown. Song Li finally came to his senses, immediately blushed, and said in a voice as thin as a gnat, I like it, Brother Yang. Do you like the pearl necklace or Brother Yang? In fact, Mo Xian didn't want to bring Song Li here today, it was just a woman who wanted to have her hair done with her little sister. Oh. Mo Xian put aside his head. The auction for the pearl necklace on the stage had already started. The starting price was 600,000 yuan. Lu Fang has always spent a lot of money in order to win a smile from a beautiful woman. Today I saw that Shen Xi had suffered such a big loss and was so angry that he just shouted, 1,600,000. However, that annoying sign in the first row came again, 3 million. Hey! Lu Fang smacked his mouth and couldn't tell what the person in front of him meant. However, Mr. Lu has always been fearless. Today, he must take the necklace, for million. Shen Xi looked at the pearl necklace on the stage and listened to Lu Fang's bid. She curled her lips. Although the necklace was beautiful, it had exceeded its own value. Besides, she didn't like pearls, so she shouldn't let Lu Fang continue to be so careless. Spend money. It's just that she was really frustrated all night. She didn't steam the steamed buns to fight for her breath, so she grabbed the sign from Lu Fang's hand and shouted, 5 million. 6 million. The opponent pressed forward step by step. Shen Xi refused to budge, 6 million and 1 yuan. Lu Fang's hand that was originally supporting his chin suddenly slipped. Did you hear that right? There's just one more piece. But when he turned around and saw Shen Xi's murderous and extremely bright eyes, he knew that this aunt was deliberately being rude. His body softened again and he gave her a thumbs up. That's right, Shen Xi was deliberately rude to others. But she didn't expect the other party to be so awesome, 6 million yuan. Cough, 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 someone drank water and accidentally lost his breath. These two have been fighting over each other all night, and they are both asking for prices as if they are free of charge. Now they are just increasing the price one by one. When will this necklace be photographed? Song Li was really happy, especially when she heard that she said she liked it, and Mo Xian started auctioning it off, and suddenly sold a pearl necklace worth 600,000 yuan for 6 million, she really felt like as if filled with honey with joy. Because someone spent a lot of money on her, and this man was such a noble and aloof Mo Xian. But now, when she heard him adding it piece by piece, as if he was deliberately teasing Shen Xi by playing devil's advocate, her sweet heart felt like it was stepping on the clouds, and it suddenly felt like it was falling into an ice cellar. He was born to stand at the pinnacle of power. Women love his handsome appearance, love his unparalleled wealth and fame, and are in awe of his unattainable arrogance and arrogance. It is such a contradictory complex that she cannot see. I can't understand it, but I'm deeply addicted and unable to extricate myself. No matter what, she won't let go. Shen Xi in the back was tired of such aimless shouting, and she didn't like it anyway, so she just threw down the sign, said, I'm going to the bathroom, and walked out from behind. Whoever wants to go, she doesn't care. Lu Fang sighed. He knew that this aunt was probably going to explode with anger. It would be best to go out and get some air. No one could compete with him in the front, and Mo Xian bought the pearl necklace for 6 million and 50 yuan. Chapter 27 Little Sister Lu Fang. Song Li looked at Mo Xian beside him, a hint of shyness flashed across his face. Mo Xian glanced back and saw Lu Fang leaning lazily on his chair and signing a bill with a pen. Shen Xi was nowhere to be seen. He stretched out his hand to call Chen Yi, then stood up and walked out. Seeing this, Song Li also stood up, but Mo Xian ordered, Chen Yi, send Miss Song back. Yes, Mr. Mo. Brother Yang, Song Li's low call could not rouse the man's feet to leave quickly. Song Li lifted up her skirt and wanted to chase after her, but was blocked by Chen Yi. Miss Song, I'll take you back. Let me go. Song Li said angrily, I'm going to find Brother Yang. Chen Yi's deep face has always been calm, but it cannot be criticized. President Mo has told me that I will send Miss Song back. Song Li turned around anxiously, but there was no trace of Mo Xian. She looked back again, and Shen Xi was no longer in that position. A bad guess flashed through her heart, but she quickly denied it. No, Brother Yang will not go looking for that woman. He obviously hates her, otherwise why would he grab what Shen Xi likes all night long? Yes, that must be the case. Brother Yang, he just left beforehand. Chen Yi stood in front of her and Song Li was not allowed to leave. She simply sat down and waited for Chen Yi to finish paying and hold the 6 million pearl necklace in front of her. Shen Xi was really stunned and angry. He chopped off a few high heels as soon as he left their hall. This evil star who has been stabbed 1,000 times, I curse you to lose all your money tonight. All of them will be scrapped. Probably because her expression was too ferocious, it attracted other people's attention. She took 2 deep breaths and entered the bathroom. After going to the toilet and washing her hands, she calmed down her angry mood, and her face returned to its original expression of a gentle and good-natured woman. She tugged on the hem of her cheongsam, then raised her legs and walked out with graceful steps. As a result, after taking only 2 steps, he was blocked by a thick wall of flesh. Shen Xi was in a bad mood and opened his mouth with greetings. You haven't grown, but after coming into contact with the other person's cold and solemn face, he swallowed back the word eyes. Why is this evil star here? She couldn't help but widen her eyes. The alarm bells rang in her head. She turned around and wanted to run, but as soon as she raised her leg, her wrist was pulled, and her body hit the wall on one side. How dare you run? Mo Xian's eyes were so scary, dark and deep, like an ancient tomb that had been silent for thousands of years. Third master, such a coincidence. Shen Xi was trapped between Mo Xian's hard chest and the cold wall. His mouth, which had always been eloquent, seemed to be paralyzed and became stammering. It's quite a coincidence that you are here to have your hair done with the little sister. As soon as Mo Xian opened his mouth, the cold air all over his body rolled towards Shen Xi like a sea. No, third master. As Mo Xian got closer and closer, Shen Xi felt as if the king of hell of the 10th palace was personally taking someone, and his calves were trembling. Although she had lied to him, she clearly didn't do anything. Why did Mo Xian wanted to catch someone in bed like this, staring at her with an expression on his face that he wanted to cut her into pieces? Third master, I can explain it. Shen Xi pressed her back against the cold wall, feeling the spreading murderous aura. She really had no doubt that she might be 22 today. Har, Mo Xian sneered, pinching her chin with his slender jade-like fingers, but like an unsealed sharp blade, it was pressed against Shen Xi's neck, and the cold breath was sprayed on Shen Xi's face. You are the first woman who dares to play tricks on me. Third master. Shen Xi was really frightened, his scalp was numb, his liver and gallbladder were split. I didn't lie to you, third master, I really came here with my little sister. Lu Fang is her little sister, that's right. Little sister Lu Fang? Little sister spent a lot of money on you. Mo Xian rubbed her chin with his thumb, a bloodthirsty dark light surged in his eyes. Shen Xi felt it was difficult to breathe. It was the fear emanating from the bottom of his heart, which everyone was afraid of. Mr. Mo. Shen Xi was shaking violently. Hearing Mo Xian's voice, an idea suddenly flashed across his face. His round eyes were now widened to the extreme. You were the man who was bidding with me inside just now. Mo Xian didn't say anything, so that was his acquiescence. Wipe. The blood in Shen Xi's heart really wanted to vomit out in buckets. She never expected that the man she cursed to the point of being stabbed 1,000 times was actually Mo Xian. Then he must have seen her and Lu Fang. Forehead. Mo Xian looked at her eyes rolling around and knew that she must be full of bad intentions and wanted to make up various reasons to deceive him. With a heavy snort, his hands tightened around her slender waist. Shen Xi suddenly had difficulty breathing. Third master. Mo Xian looked arrogant, the majestic aura only possessed by superiors. You are the first woman who dares to play tricks on me like this. They were so close, his cold lips almost touched Shen Xi's face, but Shen Xi felt that it was a red letter spit out by a poisonous snake, dangerous and poisonous. No, third master, this is really a misunderstanding. Shen Xi suddenly grabbed Mo Xian's finger, snuggled softly into his arms, stood on tiptoes, and kissed the man's cool lips. Slightly cool, but soft. The muscles all over his body were tense, like a bow that had been fully opened. Shen Xi could no longer gamble. She could only find a way to calm this man down first. She kissed her very seriously, her weak, boneless hands wrapped around Mo Xian's lean waist, and her soft body pressed against Mo Xian's strong chest, as if she wanted to completely break the man's will. Mo Xian was really annoyed, and really didn't expect that Shen Xi would come so suddenly, and wanted to push him away, but like an octopus, she clung to him and rubbed his lips repeatedly. Teasing, a pair of eyes covered with mist like a lost elk in the forest, panicked, and with a somewhat seductive look. There were a few blushes on her plain white face. Because of her friction, the hoster fell off, and the black hair fell down like a waterfall. making her face more and more beautiful, like the best gel, as gorgeous as a peach or plum. Shen Xi noticed that the man's hand had reached through the slit skirt, and finally could no longer calm down. Although his tall figure completely blocked her petite body, she didn't want to put on a live erotic show at the door of the bathroom, so she quickly shouted to stop. Third master, we can't do it here. She still wants to have some face. Their lips finally let go, but the corners of her lips still retained the moist luster from his mouth, which was seductive and charming. Chapter 28. Be strong and strong. Mo Xian's dark eyes were filled with deep desire. Before Shen Xi could react, he leaned down again. His kiss was arrogant, domineering, and surging. He even unbuttoned the top button of her dress and nibbled on her snow-white neck. With a hint of punishment. Mo Xian, are you a dog? He actually bit her. Oh, it hurts. Mo Xian. Shen Xi's eyes turned red with anger, and he pushed his knees up hard, trying to push the man on top of him away. Unexpectedly, as soon as his thigh moved, he held it down with his big hand. Mo Xian held Shen Xi's snow-white thin legs with his hands, and there was still anger in his deep eyes. How dare you move your feet? Shen Xi's eyes were moist, her cheeks were crimson, her lips were red and swollen, and there were traces of bruises on her snow-white neck. She looked like a gorgeous person who had been tortured. She was panting and her eyes were floating. Reluctant and unruly, you didn't force me. Let me go. Mo Xian sneered, I force you to come out with a man to get your hair done. Shen Xi had been pushed to the edge of the cliff, and had lost all his humiliation, so he felt a bit like a broken person. I told you, Lu Fang is my little sister, and what he likes is man. Lu Fang, who likes men. Har, you think I'm easy to deceive? The man's eyes were sinister, like a sharp knife piercing Shen Xi's flesh. Shen Xi's eyelashes trembled slightly, she suppressed the uneasiness in her heart, and forced herself to face this man who was full of anger. Third master, I really didn't lie to you. Look at Lu Fang's red lips, white teeth and naked body. I feel like a little bitch at first glance. I like third master who is strong and strong. Saying that, Shen Xi grabbed Mo Xian's lapel and pulled him towards her. There was no gap between the two of them, with a face that was pure and lustful, with a bit of depraved desire. Third master, this is only the state officials are allowed to set fires and the people are not allowed to light lamps. Don't think she didn't see that there was a woman sitting next to him just now. Could that be his little brother too? Yes, he also snatched her pearl necklace. Was he going to give it to the woman next to him? Right. Whispering sound. Thinking of this, Shen Xi pushed Mo Xian away with a bit of coldness. Get out of the way, I should go back and pay. Although she already knew that she might have spent 10 million to buy a piece of scrap material, but what if, maybe she got lucky tonight? Stop. Mo Xian saw that she was about to leave and immediately stopped her. What else are you doing? Shen Xi ruffled her hair that fell in front of her in annoyance. Her head of black hair made her face even more charming, and he even had the urge to tear all the buttons apart. Shen Xi felt uncomfortable under Mo Xian's deep gaze. She lowered her head and glanced at the cheongsam on her body, and immediately yelled angrily, rogue. Immediately afterwards, a large suit jacket fell on her shoulders, with his body temperature still on it. Shen Xi shook his shoulders, not wanting to wear this dog man's clothes. But as soon as he came into contact with Mo Xian's deep eyes, Shen Xi pursed his lips, buttoned up his suit in silence, and followed Mo Xian's footsteps obediently. This is his warning and his compromise. It's not like she doesn't know how to advance or retreat. As a woman, you need to be measured when you act like a coquettish person or act coquettishly. Too much is too much. However, Shen Xi soon realized that Mo Xian was not taking her the way she came, and stopped in her tracks. Third master, why don't we go back to the hall? No reply. No, the third master robbed me of the stone overnight. Didn't you go and see if you lost all your money or got rich overnight? I don't like that thing. What a rich man. It's simply a matter of outrage between humans and gods. Shen Xi almost ran away, but suddenly her mind changed. The thing he didn't like was what she had been asking for. Third master, all the money has been spent. Let's go back and take a look, just in case the imperial green is really available. Shen Xi softened his body, grabbed Mo Xian's sleeve, and shook it gently, with a pair of wet apricot eyes. Moisturize and shine. You want number 44. Asking questions knowingly. Shen Xi despised Mo Xian in his heart, and the smile on his face was as bright as a flower. Then I wonder if the third master is willing to give up my love. Mo Xian said nothing, looking at Shen Xi anxiously. Finally, as if he had lost his patience, He pulled him towards him again. I don't care, you have to give it to me. That one was obviously the one I liked first, give it back to me. Mo Xian looked at the coquettish and rogue woman in his arms and laughed angrily. Okay, you can take the 200 million. At this moment, Shen Xi felt so regretful that her intestines turned green. 200 million, 200 million. She was so stupid that she raised the price with Mo Xian, and raised the price of the stone to 200 million in vain. Third master. Shen Xi pursed her lips. She was really going to be so stunned that she would bleed internally tonight. Mo Xian watched the light in her eyes disappear and knew that she must be unwilling to be full of calculations. His voice was cold. Do you think I am the one who took advantage of Mo Xiyun? Just say a few nice words or something like that. Can you get it all at your fingertips? In his eyes, she is actually a woman who sells her looks in exchange for profits. Shen Xi also knew that her request was too unreasonable, and she was ridiculed so bluntly by him. For a moment, embarrassment spread all over her body. She shook off Mo Xian's hand and regained her cold expression. What the third master said is, I think if you want it, I'll get it myself. Mo Xian pursed his thin lips and looked past Shen Xi's pale face. He suddenly felt a little irritated. He strode forward, grabbed Shen Xi's wrist and walked back to their hall. Mo Xian, what are you doing? Let me go. Shen Xi was so angry that he cursed. It's fun to humiliate her, isn't it? Don't you want to see the solution stone? Come on, I'll take you back to see it now. Mo Xian had a cold face and a completely domineering tone. I want to see how I can see. I don't need you. Let me go. Shen Xi's eyes turned red with anger. She struggled vigorously and her suit jacket slipped to the ground. The two of them had returned from the dark corridor at the entrance of the bathroom to the bright entrance of their hall. The deep and shallow marks on her snow-white body were particularly obvious. They were really dazzling. Mo Xian raised his hand and pinched her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, stroking her bitten lip with his thumb, his eyes dark. Is that what you want? Shen Xi stubbornly turned away. But Mo Xian suddenly pulled her into his arms and said in a domineering and arrogant tone, if you want it, show off. Shen Xi was startled and frowned. What does this dog man mean? Behave well. Song Li was sitting on pins and needles and wanted to leave, but was stared at by Chen Yi again. When she raised her eyes and saw Mo Xian leaving and returning, a smile immediately appeared on her face. But when she saw the woman hanging in Mo Xian's arms, the smile instantly froze at the corner of her mouth. Shen Xi. Chapter 29 I am a goblin. She was actually carried in by Mo Xian, and she was still wearing Mo Xian's clothes. With those reddish corners of the eyes and swollen lips, anyone could tell what had just happened between them. The newly made nails penetrated the tender flesh of her palms, and she didn't notice it at all. In those eyes that stared at Shen Xi gloomily, there was more anger and hatred than before. She was the female companion brought by Mo Xian, but now she was being protected by Mo Xian. She was so embarrassed. How could she gain a foothold in this circle in the future? This despicable brat, a charming vixen, knows how to seduce men. Shen Xi was still immersed in what Mo Xian had just said. When he raised his eyes, he saw Song Li's gloomy and terrifying eyes. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. There was also a bit of charm in the corners of his eyes and brows. She was not too uncomfortable with Mo Xian hugging her. Reluctantly, at this moment, she leaned all her weight on the man next to her, her red lips slightly curved. Miss Shen, what a coincidence that I come to the auction alone. Song Li's expression of resentment was so ferocious and distorted that Shen Xi, a bitch, deliberately showed off to her. He obviously came to the banquet with Mo Xi, but now he left her alone. Miss Shen, what a great trick. Song Li almost broke her silver teeth. Shen Xi smiled, full of charm, and pressed close to Mo Xian and exhaled, Third master, what's wrong with Miss Song? It seems like a monster is going to eat me. I'm so scared. Mo Xian lowered his head and saw only the half-hearted smile on the woman's lips. There was no fear in her eyes, but a hint of schadenfreude. Song Li's palms were pinched by her, and there was undisguised vicious hatred in her eyes. She really hated Shen Xi so much that she even dared to call her a monster. When it comes to demonic aura, I'm afraid no one can compare to Miss Shen. Song Li was no less conciliatory. Shen Xi smiled with a devilish aura. Well, Miss Song is right, you are a monster and I am a goblin, third master, do you think so? Mo Xian looked at her weak and boneless leaning in his arms, obviously not doing anything, but with every frown and smile, she really looked like that enchantress, a seductive enchantress, making people want to rub her into their bones. He hugged Shen Xi, and his right hand had already been inserted into the large suit jacket, but outsiders couldn't see it. He pinched the tender flesh of Shen Xi's waist with his hand, and his eyes gave a silent warning, telling her to calm down. Shen Xi was in pain, her red lips flattened, and she accused him with her eyes. "Third master, please be gentle, it hurts tilde." Mo Xian narrowed his eyes, and Song Li also saw the undercurrent between the two of them. His eyes were about to burst. He stood up and waved at Shen Xi's charming face. "Shen Xi, you are mean." It's a pity that before her hand could touch Shen Xi, she was grabbed by Mo Xian. The huge force and the frozen eyes made Song Li's heart break. She was so jealous that she acted like this on such an occasion. Mo Xian swung hard, and Song Li staggered 2 steps before she managed to steady herself without falling. Mo Xian's cold warning sounded in her ears: "If you don't want to stay here, get out." Seeing Shen Xi nestled in Mo Xian's arms with a hint of ridicule, Song Li felt embarrassed, but she was unwilling to leave just like that. She gritted her teeth, endured the blood, and silently sat back down. Shen Xi chuckled. He didn't expect Song Li to be so patient. And Mo Xian was so ruthless and cold-blooded. At this time, Shen Xi's heart was not as proud and complacent as Song Li thought. She even felt the coldness emanating from her bones, and her body couldn't help but tremble. It is said that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. The man next to him stands at the pinnacle of power, taking over life and death. Everyone in the world is like an ant, crawling at his feet. Today he can pamper her to the sky, and tomorrow he can treat her like Song Li. She was discarded like a crotch. Mo Xian noticed her trembling and lowered his head. "Cold." "A little, but it's not cold at all when Third Master holds her." Shen Xi put away the sadness in her heart and smiled charmingly at Mo Xian. Lu Fang has been sitting at the back. Ever since Shen Xi and Mo Xian came in together, his probing eyes have never left him. Now he had to say, this Shen Xi's methods are really amazing. In such a short time, he actually got into Mo Xian's arms. "Woman, should you give me an explanation? Are you crazy?" Shen Xi felt her phone buzzing and vibrating, so she took it out and took a look. She never expected that such a naked text message would be exposed directly in front of her eyes. Of course, it was also exposed to Mo Xian. She instantly felt a tightness in her waist, as if she was about to be cut in half. She quickly hugged Mo Xian's waist tightly, and then replied, "I know you like the Third Master, but the Third Master is mine, you can't betray him. Think." Lu Fang stared at the message on his phone with his eyes wide open. It seemed that this message was not something he could understand. As a result, when he sent the message again, he saw a big red exclamation mark. There is a reminder below: "I'm sorry, you are not the other party's friend." Lu Fang saw Shen Xi curling up lazily in Mo Xian's arms like a cat, and immediately laughed angrily. "Hey, he is a donkey who kills donkeys. This little white-eyed wolf who is not familiar with the food has lost the 10 million he spent on her." Shen Xi blocked Lu Fang, not wanting him to continue to say stupid things to send her to the guillotine. "Looking back, I saw that he was no longer in the last row, and I don't know when he left." Someone suddenly pressed her head, and Mo Xian's deep voice sounded in her ears. "Looking at other men in my arms, Shen Xi, do you really think I have a good temper? How can you be so good-tempered? You are clearly a tyrant." However, Shen Xi didn't dare to say this. She hugged Mo Xian's arm and smiled softly. "Third Master, are you jealous? I just don't like half-hearted little things." Shen Xi met Mo Xian's dark eyes, which reflected her face that bullied frost and snow, but there was no affection whatsoever. Shen Xi looked away and curled her lips lightly. At some point, she also learned from Song Li's sentimentality. This man has no heart. He was used to controlling everything. She was just lucky and relied on her beauty to win his temporary happiness. Just like the kittens and puppies he raised, they tease you when they like you. If they don't like you, just leave them. Worthless. "No way, my love for Third Master can be seen from the sun and the moon." Shen Xi raised 3 fingers and swore, and suddenly grabbed Mo Xian's sleeve with excitement. "Third Master, look, it's number 44. Chen Yi had already sent people in to cut the pile of stones that Mo Xian had photographed, and they were cutting them one by one. Now it was number 44's turn. Shen Xi's eyes were shining, looking forward to and nervous at the same time. She hoped to get a good green one so that she could get it from Mo Xian, but she also hoped that it would be a waste and Mo Xian would lose all his money. Chapter 30. Behave well. After the expert's assessment, they drew a few lines on the stone and then sent it into the stone clearing machine. The waiting was scorching. Shen Xi's soft white fingers kept clutching Mo Xian's sleeves without realizing it. She even stopped breathing and kept staring at the transparent glass room. After the gray surface is cut open, green light shines through. It's going up, it's going up, it's going up, someone cheered. It was only a small cut, but such a large piece of green was exposed. Shen Xi also gasped in shock. This Mo Xian's luck must be too good. If this is really the case, then 200 million is really not expensive at all. Just when Shen Xi was shocked, a jeweler came forward to talk to Mo Xian. He was willing to pay 250 million to buy this rough stone. When Shen Xi heard this, he stared at Mo Xian nervously, his eyes a silent warning, "Don't sell it, this is what she likes." Mo Xian lowered his head and glanced at the restless little thing in his arms, politely declined the jeweler's offer, and asked him to continue cutting. Shen Xi just stared at it for a moment, as if the knife had cut into her heart. It's actually full of green again. Oh my god. The surrounding people cheered loudly. I thought that Mr. Mo would definitely lose money after spending 200 million yuan to buy this stone. I never expected that Mr. Mo is really blessed. Yes, Mr. Mo is really a wise man, I admire him. The flatterers have been coming in waves. Those jewelers are almost unable to restrain themselves and are ready to move. You must know that such a piece of rough stone is enough to support a jewelry company's high-end jade treasures in the past 2 years. Shen Xi's heart was bleeding. If she had known earlier, she would have won it even if it cost her everything. No, even if she goes bankrupt, she can't afford it. If she competes with Mo Xian for money, then she won't be humiliating herself. Her heart was like being boiled in a pot of oil. She just regretted why she told Mo Xian that the little sister would do the first thing. Why not just follow her and be done with it? Ouch, I want to cry. She is scratching her heart and lungs here, while she has finished dissecting the stone over there. Mo Xian is undoubtedly the sure winner in life. This rough stone is full of green. The dazzling light of Yunxi shone in the calcite room. The jewelers present were all excited. The price had already reached 500 million. Shen Xi's face turned green after hearing this, and she curled her fingers and pressed her stomach. Third master, my stomach hurts tilde. Mo Xian lowered his head, saw the disheveled look on her face, and chuckled, constipated. Shen Xi's complexion was greener than that emerald. Not only does my stomach hurt now, but every part of my body hurts. As she watched the price skyrocket, her beautiful eyes were filled with a layer of mist, and her long eyelashes were clearly defined. But like two small fans, they cast a shadow on the face. Third master. Want it? The man's deep voice was filled with his own unique cadence, rustling, and particularly numbing. This bastard. Shen Xi blushed abnormally. Under the suit, two slender legs were tightly entangled with the man's straight and powerful legs. Her cool and moist eyes were filled with water. She bit her lower lip and nodded unsatisfactorily. She wanted to want it, very much. Want to? Mo Xian stared at her, his eyes darkened and his throat twitched. Shen Xi's eyes were filled with light, and she put her hands on the man's neck. Third master, I will perform well. Next to her, Song Li looked at Shen Xi's shameless behavior, and her lower lip was bitten. Lin Feng and Lin Yuan appeared and separated the jewelers who came up to buy at a high price. Shen Xi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Before her heart could return to its original position, her body was suddenly picked up by someone and said, Third master. Going back. No. I haven't solved the number 100 yet. Shen Xi held great expectations, just in case it turns out to be full green. Mo Xian glanced at her, laughed, called Lai Yuan, and gave her a few instructions. Shen Xi rubbed his eyes and heard the host say that the next step is to solve the rough stone number 100. Shen Xi looked up at the man beside him. Are you going to jump in line? It's easy to do it if you have money. You're good, you're awesome, you're awesome. But seeing the experts talking among themselves and not knowing how to write, Shen Xi's heart was raised. Could it be that she could also get a full green? That's great. Just when she was full of confidence, she saw the experts drawing a long line in the middle of the stone. Shen Xi's face turned dark. Doesn't this mean that her stone has no green at all? If so, it is carefully cut from the edge. Where can it be peeled directly from the middle like this? Some people were already suppressing laughter in a low voice. In a blink of an eye, the stone was fed into the stone resolving machine. The rumbling sound was like cutting Shen Xi's flesh. Looking at the huge display above his head, revealing a little bit of grey inside, Shen Xi's complexion also turned grey. Their whole room burst into laughter. Really, I am so embarrassed that I have been brought to my grandma's house. Shen Xi was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys ached, but the man next to him actually laughed too. Shen Xi lost all his face, and was filled with annoyance. He couldn't stop laughing when he saw him, so he opened his mouth, a bite on his shoulder. Mo Xian was wearing a white shirt, so the hardness of his teeth quickly penetrated his flesh. Shen Xi put all his troubles tonight on this bite. She tried her best and soon tasted blood between her teeth, but when she saw that he looked unmoved, she lost her breath and slowly opened her mouth. Mo Xian saw her pale and inexplicably aggrieved and delicate face and sneered, "Are you feeling better? It's not comfortable. If you dare to laugh again, I will bite you again. Little wild cat." Mo Xian's anger dissipated a lot when he saw her ferocious appearance. Over there, Chen Yi finished dealing with all the matters and walked over to Mo Xian holding the pearl gift box. The pearl necklace is made of jade and emits a warm and soft glow. It is indeed a rare and fine product. As soon as Song Li saw the pearl necklace, her eyes lit up. Her fingers nervously grasped her dress, and there was a hint of sweet shyness in her eyes as she looked at Mo Xian. When Shen Xi thought that Mo Xian had snatched the pearl necklace from her, she couldn't help but glare at him. Forget it, she doesn't like it anyway, so out of sight is out of mind. As a result, Mo Xian actually picked up the pearl necklace and put it directly around her neck. "What are you doing?" Shen Xi frowned and held his hand. "You don't like it?" Mo Xian looked at Shen Xi's snow-white neck with clear eyes and nodded with satisfaction, "It's quite suitable." The blood on Song Li's face faded instantly, and her pale lips drew blood from her bite. Chapter 31. She doesn't deserve it. Although Shen Xi doesn't like Song Li, he also knows what Song Li expects. Mo Xian, a bitch, has done a great job. But as soon as she came into contact with Mo Xian's stern eyebrows, she still smiled and leaned in to kiss him on the face. "Thank you, third master, I really like it." Mo Xian said nothing, picked him up and walked out. Song Li followed him out and saw Mo Xian carrying Shen Xi towards the car parked at the door. Unwilling to accept it, Yu Yuan shouted, "Brother Yang." Mo Xian didn't even look back. "Chen Yi, send Miss Song back." "Yes, Mr. Mo." Brother Yang. Song Li was really stimulated. She couldn't suppress the sourness in the corners of her eyes, and her heart twisted into a ball. She took 2 steps forward and blocked Mo Xian's way. Shen Xi looked at her pale little face, and with a strong effort, he jumped off Mo Xian and smiled generously. "Third master, I'll wait for you in the car. You two can chat slowly." Mo Xian stood up straight and cast a faint glance at Song Li with his black eyes, showing a coldness that could repel people thousands of miles away. "Is there anything else?" Song Li's eyes were scarlet. Seeing Mo Xian's obsessive look, Song Li was heartbroken and said, "Brother Yang, Shen Xi is a woman who sells her looks and body in exchange for profit. She has ulterior motives and has ulterior motives to approach you. Don't be deceived by her. She even injured someone a few days ago to seduce Wang Dafu. How can a dirty woman like her deserve to be close to you? Don't be fooled by her sweet words." At the end of the sentence, Song Li almost shouted. Mo Xian looked casual and said in a calm tone, "She doesn't deserve it, but you do." Brother Yang. Song Li saw the disdainful indifference in Mo Xian's eyes, and felt like she was electrocuted for a moment. She always thought that after being with Mo Xian for so many years, he had some feelings for her, but she never expected that he would be so heartless and cruel. When Mo Xian got into the car, he saw that Shen Xi had already taken off the pearl necklace around his neck and was playing with it in his hand. The delicate white fingertips paired with the translucent pearls seemed to have a lively and vivid fragrance that attracts people's imagination. Mo Xian's eyes dimmed, and Shen Xi was already holding the pearl necklace respectfully and offering it with both hands. "Third master, the play is over, and the property returns to its original owner." Mo Xian's deep gaze fell on her seemingly gentle and well-behaved face. "Don't like it?" Shen Xi's eyes were sincere and his voice was soft. "Third master, you will not be rewarded for your merits." Har. Mo Xian sneered, took the necklace over, held it in his palm and rubbed it. The pearl seemed to still have her body temperature on it, and it felt delicate and warm, but in a flash, "Just throw it away if you don't like it." "What?" Shen Xi was startled. When she saw him opening the car window and raising his hand to throw the necklace out, she jumped directly on him and snatched the necklace back. 6 million. Just throw it away. Wasteful stuff. Third master, what are you doing? Shen Xi pouted and complained, you can donate such a precious thing even if you don't like it. Why waste it so much? I'd love to. Shen Xi was furious, this is how stupid people are in legend. When did the third master throw away the rough stone so that I could pick it up? Seeing that Mo Xian had no intention of pushing her down, Shen Xi narrowed her beautiful pupils and simply grabbed the hem of his shirt with her soft white fingers, asked half seriously. There are many stones on the roadside, and no one will stop you from picking them up. Exclamation point. The smile on Shen Xi's face disappeared instantly. Third master, you are not pretending to be confused because you understand, you clearly know what I want. If it weren't for him, Cheng Yaojin, who came out halfway, why would she still be here now and dealing with him in vain and cowardly? Shen Xi was so angry that she still kept a smile on her face. Mo Xian held her slender waist with his hands and said with understanding in his eyes, sharp teeth and sharp mouth, is this a good performance of yours? Shen Xi's heart was like a mirror, how could she not hear the hidden meaning of Mo Xian's words? She narrowed her eyes, suppressed the coldness in her eyes, and wrapped her hands around Mo Xian's neck. Third master has always said the same thing, and he always sticks to his word. Then tomorrow morning, the stone will be mine. 500 million a night. How could Shen Xi not hear the joking and ridicule in his words? He was clearly saying that she was overestimating her abilities. A woman worth 500 million yuan a night, she was really valuable. But now, she has no choice. The Fu family started their business by relying on jade and jewelry. As the apple of Mr. Fu's eye, Fu Wanqing had been held in his arms by Mr. Fu since she was a child and appreciated the jade antiques. Therefore, after she severed ties with the Fu family, she also relied on jade and jewelry to make her fortune. Such a small company grew into the Shen Group. Later, the Shen family got involved in other industries such as hotels and real estate. It's just that Shen Fangting is really not good at management, and the jade business is getting harder and harder. In the past few years, the Shen family has slowly withdrawn from the jade industry, and now the market share is less than 2%. Shen Xi was also severely taught by Fu Wanqing since she was a child. Although she did not have strong professional knowledge, she had a gifted design ability. Now if she wants to join the Shen family, she must have someone who can do it well enough to impress people. Convincing project. Everything was ready, but Mo Xian interfered tonight. Shen Xi sighed faintly, if third master doesn't agree, then I can only find someone else to find a solution. I remember that Mr. Zhang seemed to have offered a good deal tonight. Before Shen Xi finished speaking, he felt the strength on his waist suddenly tighten and his breath was suffocated. Mo Xian's eyes were as cold as sharp blades, and the air pressure in the car was inexplicably lowered, making the man breathless. Third master. Shen Xi regretted a little. She seemed to be plucking the hair on the tiger's butt. How do you want to die tonight? Mo Xian's deep voice sounded in Shen Xi's ears, like a soul-stirring horn. Shen Xi really regretted it and was about to cry without tears. Third master, we have something to talk about. Mo Xian sneered, and Shen Xi lay obediently in his arms, not daring to make another mistake. Follow him all their way to their hotel penthouse suite. Shen Xi was very proactive. Third master, I'm going to take a shower first, you sit down for a while first. After slamming the bathroom door and locking it, Shen Xi took a few deep breaths. She didn't even dare to breathe hard in the car just now. Mo Xian is a tyrant. He stole her things and wanted to kill her. This is really unreasonable. There were two clusters of blazing fire burning in Shen Xi's beautiful eyes, especially when she took off her cheongsam and saw the blue and purple marks on her neck. The fire became even more intense. This man is definitely a dog. I will definitely think of ways to torture her tonight, but it's not that easy. Shen Xi suppressed the annoyance in his heart, took a quick shower, and came out wrapped in a bath towel. Mo Xian's tall body was leaning against the window, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, and he was sipping. He turned around when he heard the door open, as if he didn't expect her to come out so soon. Chapter 32. Dare to plot against me. Shen Xi was wrapped in a bath towel, her long white hair spread behind her. Her pretty face steamed by the heat was like a crystal pink peach blossom. Her snow-white neck, sexy collarbones, and thin, white legs were all on display. In front of Mo Xian. Mo Xian's eyes were as dark as ink. When he looked at Shen Xi, her skin felt as if it had been burned with a soldering iron, and the scarlet color on her face became darker. What are you looking at? It's your turn, why don't you wash it off? So anxious. Mo Xian's voice was extremely hoarse. Shen Xi resisted the urge to run away and proudly raised his chin. Don't you understand that a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold? Har. Mo Xian put down the red wine glass in his hand and started to unbutton his shirt, then take this time to think carefully about how to behave well later. Son of a bitch! Shen Xi's face was so red that she could bleed. She has always been a talkative person. Except for the last time, she has no actual combat experience. Behave well, is it too late to learn and observe? Her faint eyes fell on Mo Xian's unfinished glass of red wine. When she heard the gurgling sound from the bathroom, she picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Feeling that it was not enough, she poured herself 2 more glasses before going use a hair dryer to dry your hair. After blowing her hair until it was half dry, Mo Xian came out. Shen Xi raised his eyes nervously and saw that he only had a bath towel wrapped around his waist. The towel was still loose and seemed to be in danger of falling off at any time. Shameless! Shen Xi cursed secretly, but his eyes secretly fell on him unconsciously. The black hair is soft and attached to his amazingly handsome face, and the coldness of his usual suits and leather shoes has faded away. His muscular chest with clear texture and deep mermaid lines is really worthy of being a clothes hanger that looks slim when dressed and fleshy when undressed. Son. She also saw the clear tooth mark on his shoulder, a red circle, which was her work. It seemed that the blow was really serious at that time. I feel a little better inexplicably. Shen Xi's attention followed him, and when she saw him going to the closet next to him to get a bathrobe, his eyes fell on a crystal clear drop of water rolling down from his head. His eyes followed the water droplets as they rolled across his broad and straight back, and finally sank into his slim waist. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and her eyes were a little straight. This man was really lean without a trace of fat. Does it look good? Mo Xian suddenly turned around and asked without warning. It looks good. Shen Xi's mouth moved faster than his brain. Low laughter echoed in this huge suite. Shen Xi woke up from a dream and wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide. Look what she said. She must have drunk too much red wine just now, because now she is so dizzy and a little confused. Come here. Mo Xian turned around and walked towards the big bed in the center, as if giving an order. Shen Xi tightened the hair dryer in her hand and bit the tip of her tongue hard to stay awake. Third master, I haven't finished drying my hair yet. Mo Xian sat on the edge of the bed, looking dimly. You were so impatient just now, are you pretending to be reserved now? No. Shen Xi gritted his teeth, put down the hair dryer in his hand and walked towards Mo Xian. As soon as he walked in front of him, he stretched out his long arms and pressed Shen Xi under him. Shen Xi exclaimed, looking at the man staring down at her. Her heart was already in her throat. The two of them were so close that the towel on their bodies could be pulled off with just a pull. Mo Xian's eyes were full of aggression. Shen Xi's toes curled together nervously, not daring to look at him, so he simply closed his eyes. Mo Xian seemed to be in a good mood, but after waiting for a long time and seeing no other movements from Shen Xi, he frowned. Is this what you call a good performance? Lying motionless like a dead fish. What? He actually said she looked like a dead fish. Shen Xi couldn't help being furious. She opened her eyes suddenly and ran into his bottomless black eyes. She was shocked and annoyed. With a strong effort, Mo Xian hugged her and changed their positions so that he was at the bottom and she was at the top. The bath towel on her body fell off smoothly, and Shen Xi felt that his eyes were as sinking as the abyss. Third master. When Shen Xi opened his mouth, he was almost frightened by his own voice. Why did it sound like he was in ecstasy? Do you still want the rough stone? Mo Xian's words forced Shen Xi to completely suppress the shame rolling in her heart, but she still reached out and turned off the main switch in the room. The room suddenly fell into darkness, and his breathing seemed extremely heavy. Shen Xi simply raised her hand and completely threw away the bath towels on the two of them. The collision of hardness and softness was so intense and obvious. She closed her eyes and fanned the man's flames without any plan. After a while, I heard Mo Xian roar, and the two of them changed positions again. The initiative was still in his hands. Shen Xi suppressed his violent breathing and suddenly groaned. Mo Xian also noticed something strange, got up and walked towards the bathroom. Shen Xi sat up holding the quilt in his hand, turned on the switch, and bit his lower lip when he saw the 2 dots of scarlet on the white sheets. She heard a deep muttered curse coming from the bathroom, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Not long after, Mo Xian came out of the bathroom with a sullen face and was fully dressed. Shen Xi's eyes swept between his legs in surprise. So fast? It shouldn't be. According to the last experience, there is no reason to go so fast. Could it be that you are holding it back? I heard that it's not good to hold things in for a long time. Mo Xian looked at Shen Xi's black grape-like eyes rolling around, with a thoughtful look on her face, and knew that this woman must be full of yellow waste, and her face suddenly turned livid. Shen Xi felt the coldness radiating from Mo Xian's body, hugged the quilt tightly, and showed a helpless and flattering smile to Mo Xian. Third master, don't be angry, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Mo Xian's whole body was filled with cold air. He stared at Shen Xi and sneered, didn't you expect that? Anyone who dares to scheme against me will never end well. Shen Xi's expression turned grim. In fact, it was not without consideration that she dared to follow Mo Xian here tonight so boldly. She had a premonition that something was strange about her body when she was in the manor's bathroom. She just wanted to take a gamble, but she didn't expect that Mo Xian could see through this. Shen Xi pursed her lower lip tightly and her face turned pale. She was being smart and annoyed this man who was as cold and heartless as Satan. Seeing Mo Xian about to leave, Shen Xi thought that the plan he had been working on for so long would come to nothing, and the annoyance and anger in his heart burst out like a broken bamboo. Mo Xian, if you hadn't forced me to despair, I would have gone out. Is this a good idea? You think I'm willing to do it? Mo Xian's eyes were like two sharp swords poking at Shen Xi. So, is it my fault? Isn't it true? If you and I don't get along, do I need to betray my appearance? She broke the jar and said, you go away, I will find a way on my own. If you dare to find another man, I will break your legs. Chapter 33 Signing the Deed of Sale. Shen Xi sneered angrily, who are you? You care so much. I look for whoever I want, what does it have to do with you? Then give it a try. Mo Xian slammed the door with a sullen face. Shen Xi was a little frightened when he heard the slamming of the door. Is this dog man so angry because he is not satisfied with his desires? But she was just angry, okay? Shen Xi was so angry that she beat the bed. At this point, Mo Xian's path was dead, and she had to find another way out. Shen Xi put her wrinkled cheongsam back on and went downstairs. As soon as she reached the lobby, she heard someone calling her from behind, Miss Shen, stay. Shen Xi frowned and turned back, it was Chen Yi standing there. She didn't want to see anyone related to Mo Xian now, so she said with a cold face, Assistant Chen, what's wrong? Chen Yi maintained his usual gentle smile, Miss Shen, Mr. Mo asked me to give this to you. Take a look and sign if there is no problem. Sign? What to sign? What the hell is Mo Xian doing again? Shen Xi angrily grabbed the document handed over by Chen Yi and took a look at it, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This bitch actually agreed to give her the rough stone. However, there is never a free lunch in the world, especially after reading the additional conditions at the end. Shen Xi directly threw the document back coldly, I won't sign it. Go back and tell Mo Xian that I don't care. What kind of document is this? It's clearly her contract of sale. After saying that, she was about to leave. Chen Yi still looked calm and unhurried. Okay, Miss Shen, Mr. Mo also asked me to tell you something. If you don't sign this, Mrs. Shen won't see it either. Until tomorrow's dawn. What? How dare Mo Xian threaten her? Chen Yi used the calmest tone and gave the harshest warning. Shen Xi was so angry that his blood vessels almost burst. Chen Yi seemed not to notice Shen Xi's ugly face, and had a calm temperament. Miss Shen, it's getting late, so you should go back and rest early. Shen Xi gritted his teeth. Chen Yi, stop. Chen Yi turned around with a smile. Miss Shen, do you have any other instructions? Shen Xi sneered, and his cold eyes wanted to poke Chen Yi into a sieve. Pen. Chen Yi Dongruo watched the fire and immediately presented the pen and documents with both hands. Shen Xi held the pen and signed his name hard enough to penetrate the back of the paper. Finally he straightened his back and said, Assistant Chen, you really work hard if you can. Send it to Shen's for me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, Miss Shen. Chen Yi bent down slightly and watched Shen Xi leave. It was already 12 o'clock when Shen Xi returned to Shen's house. It was dark downstairs, there was no light at all, and everyone seemed to be asleep. She pursed her lips and returned to her bedroom. When she thought of the sale contract she signed, her mood was extremely bad. From now on, if Mo Xian asks her to go east, she won't be able to go west. If Mo Xian asks her to beat the dog, she won't be able to chase the chicken. She has to be on call 24 hours a day. Isn't this treating her to death? It's a pity that she has no power to restrain the chicken and can only be slaughtered by others. She tossed and turned on the bed in frustration and couldn't fall asleep. She thought about the meeting tomorrow morning, so she got up and turned on the computer. She checked it one last time and made sure there was nothing wrong before lying back down again. Forget it, it wasn't all nothing. There was still a tough battle to be fought tomorrow morning, so Shen Xi fell asleep in a daze. At 8 o'clock the next day, Shen Xi woke up as soon as the alarm clock rang. She chose a simple and capable black suit from the wardrobe, which made her look clear and cool. After cleaning up, she went to open the door, but no matter how hard she tried, the door wouldn't open, as if it was locked from the outside. She frowned, banged the door a few more times, and called, "Sister-in-law Song, sister-in-law Song." But it was quiet outside, with no movement at all. Wanting to know who was responsible, Shen Xi called with a sullen face. The first thing that came to mind was Lu Fang, because that guy drove fast and lived close to Shen's house. But at this point, this guy must have been asleep and couldn't answer the phone. After the phone rang again and no one answered, Shen Xi gave up and called Yi Qingwan instead. In fact, Yi Qingwan's situation was similar to that of Lu Fang. She was just a dead horse being used as a live doctor. At this moment, there was a caller ID on the phone. It was Shen Yu's secretary Yu Qian calling. "Hey, Secretary Yu. Miss Shen, Mr. Shen has brought people to the company. The 10 o'clock meeting has started early." Yu Qian's anxious voice came. Although she was mentally prepared, Shen Xi was still furious when she heard the news. Shen Xi forced herself to calm down and said to Yu Qian, "Secretary Yu, I'm locked in the room. You think of a way to hold them back first, and I'll come over as soon as possible." "Okay, Miss Shen, I'll try my best." Before Shen Yu left, Shen Yu asked Shen Xi not to act rashly and to wait for her to come back to deal with the matter. But in the current situation, if she really waited for Shen Yu to come back to deal with it, wouldn't it be too late? Furthermore, Shen Xi didn't want Shen Yu to come back to this dirty place again. As long as Shen Yu was not around, she could let go and fight with them. Even if the fight ended in both losses, she didn't care, so a few days ago she talked to Shen Yu on the phone and told her thoughts. Shen Xing's situation over there was not good, and Shen Yu was really unable to do anything, so in the end, she handed over her people and shares to Shen Xi. Yu Qian is the capable secretary promoted by Shen Yu, and she knows everything about the company. With her helping Shen Xi, Shen Yu can feel more at ease. I just didn't expect that Shen Fangting was really despicable. Knowing that she was going to join the company, he used this method to trap her. Shen Xi ran to the window and looked down. She lived on the 3rd floor. Although it was not high, she had the ability to jump down so rashly. Just at this moment, there was another strange call on her phone. Now that time was running out, she didn't want to answer such a strange call, but accidentally pressed the answer button, and then Chen Yi's voice came from the phone. "Shen Miss, the things have been delivered to Shen." Chen Yi. Although the police were called quickly, she would have to go back and take notes after the police dispatched. This trip would definitely take a long time, so Shen Xi was a little overjoyed at the moment. "Can you do me a favor?" Chen Yi silently looked at the man in the back seat who had his eyes closed and was concentrating. Seeing that Mo Xian had no intention of objecting, he said in a low voice, "Miss Shen, it doesn't matter if you say it. I am imprisoned in the Shen family, can you come and pick me up?" As soon as Shen Xi finished speaking, the man in the back seat opened his eyes full of darkness. Chen Yi immediately agreed, "Okay, wait a moment, we will come right away." Lin Feng quickly turned the car around and drove towards Shen's house. After ending the call, Shen Xi didn't sit still. She pulled off the sheets, found a lot of clothes from the closet, tied them together, and tested the firmness, then tied one end to the window lattice and threw the other down. He tied his long hair into a ponytail, and then climbed up the windowsill nimbly. After all, she had never done this kind of thing before, so she would be lying if she said she was not afraid. Besides, there was no focus outside the window, so she was careful every step she took. When she got down to the 2nd floor, Shen Xi just breathed out. Suddenly, her hands were empty. The clothes tied up with the sheets came loose. Startle. Chapter 34 Kick Her. At the critical moment, Shen Xi could only hold his head with both hands to protect the important parts of his body. Finally, he landed with his feet first, and heard a crunching sound, and a heartbreaking pain spread from his ankles to his limbs. "Miss Shen." Chen Yi and Lin Feng stood 10 meters away, watching helplessly as Shen Xi fell from the 2nd floor. Shen Xi fell to the ground, grinning in pain. Seeing the two of them standing there stupidly, she suddenly became angry and said, "Why are you still standing there stupidly? Help me up." Chen Yi and Lin Feng hurriedly helped Shen Xi up. Her right foot hurt as soon as it landed on the ground, but she did not pull her foot back. Instead, she endured the pain, limped and walked quickly. The black car shone coldly in the sun, and he stepped forward to open the back seat door in the face of the wind. Shen Xi got into the car with a pale face, only to find that Mo Xian was also in the car. He leaned back on the chair, closed his eyes and meditated, with a reserved and gloomy aura, not even giving her a glance. She was really in a hurry and sought medical treatment, so she came to see Chen Yi. But when she thought of business, she pursed her lips and sat down. But this time she didn't jump directly on people like she did before when she got in the car. Instead, her butt was only 1/3 of the seat cushion, and it was still close to the door, far away from Demo Xian. The pain in her ankle was severe. She quietly pulled up her trouser leg and took a look. She found that her entire ankle was swollen like a steamed bun, and she couldn't help but curse it in annoyance. Mo Xian kept his eyes closed and showed no intention of speaking to anyone. The atmosphere in the car was so low that it made people breathless. Shen Xi broke their silence first and said to Chen Yi and Lin Feng in front, "Secretary Chen, Assistant Lin, thank you for today." When Chen Yi heard this, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and waved his hands. "What did Miss Shen say? We didn't help at all. If you want to thank me, just thank Mr. Mo. If it weren't for Mo Xian's approval, how could they feel like picking her up without permission?" How could Shen Xi not understand this? From the moment she got in the car, Mo Xian had a cold face, as if she owed him hundreds of millions. Well, in fact, she did owe him several hundred million. Hundreds of millions. Hey, Shen Xi was very upset. Lu Fangfang put back the phone and came over. The phone rang suddenly, and Shen Xi answered it unhappily. Lu Fang's sleepy voice came from the other side. "What's wrong, 1111, do you miss your brother? Call him so early in the morning." Probably because he had just woken up, Lu Fang's hoarse voice had a low magnetism, and when he spoke such nonsense, he was really a bit seductive. Shen Xi rolled his eyes and sighed again. "If you fall off the chain at a critical moment, what use do I need from you? Huh? What's the matter? Things are not going well." Lu Fang stopped joking and showed a rare bit of seriousness. Not only was it not going well, it was simply that he died before he started. Shen Xi's eyes flashed with resentment, and her injured ankle was suddenly kicked, causing a stinging pain. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "Arr!" Lu Fang immediately became nervous. "What's wrong?" "Just wait, I'll go find you now." Shen Xi curled up his aching feet and was about to say it was okay, but his phone was snatched away, and then he hung up. Lu Fang's phone number was conveniently added to the blacklist. Shen Xi glared at Mo Xian angrily. "Why are you kicking me? Too noisy." Mo Xian had a cold face. It was obvious that Shen Xi's call had disturbed his peace and made him very unhappy. "Kick her if she gets too noisy." Shen Xi lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes were clearly defined. Because of the pain, the corners of her eyes were slightly red, and her heart was filled with anger. As a result, her pretty pale face was stained with a bit of blush, and her clear eyes were stained with a bit of red. The dense mist stared at Mo Xian, looking stubborn and aggrieved. Mo Xian frowned and his eyes fell on her dirty feet. Shen Xi took his feet back and covered them with his wide trouser legs. He picked up the phone and called Yu Qian. Yu Qian's tone was extremely apologetic. "I'm sorry, Miss Shen, I didn't stop Mr. Shen and the others. The meeting has already started." Shen Xi seemed to have expected it, and his mood was not very good. "Well, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry about them. Please take a pair of shoes and wait for me downstairs. I'm on my way." "Good." Shen Xi ended the call, closed her eyelids, and the fingertips holding the phone turned white. She glanced at the congested traffic outside and frowned. "Assistant Lin, is there any way to drive faster?" Lin Feng took a peek. He glanced at Mo Xian in the back seat and saw that he didn't object, so he said, "Okay, Miss Shen, please sit down." As soon as Shen Xi said a good word, the accelerator of the car was pressed to the bottom, and he was trying to find every opportunity in the crowded traffic, swaying him from left to right. Lin Feng's driving skills were not outstanding, but because Shen Xi in the back seat did not fasten his seat belt, his body was thrown around by sudden acceleration and braking. The most powerful one was when he hit Mo Xian's car with a thud. Body. Well. Shen Xi covered his sore forehead, glanced at the pale man in front of him, and quickly tried to sit upright. As a result, before he could sit up straight, Lin Feng made another sharp turn. This time, Shen Xi ran directly into Mo Xian's arms. In desperation, she grabbed Mo Xian's suit jacket to prevent herself from falling. The culprit apologized from the front. "I'm sorry, Miss Shen, are you okay?" Shen Xi gritted his teeth and sneered twice. "What do you think?" Lin Feng grinned and said, "It's okay, then just sit tight." After finishing speaking, he stepped on the accelerator again and drove left and right in the congested traffic. He didn't know whether it was intentional or not. Whenever Shen Xi tried to sit up, he would be thrown back. After several failed attempts, Shen Xi's pretty face wrinkled up, but before she could make a move this time, she heard a frosty voice in her ear. "How long are you prepared to rely on me?" As soon as Shen Xi raised his head, he looked into Mo Xian's dark eyes, which were indifferent with a hint of disgust. Shen Xi pursed her lips, straightened her body quickly, retreated to the position furthest away from him, and hummed softly, "You think I'm rare?" "What did you say?" The atmosphere in the car suddenly dropped to freezing point, like rain and snow wrapped in cold wind in winter. Shen Xi's eyes were tempered, and he turned his head to look at the man's narrow eyes coldly, with a rebellious face and an impatient tone. "You're done, don't say your nice words again." After saying that, Shen Xi crossed his arms and closed his eyes, never looking at Mo Xian's livid face. Lin Feng and Chen Yi in front looked at each other and were both secretly frightened, especially Lin Feng, who was sweating coldly when he thought of his own cleverness just now. Shen Xi was thinking a lot in her heart, and she also knew that she was not qualified to be angry with Mo Xian, but he looked like he didn't want to see her, so why did he still want her to touch his cold butt with her warm face? Chapter 35 The Best Proof. Fortunately, they had broken out of the crowded encirclement. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at Shen's door. Shen Xi opened her cold eyes and saw that Yu Chen was already waiting at the door with her shoes. Shen Xi smiled and talked to Chen Yi. He said goodbye to Lin Feng. "Secretary Chen, Assistant Lin, please drive safely." He didn't give Mo Xian a spare look, as if he didn't exist. When Yu Chen saw Shen Xi get out of the car, she hurriedly stepped forward and placed the prepared high heels in front of her. However, when she saw her swollen ankles, she was still startled and looked up at Shen Xi. Shen Xi shook his head and reluctantly put his feet into high heels. Every step he took was like dancing on the tip of a knife. Especially the moment he just stood up, it was like the soles of his feet were cut open by a sharp blade. Yu Chen quickly supported her. "Is everything okay?" Shen Xi took a deep breath, let go of Yu Chen's support, looked at the now cold Shen group, straightened his back, and walked in. Looking from behind, he couldn't see anything. Something strange happens. Lin Feng and Chen Yi looked at each other, somewhat admiring Shen Xi's tenacity. "Have you seen enough?" A cold, scolding voice came from the back seat. "Don't leave yet." Lin Feng felt a chill on his back and hurriedly looked away, started the car, and then heard the emotionless Chiu who settling the score. "Go back and collect the punishment yourself." "Yes, third master." Shen Xi had a sullen face, her high heels clicking loudly, and her wide suit trousers catching the wind, giving people a cool and impressive feeling of being high above them. Without squinting, she went straight to the door of the conference room on the top floor. Yu Chen raised her hand to open the conference room door for her. The applause from those sitting inside suddenly stopped, especially Shen Yang, who was standing with a smile like a flower. When she met Shen Xi's cold gaze, she subconsciously shrank, but immediately, she proudly raised her chin and looked at Shen Xi. He said provocatively, "Sister, why did you come just now? Our meeting is over." "Yes," Shen Fangting stood up and announced, "Thank you, shareholders, let's end today's meeting." The corner of Shen Xi's mouth slowly pulled out a startling arc, and he walked step by step towards Shen Fangting's position. "I'm sorry, everyone, I am presiding over today's meeting, so it has only officially started now." She rested her hands on the thick mahogany conference table. Although she was petite, standing there she was powerful and strong. The shareholders looked at her one after another, some frowned, and some were quite impatient, especially Shen Fangting. Seeing that Shen Xi was so arrogant, he was very angry. "Shen Xi, the meeting is over. You are late. Now. What are you talking about?" Shen Xi's eyes were burning, and he slightly curled his lips, picked up the document in his hand and slowly opened it. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shen, as the company's largest shareholder, I have the right to veto." "What did you say?" "The largest shareholder." Shen Fangting frowned and grabbed the equity transfer document from her hand. When he saw the content on it, his face turned pale. When the company was founded, Shen Fangting owned 25% of the company's shares, and Fu Wanqing owned 40%. Later, after Fu Wanqing's accident, her shares were divided into three parts, and Shen Yu and Shen Xi each got 15%, and Shen Fangting got another 10%. Shen Fangting, who holds 40% of the shares, has become the company's largest shareholder. In recent years, he has transferred 10% of his shares to the names of Ji Rulan and Shen Yang, mother and daughter, and started to own the company. In fact, there are only 25% of the shares. A few days ago, Shen Xi got back 5% of the shares from Shen Yang, and Shen Yu's shares were all transferred to her name, so now, she holds 35% of the shares, obviously the largest shareholder of the company. Seeing the expressions of Shen Fangting and Shen Yang changing, Shen Xi snorted lightly. Do you have any questions now? If not, let's officially start today's meeting. Shen Xi smiled and sat down in Shen Fangting's seat. I have a project in hand now and would like to discuss it with all shareholders. As soon as Shen Xi finished speaking, Yu Qian distributed the plans one by one to the slightly impatient shareholders. Just because of their feelings, they had to sit down again and open the plan book at hand. Shen Xi, who remained silent, briefly flipped through the plan, then frowned and looked at Shen Xi. 1111, are you going to re-enter the jade market? Do you know how cruel the competition in the jade market is today? How can we believe you when you say something so empty? Auntie, of course I won't fight an unprepared battle. You should have heard that last night, Mr. Shangmo sold a rough stone at a sky-high price, and this stone is now in our Shen family. At the same time, I also hired an international the well-known jewelry designer. Ciro is the chief designer of our company. Don't you think this is a sure profit deal? The other shareholders were obviously surprised. You said that the rough stone that Mr. Mo sold out last night is now in our company. Of course, Shen Xi said with a confident and generous smile on her lips. Mr. Mo personally delivered it to the company this morning. You said Mr. Mo sent it personally. Shen Xi glanced at Yu Qian, and Yu Qian stepped forward, bowed and said, yes, Director Chen, I personally took over the handover. So, 1111, you and Mr. Mo are involved. Some people were already impatient. If this is really the case, then Mr. Shen will be saved. While everyone was talking about it, Shen Fangting took Shen Xi's arm with a quick step and said in an aggressive tone, are you serious? Are you really involved with Mo Xian? Shen Xi pulled his hand back with force and looked at him with a sneer. I said it was Mo Xian who sent me here just now. Do you believe it or not? When Shen Fangting heard this, his expression froze. How is this possible? Shen Xi snorted coldly. Isn't it possible that you wouldn't know it just by looking at it? Oh, by the way, he also said that if I can't successfully become the general manager of Shen's company today, he will send someone to acquire the company tomorrow. Seeing everyone's frightened faces, Shen Xi felt a sense of pleasure as if he was pretending to be a tiger and trying to gain power. Shen Xi was silent for a while and then spoke again. What about the Ciro you just mentioned? Will he really cooperate with our company? This is natural. The contract will be sent to the company later. However, everyone knows that she is unpredictable, so she will not come to the company to work. Instead, she will send the design draft to my email every month. Shen Yang glared at Shen Xi angrily. Shen Xi, you are talking nonsense and deliberately deceiving everyone. No one has seen Ciro. Who knows if you found an imposter from some corner? Yes, 1111, it's not that uncles like us don't believe you, but your words are unfounded, so you have to come up with some real evidence. Shen Xi's red lips were curved, and her clear eyes swept over everyone, especially when she glanced at Shen Yang, with a kind of arrogance and contempt. Whether it is true or not, everyone will wait and see. Besides, I will take it. Isn't it the best proof that Mr. Mo took the rough stone last night? Chapter 36. The fox pretends to be the tiger's power. That's true. I heard a little bit about Mr. Mo's luck last night this morning. I heard that a jeweler offered a price of 500 million to buy it. Mr. Mo even refused. I didn't expect that it ended up with our Shen on his head. Yes, it seems that everything 1111 said is true. If this is the case, then isn't it that our Shen family is in the same boat as the Mo family? Thinking of this, everyone showed excited smiles on their faces, as if a lot of white money was already flying towards them. Shen Yang was unwilling to give in and wanted to talk more, but Shen Fangting quickly took her hand and stopped her from speaking again. He had the same idea as those directors. If Shen Xi really got into Mo Xian, what would happen to the Shen family? Said, it is 100 benefits without any harm. Seeing this, Shen Xi stood up and smiled slightly. If everyone has no questions, today's meeting will end here. No longer giving everyone a chance to speak, Shen Xi picked up the document in his hand and left the conference room first, followed by others. Back in Shen Fangting's office, Shen Yang was so angry that she threw things and lost her temper. "Dad, why didn't you stop that little bitch just now? You clearly said you wouldn't let her enter the company." When Shen Fangting saw this, he said with a cold face, "What are you making trouble with me here? Didn't you see that she has more shares than me? If you hadn't failed, would things have become like this?" Shen Yang suddenly burst into tears with aggrieved eyes. "Dad, I told you that I didn't break the bracelet. It was Shen Xi who put the blame on me. Why don't you believe me? Do I believe it is important now? If you have the ability, you can join Mo Sai's banquet or provide Shen with greater investment. What about the position of general manager and Shen Xi? Well, don't do it to me. There is something going on here, why don't you go to work?" Shen Fangting lost his patience and scolded Shen Yang sternly, so that Shen Yang did not dare to do it again. However, they had spent so much effort, but they still could not stop Shen Xi, and Shen Fangting finally persuaded the directors to let her join the company. Studying in the purchasing department, unexpectedly Shen Xi turned around and became the general manager of the company, taking over Shen Yu's position and putting pressure on her. How could she swallow such a breath? Shen Xi returned to the office with a sweeping attitude, and Yu Chen, who was following her, immediately closed the door. Turning around, she saw Shen Xi leaning to the side. He hurriedly stepped forward to hold her arm, and helped her sit on the sofa aside. "Mr. Shen, are you okay?" Shen Xi raised his head in astonishment. "What did you call me?" Yu Chen remained calm. "Mr. Shen." "Oh." Shen Xi quickly calmed down and admired Yu Chen's transformation in such a short period of time. No wonder she could become Shen Yu's right-hand man. Her ability to adapt was truly amazing. Yu Chen knelt down and went to help Shen Xi slip on her shoes, but Shen Xi stopped her in a hurry. "It's okay, I'll do it myself." She lifted up her pants and took off her high heels that didn't fit her feet. She couldn't help but gasped a few times when she looked at the shapeless pig's hooves. She had been unlucky recently and had been injured one after another. Yu Chen looked at her feet and frowned worriedly. "Mr. Shen, why don't you go to the hospital for a checkup?" "It's okay, help me buy some spray. I have a lot of things to deal with today." Shen Xi looked at the pile of documents on his desk and frowned. "Okay." As soon as Yu Chen stood up, the office door was suddenly knocked open. Lu Fang burst in with a furious look on his face. After carefully scanning Shen Xi's body with his worried eyes, he landed on her foot that had no time to retract. "Shen Xi, shall we eat braised pig's trotters tonight?" Shen Xi was not angry. He grabbed a cushion behind the sofa and threw it towards him. "Shut up if you can't speak." Seeing Shen Xi's angry look, Lu Fang's face brightened a little, and he returned to his usual carefree look. He walked forward, squatted down, and poked her swollen ankle hard. Shen Xi hissed and kicked him directly, but Lu Fang easily held it. It looks like no bones were hurt. Lu Fang's fingers were white and slender with well-defined joints. He was a little surprised at the warm and delicate touch coming from his hand. Holding it like this, he actually had some thoughts that he couldn't stop. Shen Xi didn't notice anything was wrong, but he didn't let go and kicked him a few times. "If you don't let go, you don't mean that I'm a pig's trotters. Get out of here and don't disturb my work." Lu Fang's face turned dry, and he hurriedly let go. He stood up and coughed twice to hide his discomfort. "If you hadn't called me so early in the morning, do you think you would be willing to come? Tell me, what's going on?" Shen Xi also knew that he was concerned about her, so he explained the morning situation in a few words. After hearing this, Lu Fang frowned. "What? This Shen Fangting is really brave." Shen Xi waved his hand and struggled to move towards the office. "It's okay now. You can go back and have a good sleep. I'm going to start working." Lu Fang glanced at the small mountain of documents on the table with a confused expression. "Are you sure you understand?" Shen Xi rolled her eyes at him and snorted. "You haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen pigs running? Okay, get out of here and don't disturb me." Seeing that she really picked up a file on the desktop and looked at it carefully, Lu Fang frowned and left the office silently. In fact, Shen Xi is not as incomprehensible as Lu Fang said. She has been studying secretly in order to one day replace Shen Yu and let Shen Yu escape. But it was easier said than done. After watching it for a long time, Shen Xi felt dizzy, waist aching and backache, and finally lay down on the table weakly. Now she was a little doubtful whether Shen would die faster if he really got into her hands. There was a knock on the door outside. Shen Xi quickly sat upright. "Come in." Seeing Yu Chen come in, she lay back on the table listlessly. Yu Qian smiled and put the medicine and lunchbox on the side table together. Mr. Shen, you have been busy all morning. It's time to eat. I have no appetite and can't eat. Shen Xi sighed. Yu Qian patiently advised, Mr. Shen, we are like iron, rice or steel. You have to eat to have the strength to work well. Besides, you have gastritis and you are not hungry. Come and eat quickly. Yu Qian opened a food box, and a strong aroma spread in the office. Shen Xi sniffed and looked at Xiao Ji. All the food on it were her favorite food, and they were all familiar to her. Packaged by the hotel. She was immediately hungry, so she came over on her feet. Secretary Yu, you are such a sweet person. Yu Qian chuckled, this is not my fault, Mr. Lu ordered someone to send it here, and these medicines must be taken after meals. Yu Qian placed the medicines on the table one by one, with clear words on them. It's divided into categories. When Shen Xi heard that Lu Fang had prepared it, he couldn't help but praise him in his heart. Yes, he is a reliable and good brother. Chapter 37 Young Body. After eating and drinking, Shen Xi sprayed medicine on his feet, took medicine again, and sat back in front of the office chair. Although it is no secret that Shen's management is poor, Shen Xi did not expect that the situation would be worse than expected, and many chronic diseases had penetrated deep into his bones. The sun was setting outside the window, and there was another knock on the door. Shen Xi answered, please come in. Yu Qian came in with coffee. Seeing Shen Xi really kneading her brows, she put the coffee in her hand. Shen Xi, Mr. Shen, let's take a break and drink a cup of coffee to refresh ourselves. At the same time, he reminded her, Mr. Shen, it's time to get off work. Let's look at the remaining information tomorrow. Shen Xi looked up and saw that the sky outside the window had darkened. She picked up the coffee and took a sip before taking a deep breath. She had always known that it was very hard for Shen Yu to sit upright, but she never felt the same way as she did now. She turned her somewhat stiff neck, put down the coffee cup, picked up a list prepared on the table and handed it to Yu Qian. Secretary Yu, please send these people's termination contracts to their mailboxes tomorrow morning. Yu Qian reached out and took it. After reading the name on it, she couldn't help but be shocked. Shen Xi smiled slightly. Any questions? Yu Qian looked up, with a look on her face that she was hesitant to speak. Shen Xi's delicate brows and eyes were a little tired, but her tone was firm and calm. Secretary Yu, actually I know what you want to say. Don't worry, just do as you say. I can handle it. Yu Qian looked at the young and beautiful woman opposite. The girl's face was obviously still a little green, but she was so dazzling, but her decisiveness and courage were unmatched by Shen Yu. She nodded, okay, I will handle it. Shen Xi stood up, stretched and yawned again. Since it's time to get off work, let's go and have a good sleep tonight. There will be another good show tomorrow. Shen Xi did not go back to Shen's house, but went to an apartment near the university town. This was given to her by Shen Yu when she was admitted to university. The area was not large, only 80 square meters, but the location was very convenient and it was close to the university. It was more than enough for her to live alone. It was summer vacation, there were no groups of students, and the surrounding area seemed a little quieter. Shen Xi crept into the house lamely, then fell down on the sofa and refused to move. His mind was filled with the data he had seen during the day, and it was like paste. She felt that she had overestimated herself before, but it had only been one day, and she couldn't bear it anymore. Her stomach started singing "Empty City" again, and she couldn't sleep even if she wanted to. Fortunately, there were snack streets near the university town. After Shen Xi placed a takeout order on her phone, she stepped on her feet and took a shower, then leaned on the sofa. After applying the medicine, the takeaway arrived. It's her favorite spicy hot pot and barbecue. As soon as she smelled the smell, Shen Xi regained her energy. She sat at the table with chopsticks and ate happily. Somehow, she thought of Han Si. At that time, as soon as they got out of school, she went to the snack street at the back door of the school to buy snacks. She liked to eat, but she didn't have a big appetite, so she always bought a bunch of snacks. If she couldn't finish them, she would throw them to the boys who were following her silently. A boy of 17 or 18 years old, with a slender figure and neatly trimmed hair. He is obviously wearing an ordinary school uniform, but when he wears it, he always has a sense of elegance and profoundness. He is usually taciturn, looks withdrawn and indifferent, as if he puts all his thoughts on books, but only Shen Xi knows how crazy and passionate he is in private. Like all lovers, they wanted to taste the forbidden fruit more than once, but in the end he would stop rationally. She once thought that it would be her forever, but it was not until later that she realized that it was just a youthful frivolity in her youth. If you eat it again, the barbecue in your mouth becomes tasteless. All memories are no longer beautiful. That night, Shen Xi turned off her cell phone and fell into a deep sleep until she was woken up by the alarm clock. After groping under the pillow for a while, she got the phone, turned off the alarm clock, put on beautiful makeup, looked at herself in the mirror, and went out in a good mood. Yu Qian's email was copied to everyone's mailbox on time. In less than half a minute, the door to Shen Xi's office was pushed open with a bang from the outside. Shen Xi leaned back, looked at Yunxi who rushed in angrily, and smiled lightly. "Auntie, remember to knock when you come in. This is the most basic courtesy." Yunxi had no intention of talking nonsense with Shen Xi at this moment. She had just entered the company early in the morning, and she felt that the people around her were pointing fingers at her. She was unhappy, and her secretary ran to her side and told her, "The general manager's office has agreed to her resignation." When did she say she was leaving her job? So after reading it, she rushed directly to Shen Xi's office. She stepped forward and slapped her hands hard on the mahogany desk, making a dull sound. Shen Xi raised his eyebrows, feeling a little sorry for this desk. "Shen Xi, do you really think that you can do whatever you want just by sitting in this position? You really don't know how much you weigh." Yunxi stared at Shen Xi and cursed, furious, "Do you believe that I can do it now? Let this piece of shit be completely destroyed." Shen Xi's beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. "In that case, I would also like to thank my aunt for being so compassionate and showing mercy." Yunxi snorted coldly and stared at Shen Xi condescendingly. "It's good that you know, 1111, it's important for people to know themselves." Shen Xi's red lips curled up. "Auntie is right, people are self-aware, so it's best for Auntie to open his eyes wide and see how much he weighs." She opened the drawer, pulled out a brown paper bag from it, and pointed it at he threw it in Yunxi's direction. The brown paper bag had no seal, so as she moved, the photo inside slid out and landed right in front of Yunxi. Yunxi looked down and quickly picked up the photos. Her face, which was still filled with anger, suddenly turned pale. Her fingers holding the photos were trembling. Yunxi's eyebrows were curved, like a sneaky cat. "Auntie, the taste of young flesh must be wonderful, but what do you think my uncle will do if he sees these photos?" Yunxi's face turned green and red, but it was as if someone had blocked the throat of her fate. She couldn't say a word. She could only stare at Shen Xi to express her anger. Shen Xi kept a faint smile and said calmly, "Auntie, as the saying goes, it's easy to get together and part ways, so why bother making everyone unhappy? I've left you with some dignity. It was you who resigned on your own initiative, not with me. Everyone else was also fired. Do you really think you were unaware of the things you did in the company over the years?" Chapter 38. The third master is injured. Zhao Chenjiang is old and useless and cannot satisfy her at all. Shen Xi is right, the young body tastes really good. Over the years, she has relied on the money from Shen's business to support young boys outside. Everyone is energetic and happy, making her life nourishing and beautiful. In that brown paper bag, apart from the photos, all the things Yunxi had done were clearly recorded. Yunxi always thought that what she did was quite clean, but she didn't expect that she would be picked apart by this little girl. Bottom up. If these photos are seen by Zhao Chenjiang, he will definitely divorce her. Although Zhao Chenjiang is not useful, the Zhao family's wealth is thicker than that of the Shen family. Even without the Shen family, she can still live a good life. If not the Zhao family. The photos in her hand were distorted by her pinching, and her body was crumbling. Shen Xi slapped the snake 7 inches away. "Auntie, is it because the little brother outside is no longer good?" Yunxi was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but had no choice but to do anything. Finally, she took the photos and information and left the office angrily. There were already a lot of people outside who came to seek explanations from Shen Xi, but when they saw Yunxi coming out of the office with a pale face, could it be that even Yunxi couldn't figure out the girl movie inside? Everyone was at a loss. Yu Qian stepped forward, called a person's name, and motioned for him to enter the office. Less than 10 minutes after entering, he came out looking ashen. Then the next one, and the next one again. In the end, Shen Xi didn't want to say anything nonsense. As soon as the people came in, he just threw away the information he found. When those people saw that they didn't dare to say anything, they all left with their tails between their legs. Finally everyone was dealt with, and Shen Xi's throat was about to smoke. Yu Qian quickly refilled her glass of water, and she began to admire Shen Xi's courage from the bottom of her heart. In fact, Shen Yu had known for a long time that there was a problem with these people, but she had never been able to deal with them because she seemed cold, but in fact she still cared about old feelings. Unlike Shen Xi, who cut through their mess with a sharp knife, he was strong. Their heart must be rid of these cancers. After drinking 2 glasses of water in a row, Shen Xi took a deep breath and gave Yu Qian another list. This is a new personnel appointment. Let's announce it now. With so many people leaving, there will naturally be so many vacancies that need to be filled. Okay, Mr. Shen. Also, inform everyone that the meeting will take place in 1 hour. So on this day, some people in the Shen group were happy and some were sad. In the next few days, Shen Xi made drastic changes. Not only did he eliminate the rice bug cancer in the company, he also optimized and streamlined various departments and integrated all project resources. By the time she could take a breather, it was already Friday. The afterglow outside the floor-to-ceiling window slowly melted away the last trace of warmth. Shen Xi looked at the documents sorted into categories on the table and really let out a long breath. This week, it was like a war, going through obstacles and fighting wits and courage along their way. Fortunately, she won. She turned off the computer and was about to go back and sleep in the dark. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Yu Qian calling her from behind. Mr. Shen asked you to come over now. Recently, neither Shen Fangting nor Shen Yang came to play in front of her. She had almost forgotten these 2 people. Now when she heard Shen Fangting's name, she curled her lips and said, if you don't go, just say that I have left. After Shen Xi returned to the apartment, she fell on the bed and fell asleep without even taking a shower. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly there was a ringing doorbell outside. She pulled the quilt to cover herself, and then there was another heavy knock on the door. Shen Xi grabbed her phone in confusion and looked at it. It was actually 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, but there was a knock on the door outside. She must have been robbed. She was shocked. Shen Xi had already rushed to the small kitchen, took a kitchen knife and held it in her hand. She stared at the banging door. She had already taken her mobile phone and was about to call the police. At this time, she heard voices came from outside. Miss Shen, open the door quickly. I'm Chen Yi. Chen Yi? Mo Xian's secretary. Hearing that their voice was indeed true, Shen Xi held a kitchen knife in one hand and quietly opened a crack in the door. Seeing that it was indeed Chen Yi, the stone in his heart finally fell, but he scolded him angrily. It's so late at night, you don't sleep and you run away from me. Come here to call the soul. Chen Yi ignored the kitchen knife in her hand and dragged the person away. Miss Shen, please come with me. No, Chen Yi, let me go. Why are you so crazy in the middle of the night? She only wore a coat over her close-fitting pajamas, and only wore a pair of slippers on her feet. Her hair was disheveled. How could she go out like this? Seeing the kitchen knife shining coldly in his hand, Shen Xi threatened, believe it or not, I will chop you if you don't let me go. A faint scent of blood floated along the night wind. Shen Xi hadn't looked carefully just now, but now he discovered that there were dark marks on his black coat. They were blood. Shen Xi was startled and felt baffled. Chen Yi, why did you come to me instead of going to the hospital when you were injured? I'm not a doctor, and how did you know I live here? It's not my blood, it's Third Master's. Chen Yi walked quickly, opened the car door, and stuffed Shen Xi in. What? Mo Xian was injured. Shen Xi's heart suddenly tightened. Looking at the blood stains on Chen Yi's clothes, it seemed that the injury was serious. It's so good, how could he be injured? Chen Yi explained while driving, an accident happened tonight. The Third Master was ambushed. Shen Xi wrapped her windbreaker tightly around her body, feeling a chill suddenly well up in her heart, and her fingertips trembled. So you are taking me there now because he is about to die. You want to see me for the last time. Chen Yi's temples jumped sharply. No. Oh, he's not dead, that's good. For some reason, Shen Xi breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Chen Yi would take her to the hospital, but instead, she came to a suburban manor. The entrance was guarded by security guards at all levels, and even Chen Yi's car was allowed to pass after inspection. After driving for a long distance, we finally came to a private garden. The security here is tighter than at the door. Lin Feng and Lin Yuan personally guard the door, ready. Shen Xi frowned, followed Chen Yi into their house, and walked up the carved wooden escalator to the second floor. A strong smell of blood hit his face. Chen Yi opened the door and saw Song Yu and Song Li standing on both sides of the bed in the huge ward. Both of them were stained with blood. Song Li took the scissors and cut off their white gauze. Song Yu tied the gauze into a knot, stood up and wiped the sweat from his face. When he saw Shen Xi coming, he said hello, but his voice was hoarse. Song Li frowned, obviously not welcoming Shen Xi's arrival. Bloody clothes and trousers were scattered on both sides of the bed. Mo Xian was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and his face pale. He had no clothes on and only his waist and abdomen were wrapped in thick gauze. Chapter 39. Be more careful. Chen Yi called a servant over and cleaned up the mess on the ground. Song Yu hung the potion on Mo Xian and then said, "Miss Shen, please take care of this place first, and we'll go clean it up." "Okay, Dr. Song." Song Li was unwilling to leave, but when he saw Song Yu's warning eyes, he could only leave reluctantly. Chen Yi exited and brought back a basin of water with a brand new towel next to it, and said to her, "Miss Shen, please help Third Master clean up his body." "What the hell?" Shen Xi thought she heard wrongly and stared at Chen Yi in shock. Chen Yi was neither humble nor arrogant, and put the basin on the bedside table. "The Third Master told me before he fell into coma that you are now his servant, and you should do the rough work of wiping yourself." Shen Xi felt that the little bit of distress she felt when she just walked in and saw him was gone. Chen Yi also fulfilled his duty and explained, "By the way, Third Master likes to be clean. I hope Miss Shen will clean up more carefully." Chen Yi thoughtfully closed the door for her, but Shen Xi couldn't wait to pour the whole basin of water on the man on the bed. He didn't forget to enslave her before he passed out. What a good job. But what can she do? Chen Yi is right, she is now Mo Xian's 24-hour servant. Because she had sold herself into slavery for that piece of jade worth 500 million. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Shen Xi resignedly picked up the clean towel, wetted it and wrung it out, then resignedly wiped him from the beginning. Even though his face was bloodless, it could not conceal his coldness and dignity. At this time, he was as handsome as a sleeping vampire noble. Shen Xi sighed while wiping. Nuer was too biased when she created human beings. Others probably just used mud to throw them away, but he was the only one who cared carefully. If 1 point is more, it will be fuller, and if 1 point is less, it will be lighter. Although their well-defined abdominal muscles were wrapped with gauze, their well-defined chest muscles were still there. This elastic and strong feel really made people want to touch them, although it was very difficult to raise and lower their hands on an unconscious patient. It's something wrong, but if you touch him a few times, you won't lose any piece of flesh, right? So Shen Xi rubbed it very carefully. But when she lifted the quilt, she regretted it. Under the quilt, Mo Xian was only wearing a pair of boxer briefs. Her legs were slender and straight, but she didn't know where to turn her eyes. That place will make people blush just by looking at it. How meticulous should it be? Shen Xi had no choice but to take a towel and wipe his long legs randomly, then pulled the quilt and hurriedly covered him. There was a knock on the door outside, and Shen Xi quickly turned around and patted his face several times before letting anyone in. Chen Yi came in holding Mo Xian's pajamas, with a pair of men's underwear on top. He said without changing his expression, "Miss Shen, please put it on for Third Master." What? Shen Xi felt that her mentality was really going to collapse. Should I change it for him? Chen Yi lowered his eyes and said seriously, as if conveying an order, "Yes, the Third Master doesn't want us grown men to change his underwear for him." "Then I can." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Xi felt that her face was so red that she could bleed. Song Li had just changed her clothes and returned to the door of the room. She heard the conversation between Chen Yi and Shen Xi. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, her fingers hanging by her side tightened, and she spoke calmly, "If you find it inconvenient, Miss Shen, you can still come on, I'm a doctor. Doctors treat patients without distinction between men and women." How could Shen Xi not hear what Song Li was implying? But even ordinary female doctors knew how to avoid the privacy of male patients, not to mention that Song Li had ulterior motives and was simply a drunkard. A female doctor who doesn't care about drinking. Shen Xi suppressed the anxiety in his heart and cast a deep glance at Song Li. "It's better not to trouble Dr. Song. I can do it. Secretary Chen, please go and change the water in the basin for me." "Okay, Miss Shen." Chen Yi was very cooperative. At the same time, Song Yu also changed her clothes and came back. Seeing that her younger sister was starting to act stupid again, she frowned coldly. "Song Li, just leave this to me, Third Master. You should go back and rest early." Brother Song Li's tone was resentful and aggrieved. She didn't understand why her brother refused to help her even though he knew what she was thinking, and still made things difficult for her. Isn't she his biological sister? Song Yu noticed Song Li's anger, and her usually gentle and jade-like face darkened. In this case, you go back and clean up, and I will send you to study abroad next month. Brother, why do you do this to me? You clearly know that I like. That's enough. Song Yu spoke sharply, directly interrupting Song Li's wishful thinking. Lin Feng and Lin Yuan also came forward with warnings in their eyes. Miss Song, the third master needs to rest now. Please don't make a fuss here. We'll tell the driver to take you back. Without giving Song Li a chance to refuse, Lin Yuan waved the bodyguard away and took her away. Silence returned outside the door, and Chen Yi reminded Shen Xi thoughtfully, Miss Shen, please, we are waiting outside the door. Shen Xi opened the thin quilt again. The few people outside are not human beings. Mo Xian, I probably really owed you something in my previous life. Shen Xi kept chattering, as if this was the only way to cover up her restless heart. She just wanted this torture to end quickly. Chen Yi once again fulfilled his duty. Miss Shen, be more careful, third master likes to be clean. Shen Xi's hand was heavy, and she heard the unconscious man lying on the bed suddenly grunted. Shen Xi was startled, maybe she had woken him up. She waited for a while, a little helpless, and then found that Mo Xian showed no sign of waking up. However, something is showing signs of awakening. Shen Xi felt that she was really screwed today. Why could that thing grow up on its own even when a person was in a coma, and it was watching with eager eyes, ready to go? If she really gets a pinprick tomorrow, this thing will be the culprit. Half an hour later, Shen Xi finally put the clothes on him casually, and then called Chen Yi and the others to come in. When Chen Yi looked at the wrinkled pajamas, he frowned and called Lin Feng and Lin Yuan to come in to help. In less than 5 minutes, the three of them easily packed their clothes for Mo Xian. Shen Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why are you torturing me, Chen Yi, for such a simple thing? Miss Shen, how can this be torture? This is your job. She responded with words. Song Yu came in again to check on Mo Xian, and then told Shen Xi what to pay attention to. Shen Xi felt lack of oxygen and her brain was not working properly. After she agreed in a daze, everyone left, and she and Mo Xian were the only ones left in the room. Chapter 40 Taking Advantage of Others' Danger. She looked at her phone and saw that it was actually 5 o'clock. No wonder her eyes were so sore that she kept crying, but the man on the bed was sleeping peacefully, without any idea that she had been tortured by him for most of the night. Sure enough, nothing good happens when you see him. Thinking of the fact that he had kicked her while her foot was injured, Shen Xi wanted to step forward and kick him a few times to vent her anger. But if something bad happens, Chen Yi and the others will definitely not let him go. Shen Xi glared at him resentfully several times, seeing that he only slept on less than a third of the large bed. She could just lie down in a small corner and squint for a while. She should be fine, right? After working overtime all night, she had exhausted all her energy. Shen Xi fell asleep as soon as her head hit the bed. Mo Xian woke up from the pain. The wound was squeezed by something unknown, and it hurt so much that he was sweating. He frowned, and when he opened his eyes he saw the little thing lying in his arms, using its hands and feet to hang on him like a koala. As for the culprit that kept squeezing his wound, it was the arm that was lying across his wound. She was wearing a thin pink pajamas with some buttons undone, revealing her white shoulders and a slender waist. Her messy black hair covered her fair face. As she breathed, he could clearly feel the unrestrained softness resting on his chest. Mo Xian's breathing suddenly became heavy. He frowned and tried to push her body away. But as soon as he made a move, Shen Xi seemed to be aware of it and clung to him like a suction cup. She rubbed her rosy face in his arms and made a satisfied sound like a cat. And even crossed his right leg up and placed it on his thigh and below his abdomen. Mo Xian's breathing became heavier and heavier, his dark phoenix eyes were like abyss, and the blood in his body seemed to be condensing in a certain direction, like a beast waking up from a deep sleep. Shen Xi noticed something strange coming from her thigh. She let out a dissatisfied cry and rubbed it back and forth twice. A slightly abnormal blush appeared on Mo Xian's pale face. He pushed her hard, but what he got was a warm and delicate piece, like fine jade, which made people unable to put it down. At this moment, there was a sound of opening the door. Before the door could be fully opened, Mo Xian shouted angrily, "Get out!" At the same time, he pulled the thin quilt with one hand and covered the woman on his body tightly. Song Li outside the door pursed her lips and looked extremely ugly. Even though she had just caught a glimpse just now, she could not mistakenly see that Shen Xi was lying in her arms. Why was she so restless? Mo Xian was so seriously injured, yet she shamelessly climbed into his bed to seduce him. Chen Yi and Song Yu were resting next door. When they heard the noise, they opened the door. Seeing Song Li standing outside the door with a resentful look on his face, Song Yu's eyebrows jumped. Song Li, didn't I ask you to go back? Why are you here again? I'm worried about Brother Yang. It's time to take medicine and change dressings. Can I come and see you? Shen Xi was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard a loud shout and was so frightened that he woke up. What's wrong? Is there an earthquake? And because she was in a hurry, her loose pajamas slid down more than half, and her soft white skin went straight into Mo Xian's line of sight. Huh. When she didn't get a response, Shen Xi opened her sleepy eyes in a daze, and looked into a pair of dark phoenix eyes. She was shocked, and her 3 souls and 7 souls all returned to their places. Aren't you cold? Mo Xian's voice was low and hoarse. Shen Xi frowned, followed his line of sight and looked down. Shen Xi screamed in horror and hurriedly pulled up her pajamas with both hands. Her fair face was so red that it could bleed. She cursed repeatedly, Mo Xian, you are a sanctimonious hypocrite who takes advantage of others' danger. She jumped from the head of the bed to the end of the bed, as excited as a little wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Xian coughed in a low voice. Because the wound was involved, his cold white complexion suddenly turned bright red, and his whole body bowed in pain. Shen Xi was startled, knowing that she had misunderstood him. He was like this, it was difficult to move even while lying down. How could he do anything to her, not to mention that she slept at the end of the bed yesterday? How could she wake up next to him? It's on my body, of course it's because of my extremely bad sleeping position. When she thought of this, she no longer cared about being reserved and hurriedly crawled over to Care. How are you? It doesn't matter. I'll ask Song Yu to come in. Song Yu outside also heard Mo Xian's cough and raised her hand to knock on the door. Third master, can I come in? Shen Xi was about to answer that it was okay when she saw Mo Xian holding down her wrist, picking up the windbreaker that fell under the bed and throwing it on her head. Put your clothes on. Shen Xi hurriedly tied up his windbreaker before listening to Mo Xian's instructions. Come in, cough. Song Yu pushed open the door and walked straight to Mo Xian's bedside. He took out his stethoscope and checked it for him. Chen Yi asked with a worried look on his face, Dr. Song, how is third master? Why is he suddenly coughing so badly? It's okay. Song Yu put down the stethoscope and looked relieved. It should just be that the breath was accidentally blown away, not due to complications caused by the worsening of the wound. That's good. Chen Yi's face softened a little, and Shen Xi's heart also relaxed. If Mo Xian did anything good, she deserved death. Unexpectedly, after Song Yu lifted off the thin quilt on Mo Xian's body, his expression suddenly changed. Third master's wound is bleeding again. Shen Xi felt a chill in her heart. She took 2 steps forward and stood on tiptoes to take a look. Sure enough, dark red blood seeped out of the gores on Mo Xian's waist and abdomen wound. She suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck. He lowered his head and stared at his toes, not daring to look at the faces of Chen Yi and others. Fortunately, Song Yu said after inspection that the wound did not crack, and Shen Xi's uneasiness immediately disappeared. Mo Xian looked at her dark and moist eyes that kept turning, coughed again, and took a deep look at Song Yu. Song Yu straightened up, opened her medicine box, took out a bunch of bottles and jars and put them on the bedside table, then said to Shen Xi, Miss Shen, these are the third master's medicines. These are for external use. For oral administration, I have marked the dosage and medication time on it. Please help me take the medicine and change the medicine on time. Chen Xi's big eyes were filled with doubts, and his fingers were gesturing back and forth between himself and Mo Xian. Should I serve him? Chen Yi and Song Yu both looked at her, as if asking if there were any questions. Shen Xi suddenly laughed twice. Okay, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of your third master. How could she forget that she was now sold into slavery?